Oh, what the heck, Naturi? Hello. Naturi is in my stream chat. Yeah. I figure there's no better tool to one farm content than what everybody wants, which is TOT, and two, more importantly, um, we can review our own review sessions. Okay. Oh, it's coming through. Okay. So let's use that then. Let me log out, and I can tell you in 2 seconds. Okay. Shit. Longer. Shockingly, I'm the only person on PTR. Weird. I'm not sure what would have caused that. Classic PTR Realm 1 is where we're at. Do. They're not idiots. Okay, you're right. All right, let me close out of this. All right, wow. So WowDB is accurate, Mal? Range. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Correct. Neither does PTR, by the way. PTR. I logged off because it didn't have Dungeon Journal, so I dipped. It would have been just us too. We could have partied. Also, I watched. No, I didn't actually. I watched a Jinrock. Or I'm sorry, Jinrock, not the right boss. Dark Animus guide today. It was a normal mode guide, and my brain hurt. So I'm looking forward to that. Uh huh. Uh huh. Okay, that's good to know. Mm-hmm. That's what I saw, but there was like some there. Yeah, there was like an order. The explanation was maybe more long-winded, which made it more confusing than what it actually is, I suppose. Is this? Oh. Oh, this. I found a random guy that I've never watched his guides before, but he has all 13 bosses heroic. Oh, this is. I'm 4 seconds in, but I think this might be very useful. I'm going to drop it in the PTR channel. We are, but I'm just I want other people to have it. We will absolutely be watching it together. I'm just trying to get like a bunch of stuff up and ready, and then we'll just start watching. You know what I mean? So just trying to hit like a general search, and then try to drop everything in the channel that we find. Because like Fat Boss, you said only has a couple of the heroics, right? 5 of them. Okay. Interesting. That is weird. Oh. Mm-hmm. This Gabsta guy also has some guides. I don't know if they're any good, but we're going to find out. I don't know if these are 10-man specific, though. Oh, that's loud. Oh, it is 10-man. Nice. Sorry, we got two different sets of guides available. Why is this like so color distorted? Hmm. That's weird. It's very annoying. These videos are like, I guess because they're old and I have an HDR monitor, it's like messing them up. Like the picture looks wrong. That's annoying. When do you think ToT will be released? We don't even have PTR yet. Yeah, no, we do not have PTR yet. Um, do I have any idea when it's going to be released? No. Yeah, I would just be guessing, but there seems to be 2 likely options. Either the first or second week of December, or the first or second week of January. Those seem like the 2 options. So, kind of prepping now in the event that it's the first or second week of December. That would mean that we'll have PTR very soon. So, just trying to be ready just in case that's what happens. 2 for 10-man guides, really appreciate it. Yeah, yeah, of course. They're fun to make too. Happy to do it. Very happy to do it. So we're gonna go over some stuff and see what happens. We're just gonna rip it. You boys ready? A little lunch and learn?
8 p.m.
Okay, a little dinner in there then. Sorry. It's an overwhelming
I'm
no, it
ready.
sounds like. All right, cool. All good. I'll just get bent.
I'm ready. All right, yeah.
Let
Good
me
fuck
share my
with it.
screen. Let me know if this looks atrocious for you.
Looks like it looks deep fried.
Yeah, okay. So, for whatever reason, these YouTube videos, like, oh, did you see that? Watch. Like, it looks normal and then it fries it. You seeing that? Watch. Normal, bang.
Huh.
It's some weird HDR thing going on. I don't know what's up with that. Let's just hit a quick Google. HDR YouTube weird contrast issue.
You have to do some setting on YouTube to like just kick it back.
On Chrome with an HDR monitor, but it fixes itself when scrolling? Well, that certainly didn't fix it.
Hmm.
Always going to Reddit.
Mm-hmm.
Try going to Chrome flags, use angle, and set it to OpenGL. What does that even mean?
Hmm.
I don't even know what that means. Bro, I need someone way smarter than me.
ChatGPT.
Didn't work, thanks. Try Chrome flags force color profile. Alright, we're just gonna Chrome flags. I think that exists. This is not ideal. It's like a right click force. Load SDR or something. Gosh, that's blinding. That's so bad.
Hmm.
Is the issue only in Chrome? I don't know. That's a good question. What other browsers are there? Edge?
The Edge or
Oh, that's loud.
holy moly.
Oh, that's loud. Does this look normal?
Yep.
Oh, it is only in Chrome. All right. Microsoft Edge, preferred browser. There we go. All good. Let's just swap over
We're
and
edging tonight.
save the troubleshooting. Okay, so there's that one, and then is this the other guide? So that's Gavitesh and Danger Dolan. Perfect. All right, cool.
Danger Dolan.
And then grab the Notes
Remember that
app.
guy.
I guess I could save these. Okay, Notes app and Warcraft DB. All right, now we're ready. Let's party. You guys can see this now?
Yeah.
All right. Do we want the full 18-minute version by this Gabesta guy, or do we want to rip the 2-minute and 17-second version by Danger Dolan? What's the
It's the
vibe?
2-minute version, and then if we need some to be explained more, we go to the long one.
I like that plan. Is Mal and Gru here?
I don't think anyone else is here except me and Supposedly.
Oh, Mal's been muted. Okay, Mal's here. Good. Supposedly's here. This isn't going to help him, but all good.
It could. You never know.
Is Gru here?
Coach?
That's a no. All right, we're starting without him.
Sounds like a no, Chief.
Oh, here, before I forget, let me... Oh, I'm not going to be able to log in with this. Let me just do
Oh,
this
that video's
instead.
on one volume?
I will fix that momentarily. Let me... it's going to make me re-sign in. So I'm just going to grab this instead and make my new notes. Create note. Title. TOT Things Boss 1. Miss Pandaria, Throne of Thunder, Jin Rock, beautiful. Alright, now we've got that for when it's needed. Sweet. Alright. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could be a little bit louder, but it's fine.
It's maximum quality, apparently. Oh, that's the heroic change, right? Is you just have to dance the bolts moving around like that's
Admittedly,
it.
he doesn't give any visuals, which kind of sucks. But
Yeah.
yeah.
You're right. Oh.
Let's scrub through the 18-minute guide just for some visuals.
Let's just here's what we do. Ripple 1.5 action. Bang.
Look at all the skeletons.
I loved
think-
that so
I
much.
think
I'm
they
so
wiped a
sad
few
they took
times.
that out of the game, man.
Okay, so still dropping the orbs on the grates. Can we just take a moment to appreciate the amount of people that use this version of WoW UI where they would just black out the entire bottom third of their screen?
Yeah, that's so weird.
That was such an interesting
that for a
time in WoW.
I did that for a while because I had so much shit down there that
Yeah, it was popular with healers.
I
They would
thought
just do
you
this
did
and
do
put their
that for a
frames there.
while.
Yeah,
They put all their
yeah.
healing frames here. A lot of healers did.
I mean, the reason I did it is because it shifted the everything upwards, so like I wouldn't lose that real estate to garbage.
Oh, okay. So this isn't bad. So you can
Oh,
see
just
the
like
bolt.
a viewport type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would change the viewport. Yeah.
His is not a viewport though. His is he just deleted that part of the screen.
Yeah, he did it
looks
different.
like.
But you can. All right, so they're giant beams, and then they split. Oh, okay. That's chill.
Yeah.
Do they go in a straight line?
No, that does
Yeah,
not
It's like
seem
an
straight.
asterisk pattern.
It's like
Well,
a
no,
yeah.
well, yeah, but but they don't swerve after they've launched.
No, they don't move after they launch.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yes.
Still, it's bullet hell to to dodge everything, but it's not
Yeah.
swerving bullet hell.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized. Hold on a second. I gotta add a new audio source. Whoops. I only added Chrome, but I have to add an individual audio source for Microsoft Edge. XD.
So your stream could hear the.
Yeah, they can't hear any of this. I just realized that.
Yeah,
Hold
get
on.
Fucked.
Technical
they hear
difficulties.
us?
Get fucked.
Please stand by.
Bro really just said get bent. Hope my
Uh,
viewers have a fun time with this.
I didn't mean
There's
to.
people in here. Hello, people.
Yes, hello, people. I'm fixing it. People.
How many people are watching us be fucking stupid?
8 people across both platforms currently.
8 people are watching me at work. Don't report me, please.
Don't report me.
I think one of them's your manager.
I'm not here.
Yeah, that's true. Bro, how do? Oh, never mind. Add source. Application
wait.
audio. Edge. Okay. This and then Explorer. Yep. Hold on, almost done.
Me. I'm gonna fucking sleep over here.
That most certainly didn't work. I hate it here. Why you no work?
in random directions.
There it is. Got it.
So
All
you
right,
can
we're
kind
in.
of see it's basically a advanced game of Frogger. You have to dodge these effects and heal the damage from the storm as normal. Any lightning bolt that hits a player will do 200,000 nature damage. So not quite as dangerous as a pillar, but they can stack up quickly. And again, we'll get into the specifics of that in a little
No
bit.
way.
Other than those
Get the
two things,
fuck outta
however,
here.
this fight is
That
identical
knock is
to the
power
normal version
aggro.
in terms of mechanics and tactics and all that stuff. So let's just get into some of the strategy for handling the
What is it? So you literally just
Great numbers. The way
do you bait the pools, you stand in the pool, you lust on the first
Things
pool,
move
you
out.
dodge the
So
lightning,
beyond
still drop the balls on the grates.
Yeah, it seems like there's only two.
It's just the pillars that they added.
Okay, so
and
it's literally
the,
just
dispel.
it's just
They included a dispel as well.
oh yeah, and you need to get dispelled outside of the puddle, right? Or it kills everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I
chill.
don't think the dispel leaves anything behind. So you don't have to go like to the grate. You just have to get out of the water.
We can find that out, can't we? Here we go. Genrock, Heroic. Conduction of Lightning Fissure. Nope. It's not it. Pull one contact. Nope.
Ionization. No.
Here it is. Genrock the picture ionizes enemy players, attracting storm energies over 24 seconds. Inflicts 44 nature damage to players within 8 yards when dispelled or when it expires. Yep.
Okay, that number is not right.
I'm assuming
I
it's
don't
not
think it does
44.
40.
It seems
That's
unlikely.
probably the retail one. That's the retail one.
Scroll
It's
to
going
top.
to do that much in retail. 5, sure, that's a retail
Oh yes,
number.
hit mop and then go to your dungeon.
Oh, I see what happened.
Yeah.
Mop, Adventure Guide, Miss of Pandaria. Yep. Throne of Thunder.
Now you get the right number.
Heroic. Genrock. Nice. Aha! 450k.
Does that?
That's
can't-
almost 44. That's
That
kind
can't
of
do
like
it to the same.
44.
That doesn't do it to the person, right? Gotta be to any.
Inflicts 450k nature damage to players within 8 yards. Yeah, there's
Sounds
no
like
way.
does
It,
not hit the person.
themselves.
Yeah.
yeah, it doesn't hurt the person. And then you can't drop it in a pool.
Yeah, if you drop it in a pool, it does it to everybody
Yeah, then everyone
in
dies.
that pool.
Do not
Okay.
toaster the raid, please. No
All right,
toaster
that
death in
makes
the raid.
that makes sense. So never drop in the pool. So you just run out, get dispelled. No one within 8 yards. That's chill.
and dispelling them. So when the ionization is about to hit both.
Yeah. Oh,
that I,
are they
that I
two
hit,
dispels? Hold on.
and
Did you guys see
dispelling
that?
them. So when the
There's one, right? He just got
Ionization is about to
dispelled, and he just got
Two?
dispelled.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
there's two.
all right. So there's two dispels each ionization. So you just need each healer to do one.
hit both the
Okay.
hunter and I will step out, and I dispel myself instantly with the fuse, and then I manually dispel him while he cooldowns, and then we go back in the puddle, and then the Shadow Priest and the DPS Shaman that are in my group, then they go out.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, it's two for each set. How often does it happen? Every minute
in
and
the
20
dungeon journal?
seconds. Is that it? I was just looking at his timers, but yeah, it might say in the dungeon journal. No, it does not say in the dungeon journal.
Where's my fucking tabs?
We go back in the puddle, and then the Shadow Priest
Okay.
and the DPS Shaman that are in my group, then they go out.
Yeah. Okay. So ionization just went out. It's every minute and a half. All right. So that's basically never.
It's pretty slow.
So two dispels every minute and a half. But I will say, I don't know if it's because
You've
they're
got
old and they're wrong.
8 seconds, 15 seconds to get out of. That's no. Wrong one.
But this hunter did deter it.
And dispelling them. So
Look at that. He deterred and then
when
gets dispelled. Maybe it does hurt you, and that's why it's not very often, because you need a personal for it. Because this guy also said he
ionization is
diffused
about to
it
hit both
as a monk.
the hunter and I will step
well,
out.
then keep an eye on.
and
Did
I
it
dispel
help?
myself
So
instantly
he
when you drop
diffused
when
it to dispel himself, because diffuse will
Yeah.
dispel it.
He does
See
See if you
both,
can find
though,
another
right?
example of it dispelling. To see
I
if
manually
it helps
dispel him
drops.
while he
Okay,
cooldowns,
yeah.
and then we go back in the puddle, and then the Shadow Priest and
Okay, so Shadow Priest and
DPS
someone
Shaman that are in my
else.
group, then they go out either at the same time or taking turns. It doesn't really matter. But that way I can call out.
There's another deter from the. I pointed like you guys can see my hand. I'm so stupid. there's a hunter deter. Here we go. Use that point. I'm literally like duh, duh, duh.
One of their names that I'm actively healing and keep them topped off and provide a hot or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, yeah. You see that? It was hard to see.
I can
But
call
that
out
shaman
just
gets
force
chunked.
damage
Loaded, it
to
hit
have the healing
everyone, no?
and keep them topped off and provide a pot or whatever
It
it is.
blows up some.
And,
Oh, okay.
group
No,
two,
that
same
was,
as
that
happened
was
Yep.
something else.
our holy
Yep,
paladin
okay.
and the group members there.
All right, so
right now,
you.
Oh, they need a
let's-
personal for that?
Yeah, you need a personal for it. Let me
Oof.
add that. Oops, not that. Sorry, flashbang. Where am I looking?
That's
Martinez.
rough.
It's every minute and a half though. Personal.
Yeah, but if you
for
don't
2
have, if you
dispels.
get targeted twice in a row, like you're not gonna have.
400, you just use an external, right? 450k damage.
But we probably want the externals
Needs
for
to be out of puddle.
just
The
the
throws.
general big, not the throws,
Mm-hmm.
the storms with all the lightning balls.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, he's healing our druid who just stepped out to get dispel, while I was doing the same with our priest in the first group. So
Well, how
basically
much health do we have? We're like, you don't need a huge one to live, right? It's doing 450k damage. Do we have like 400k right now?
I don't know.
No, you're a tank. Yeah, it's not your universe. Let me log in. Let me log in. Hold on.
I mean, it's probably just like hit a bark, go bear form.
Yeah, I think it's a small
I'll be-
personal,
I'll
and you'll
be
be
fine.
chilling.
I mean, I've got like a million ways to
But
deal
even
with
though
these
it's
things,
every
so
minute and a
everyone else has
half,
to
even
figure
if
it
you
out.
get 2 back to back, you're gonna be fine, right?
I
to
will.
communicate
I think
who can be out of the puddle,
pop a
ready for
personal
spell, and
anyways,
therefore
just,
using
you
their
know,
cooldown,
fucking why not?
Help your
expecting the
healers
spell to
out.
hit them at some moment.
Sure.
And then you can just rotate through players within that 24-second period pretty easily with this. So, managing the new lightning
Some we
storm
need to
is by
test
far the
on
most difficult
PTR
aspect
if
of Heroic.
Vividness needs to
There's just
test
a
on
lot of damage going on,
is if you can pre-AM
and
it.
it's very difficult for
Just
everyone in the
watching
raid
the
to
timer,
successfully
and
dodge
then when
every
it starts,
bolt.
when it's getting close, just pop AMS and see if it just doesn't. See if we only get one.
Was
That's
lightning
going on.
storm the thing that we were
Which means
stacking up for
spike
healing
damage can
before?
kind of go up and down
Yeah.
if someone gets hit here and there by
Okay.
one of these random
But
bolts.
now there's all these
So the-
balls.
So you can't really stack. Okay, so then it's just
You
a first
could. You could. You just have to dodge together. 'Cause
raid
are they baited on
CDs
players?
for
No.
light. No, they're not.
No, it seems to be all over.
Lightning storm, dodge orbs. Okay.
Name of the game for us was rotation.
Just
Yeah,
of
if they're not
preference,
baited on
you know.
players, then
So generally in the first storm, I would try to use my revival cooldown, which is not the greatest because it's just
We could try to do a
bunch of instant
loose
healing,
stack.
so
Just
it's
you
good to
know,
top everyone off.
A,
but
there's some rain on the
because
ground.
the spike damage
B,
just hits
chain
from a
heals
couple
will
bolts at once,
potentially
sometimes
jump to
it's not the
somebody.
best. But we use that, and
But
then
yeah, that
a paladin devotion.
everybody's gonna get spread
And then
out
the second time around, we have
Mhm.
our balanced druid use tranquility while she uses her bark skin cooldown, and I use my shield bubble thing on her.
Oh,
So she's able to just stand
Heart
still
of the
and use
Wild,
tranquility for a few seconds, and
Trank.
take the hits if they come at her. And that's a really good cooldown
Yeah.
actually.
makes sense.
And then we also have a devotion aura from our other
Yep.
paladin with that. And then third time it's back to revival and first devotion aura once again.
Oh, so you only get 3 of them throughout the course of the fight. That seems easy.
Yeah, the fourth one is the enrage timer.
Just a quick call out. I don't know what the fuck's going on Hordon, but he's got a 47-minute guide on that bitch.
That's probably because he spends
He's gonna
like
explain every
30 seconds
single
on
ad
every-
and what all the
Yeah.
ads do. Yeah, he's gonna explain
Holy.
every single thing.
Bro, I thought my Shaw guide was long at 30 minutes. This guy
No,
cooked.
you do not.
This
He's
guy-
literally gonna explain every single ad.
55
individually.
minutes on Megara. Okay, let's
I think
go.
Fat Boss has a Horadon heroic guide. So you can
Beyond
watch
that, of course, is
theirs.
just any extra cooldowns that raid members have to help survive.
Okay.
Throw out healing whenever they can. The key, of course, is just survival. You don't have to worry about doing damage during lightning storm because
All right, so this is chill. Let's drop your orbs off on the grates, get dispelled 8 yards away from your friends, use a personal, lust on the first puddle, and then lightning storm, roll raid CDs, right? And then repeat permanently. Is there a tank swap or anything?
Yeah, it's the pillar.
Okay.
being
Oh, that's a swap is on that throw.
Well, no. More specifically, is he will put static shock, I believe is what it is,
Uh-huh.
on the current tank,
Okay.
giving you 10 stacks of a thing. If you're meleeed with that on, it zaps the entire raid
Got it. Okay.
for X amount times the number of stacks, and the stacks just kind of drop naturally over time.
All right. Beautiful.
You can't completely avoid it because of how things line up.
Right.
But you want to avoid tanking the boss while you have high stacks.
Okay. Makes sense.
with appropriate damage to be doing heroics, you shouldn't have a problem with the berserk timer on this fight.
All right. Next. I don't know if I want to watch a 9-hour guide on Hordon.
Just watch the Fat Boss one.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna pull this off and sign into my YouTube because I have premium. I don't want ads. Dude, I don't want to scan a fucking QR code. Just let me sign in with my password like an adult.
Scan my butt. That's what I gotta
I hate
say.
that
Scan
everything
my
is turning
fucking rear.
into QR code, two-step verification, da da da
We
da
like
da.
blow up people that made like tech developers. Can we just blow them up?
I think we could. We could try.
Let's do it.
I am signed in. Yay. All right, let me refresh this then.
Danger dull and strats for all teams.
You were signed in. Yeah, that's great.
Danger dull and
All right. Bring this back on screen now. All right, another YouTube Premium. Horadon Boss Guide 10-man Fat Boss. It's a normal heroic. Here we go. All right, yeah, 18 minutes. That's more like it.
Heroic in the Throne of Thunder.
Hello, and this
And that's
encounter,
still
to
too
be
long.
honest, doesn't really change too much compared to normal.
No,
It's
Yeah.
very, very...
2 tanks, 2 healers for this tactic. People have 3 healed it before, but we for this, how we did it, we did it with 2 healers. So we explained it how we do it with 2 healers and mixed DPS.
Significantly more damage, and their special abilities such as like the Sand Trap, or the Poison Bolt Volley, or the Frost Orbs, or the Totems from the Shamans, they all do a lot more damage, and essentially can't get hit by them.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay.
that's one problem. Another problem is that the ads have much more.
What do we want to bet the double swipe doesn't work on live either?
I
he's just
bet it
three.
doesn't.
He's just 360.
Health. And this is what's really the problematic
fair,
part of Heroic.
It's working on.
Well, I bet it doesn't
certain
work on
servers.
You need
PTR.
to kill the ads
if
before
I
they
want
do
it
it.
there.
Otherwise
It is
the healers are gonna
predictable
start
even on
struggling.
certain
And
servers.
yeah, it's just
Yeah,
I've
sure.
not
that's
gotten
always
hit
one of the
by
main
it
problems.
once,
However, there is
I'll
one
just say.
additional ability that the
He
boss
will always
casts
do it on timer
called
to
Dire
the
Call.
Now,
active
Dire Call
tank,
is just a
and
very
he will
short
always
cast.
do it right after a charge towards the person who got charged,
Yeah.
and he will always do it immediately after a gate towards the active tank.
Yeah.
You could predict all 3 of those
250k
times.
physical damage to the whole raid, and if any of the
All right, so Dire Call is the first one. 350. Is anybody taking notes? Any of you guys my scribe right
Isn't
now?
that your job? That's your
Yeah.
job, bud.
Yeah, I'm just doing a lot of work here. Fine, I'll make fucking notes.
This guy's
Gosh.
the raid leader.
What multiple
by the
monitors
way.
are for, buddy?
Yeah, but all of my monitors are taken. Not actually. I have plenty of room, but all right, let me move this over here, and I can take notes over here. Okay, bang. Do one of these. Bang bang. What was that shit called?
Recall, I think.
Dire Call. Dire Call raid wide 350k fizz damage.
Okay, it also gives bloodlust to all
ads
his
that are up,
friends.
like anything from the doors, he'll give them a buff that increases
Oh.
their attack speed by 50%, which you
And
can't avoid,
lusts
and it's just
the
generally not
ads.
very nice. Just
'Kay.
let you know that happens. But the main thing that happens after a dire call is that he spawns a Direhorn Spirit.
Now these
This is the Pink Pony Club, right? That's the song we're gonna be listening to
Huh?
during this.
Direhorn
Okay, cool.
spirits will just
What?
fixate on a random player,
This is the heroic
He
mechanic.
summons a
It's
pink elephant.
yeah, you get a pink pony that runs around and will kill you.
and the player that is
Oh.
fixated is the only person that can interact or even see this Direhorn spirit.
You'll see
Now,
it,
these
I'm sure,
spirits
here in
have
a second.
Like a ridiculous amount of health, so it's pointless even trying to kill them. And they move very, very slowly, and they will start moving
There it is. You see on the left of the screen.
over very, very slowly towards whichever
Oh,
target is
yeah.
fixated. And
It just eventually it'll fixate everybody in the raid, and if it touches you, everyone dies. So you just have to hit it. So basically, we'll just make a macro that's target blah blah blah, send cheap ability to hit it, or pet classes can just perma leave. I saw a PTR in
Not
quotes.
perma, but yes.
What?
You can't leave it permanently.
Leave what permanently?
Pet?
Yeah, you can.
You cannot leave your pet on it. No, they talk about it here in the video.
if they reach
If
that
the ad
target,
gets too far away, it can bug out and snap back to you.
Oh, well, I guess on P server that wasn't a thing from the kill that I watched, but okay, good to know.
will essentially one hit them.
Yeah, it does hurt very, very much. Maybe if you're fully topped with a shield, you might be able to survive one hit off of them, but no, you can't do that. But you can knock them back every single time that you like hit them with a spell or anything auto attack, or your pets, which is very nice for hunters or frost. Well, anyone with a pet, you can set your pet on it and it'll just constantly knock it back. They will be knocked back a short amount. You can just keep spamming that, and that's what you need to do throughout the whole fight once it's on you. And they are bugged as well as hell. Like, if you manage to knock them out of the arena with your pet, they can come back into the arena just evading everything you do and then just come over and slap you.
Nice.
So it's
Sick.
they're a bit buggy. To
They're a
say
bit
the
bugged.
least. Yeah.
Love
Now,
the sound of
when
that.
these do initially spawn, the first few will always prioritize the range DPS, and then it
Okay.
seems to prioritize the healers, and then it will prioritize the melee DPS, and they will never switch target. Once they're on you, unless
Okay, how often does it happen? Dire Call. How often does it do Dire
you
Call?
use the
Same
range
tactic as
DPS.
thing,
Yeah.
right?
Come over and slap.
Every minute he does Dire Call. Okay.
Oh, that is fast. Okay.
And it's a 10-minute enrage on the fight. All right, that makes sense.
How much
So
health does the thingy have? The
I
little pink guy?
Doesn't
they said
matter.
unlimited, then you'll never kill it.
So it's
Oh.
they're a bit buggy. To
They're a
say
bit
the
bugged.
least. Yeah.
Wait,
Now,
so
when
how does it
these
work?
do-
I'm confused now.
Okay,
How does it
so
work?
You knock it back.
you just knock it
Oh.
back by hitting it. Yeah, anytime you hit it, it just knocks it away from you. So you ignore it until it's kind of close. You hit it a couple of times, get it far away, go back to whatever you're doing, and that's it.
But it's,
Okay,
it's
is
slow.
everyone going to
right,
have
so-
one on them by the end of the fight?
So it happens
we are
once a
slow,
minute,
yes.
and it's a 10-minute fight. Well, 10-minute is the enrage
Okay.
timer on the fight. So eventually. But you can only see your own. You cannot see anybody else's.
Doesn't matter if they like hit each other or anything, right?
No, because literally everyone else's are invisible to you. You can only see the one fixated to you. So all that matters is that you do not get hit.
who initially spawn,
By
the
your
first few will always prioritize the range DPS, and then it seems to prioritize the healers, and then it will prioritize the melee DPS.
So apparently, according to that, range DPS, then healers, then your melee. So basically, it's going to be really annoying if you get 6 minutes into the fight,
Your
because
melees
then
are getting
melee
focused.
DPS are going to get that. That's not ideal.
And they will never switch
Yeah, 'cause
target.
they
Once
can't
they're
go
on you,
melee
they're on
them
you.
to knock them back, right? They have to use some kind
They're going to
of
have to use
range
something else,
ability.
some kind of throw.
Well, I mean, what do we
yeah.
have as melee? We're going to have a Death
We have a
Knight.
rogue, a
and-
DK, and that's it, right?
Rogue has throw, right?
Yes, rogue has throw.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Rogue has
Rogue,
throw,
that
Death Knight. He's going to
DK
have Howling Blast.
Diseases or something, right?
He's going to
Howling
have Howling
Blast
Blast. He's
or
going to have
Death
Icy
Coil.
Touch. He's going to have Death Coil. He's going to have a
Yeah.
pet. Maybe he's going to have a billion ways to.
And then the
to figure
tanks
that
are
out.
last, so the boss will be dead by then. But do we have any other melee DPS? Is it just DK rogue? Is that it?
Potentially Warrior for Ty if he's on his. If he's.
I
Do we-
think he's
do we need to
tanking though,
two-tank
right?
this?
It's a 2-tank according. Well, apparently
They
there's
do
one tank
mention
chase with a
potential-
paladin, but
Yes,
okay. Okay.
but we might you might
Unless
need
you
more than
use
one paladin.
things that
Right.
completely reset
Because of
your
purity, right?
aggro, such as vanish.
Yeah.
This will
because
then cause
bubble
you to then go
slash
and target
bob
someone else.
slash
And if this
bop
does happen,
to get rid of the stats.
when it
right?
happened to us at least,
Well, you
the
can
other
just run
person
the
wasn't able to
double
see it.
thingy
So
then, right?
if you
Double
do
thingy
have
talent?
a mob on you, don't use any form of like feign death or vanish or
So you
anything
could bubble,
like that
bop,
because
bop,
yeah,
purity.
it's just going to kill the other person.
It does
Maybe,
eventually. It does seem anyway to eventually go back
It has 420 million health, by the way. So yeah, you're not killing it.
to you. So
Oh,
if
so
it is completely
that
out of the range,
seems very killable.
Oh, so light work.
So you want it to
So
vanish
light
on
work.
a DPS cooldown or something,
Understood.
you might be able to
Yeah,
get
my
away
bad, my
with it,
bad.
just
Yeah,
make
light
sure
work.
it's nowhere near anyone else. Like it's literally
That work, baby.
really far away. So yeah, that's something.
One thing for the tanks to note, when the die call does come in, you can have a triple puncture come in immediately afterwards, which is a lot of physical damage coming in very quick succession. So when this does happen, you want to make sure that you're using the cooldown. And ideally, for every die, best the boss will
So that's it, right? It's just kill all the ads at each door,
So you gotta make
hit
sure
your
it's
pink
like-
elephant, and be done. That's
Sounds
is
like
I
anything.
think the only
is-
mechanic is the dire call pink elephant. Is the only new mechanic.
and then obviously make sure none of the cast from the Venom Priest ever
people
goes
can get
off.
caught out by them, and it just requires
Yeah,
movement.
it's
Yeah,
obviously-
if the ads do,
obviously,
if the
yeah,
ads all do the
slots,
same shit, then
fusion puddles.
do their
Just-
first fusions. This tends to be when a dire call is coming in as well, which means you're already taking a 250.
Is the last
Tanks
phase
finish
different? Do
off
we
the
think?
little crap ads that spawn at these doors,
Not
but
from Dungeon
at
Journal.
this door, these
From what I
ads are
remember
really
watching this
quite
video.
vicious. These bloodlords, because they are charging around, and this dot really hurts. So really, you before you even think about going on Horodon, you need to get rid of all of these ads, because if it gets another charge out, there's a hell of a lot of healing that your healers really need to do. So really, these bloodlords need to die as soon as you got rid of all your venom priests and your fusions, and don't just go and whore on the boss or whatever. Just make sure that you do
Mal, you want to do me a really fast favor with a little calculator? Because I'm just really curious. Will you take 38 million divided by 3 minutes and 50 seconds so we can see what this guy's DPS is? Because they don't have DPS shown, they just show overall.
38 million?
38 million divided by 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Let's see what their DPS
3 minutes
is.
and 50 seconds, so that's 60, 120, 180, plus 50.
What do we got?
165.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, we're going to be alright. We're going to be alright.
Kill these bloodlords before moving on.
One thing to
Is
note
that the
about
top
the Ren
damage,
that the
or-
Bloodlords do.
An Ellie Shaman's top, but I'm sure he's just spamming the life out of Chain Lightning, so I didn't really want to count that. I just did the Rogue, who's in second.
Okay.
The Ellie is doing significantly more, but I'm sure the only button he's pressed
This
so far
is
is Chain Lightning.
after the very first gate, right? No, that's
Uh,
the second.
It's probably the second gate, because we're 4 minutes into the fight.
You can use immunities to get
I
rid
don't
of
remember
this,
what
and
our
it can
horde
also
numbers were.
be bopped off. So that's something to keep in mind. If the healing is tight and things are looking scary, make sure you remove it.
Alright, let me skip ahead to the
And
last
you have
phase.
the-
I feel like we got
But if you
this
when
part.
frost orbs do
This is footage. We used Bloodlust. We didn't use Bloodlust at this store on our kills. Okay.
storm, obviously
All into the blah 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 blah.
worry about them. You don't know that they cast if you're positioning one can tank them. They do it. You have to be
Keep
try
going.
and match,
Please, let me see the end.
and obviously that you're not.
These, of course, they do have their abilities still, such as Chain Light. But everyone should be dispelling these. And if it is on you, don't think, oh, I'll just do a little bit of damage. No, just stop. Look away. Don't do anything, because you will die really, really quickly. And just call out, I need a dispel. So mages or druids, anyone who can dispel this, make sure you do get on to dispelling this, because it is so important.
What ability was that?
I didn't catch.
Probably the venom thingy.
Really, really bad. And it tends, like, for people who are, like, multi-dotting and stuff, like, people have, like, insta-died, and I'm not sure if that's intended or if they've just managed to muck it up, but either way, these curses are
where's this?
horrible. These curses are
Oh, it's
really,
the
really
Amani
bad.
guys.
Everyone should be dispelling these. And
The Amani's cast.
You'll constantly keep trying to move around you. So as a tank, when you are tanking Horadon and the bear, you should constantly reposition yourself in such a way so that the bear is not hitting you in the back, and obviously that you're not positioning the boss to use his double swipe in the raid. And the DPS should look at focusing all the bears and the ads and everything that's on the other tank. As soon as that's dead, you should then try and kill the bear that's on the Horadon tank.
now, with killing the Chamois, of course, they do have their abilities still, such as Chain Lightning, but their Hex is awful. It's
Okay.
really, really...
Hex is what we're looking for. Got it. That's all we needed.
Yeah, I remember that being a little bit of a problem for us.
Write that down. Dispel Hex. It hurts. Got it.
face into the wall for the last time.
I think
There
it
aren't
was
any remainder
you need
ads.
a
At this point, you probably
decurse,
have one
not a
chamois
dispel, which is the
Yeah, that's
fun
right.
thing.
Decurse. So me and Cloon got it.
and one bear and chamois left, as well as some little crap ads. So at that point, you need to just really, really quickly finish them all off and try and move Horadon
Just
as
don't let him
close to
cast it,
Shalak
no?
as you possibly can for where he spawns. So
What'd you say?
Just don't let him cast it. No, is it kickable?
you
I
can
don't know.
start DPSing him immediately, because you need to kill him incredibly quickly, and this is why we recommend you say Bloodlust for it.
Now, Jalak's Cry, obviously on normal mode, it isn't really a big deal. I mean, you can completely ignore Jalak and just DPS Horadon. However, in Heroic, if his Cry goes off 4 times, because it does more and more damage every time he does it, if the 4th one goes off, or maybe the 5th one, it will one-shot you.
Alright, so raid CDs for Cry. Got it. Raid CDs for each Cry. 4 will wipe, increasing damage each cast. Okay.
So it's very, very important that you kill him before the 4th or the 5th one goes off. So therefore, that's why we use Bloodlust here. You can kill him without getting the 4th or 5th without Bloodlust. It's just with Bloodlust, you will do it every single time without fail, unless all your DPS are dead. So yeah, that's what you want to do, and nuke the living shit out of him. Now, one thing to note is that Horadon will still do his Dire Call at this point, and you will get a Cry and a Dire Call within very quick succession. And this is where you want to use your healing cooldowns, and it's usually on Jalak's second Cry. So as soon as he does his second,
Looks like Dire Call is a minute cooldown as well. Okay.
Can cry.
Yeah, that's what we
Almost
said. 10
immediately
dire
after.
calls every minute, right?
Oh,
once Pink Elephant.
I'm sorry. I meant to say the cry from what's his face.
Afterwards, you'll get a dire call. What you want to do, a nuke.
I don't know how long that
it's
is.
very, very important that you kill him. His cry goes off.
Bestial cry.
What's that one again?
That's from Jalak, the guy that spawns in the last phase.
Jalak's cry, obviously on normal mode, it isn't really a big deal. I mean, you can completely ignore Jalak and just DPS.
So there's his first one.
Oh, it's basically the same thing as dire call, but it doesn't summon a pink elephant.
However, in heroic, if his cry goes off 4 times, because it does more and more damage every time he does it, if the 4th one goes off, or maybe the 5th one, it will one-shot you. So it's very, very important that you kill him before the 4th or the 5th.
Oh, he's already casted the 3rd one. Alright, so you basically have to kill this guy in like under 30 seconds, it seems.
5th one goes off. So therefore, that's why we use Bloodlust here. You can kill him without getting the 4th or 5th without Bloodlust.
So he drops, everybody turns to him. So that
it's lust and slam. Yeah, because if you
DPS
look,
isn't
like,
really-
okay, he just spawned. Right? How far into the video are we? 14:51. 8 minutes and 22 seconds in.
a big deal.
He spawns.
You can completely ignore Jalak and just
He just cast his first one at 8:26.
DPS Oridon. However,
His
in
second
heroic,
one
if his cry goes off,
goes
4
off
times, because
at
it does more
8:31, so 5
damage every
seconds.
time he does it. If the 4th one goes off, or maybe the 5th one, it will
it's
one
cute,
shot
but
you.
it's not gone off yet.
So it's very, very important
Next bestial cry is about to be
that you
queued.
kill him before the 4th or the 5th one goes off. So therefore, that's why we use Bloodlust here. You can
Yeah, you basically have 45 seconds to kill this guy. But it looks like he spawns at 26 million HP, so like that's pretty chill, right?
Yeah. The
And kill
one thing
him
that's
without
worrisome is he spawns like at the back of the arena, and depending on where you are, he needs to run all the way to you. Is that time ticking, or?
Well, he did say if, like, I'm not going to go back, but if we went back, he does say pull Horde onto the center of the room where the guy spawns. I assume for that exact reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically when he's about to come down, like, we need to be in the center of the room already. Lust and blast. But yeah, 26 million is not very much, so we should be fine.
the 4th or 5th without Bloodlust. It's just with Bloodlust, you will do it every single time without fail, unless all your DPS are dead. So yeah, that's what you want to do, and nuke the living
So
shit
your
out of him.
DPS are
Now, one
retarded.
thing
Where's
to note
my
is that Oridon will still
non-PC
do
fat
his dire
boss?
call at this point, and you will get a cry and a dire call within very quick succession. And this is where you want to use your healing cooldowns, and it's usually on
This is crazy that they're 9 minutes into the fight, by the way.
Jalak's second
So it's
cry.
a
So as
3-minute
soon as he
fight
does
for
a
us?
second cry,
Probably.
almost immediately afterwards you'll get a dire call. And people need to be topped up for it. So this is where you want to use your healing tide totems, your tranquilities, your barriers, whatever you got, pretty much. And it's just all about
How
killing
long is the
Jalak as soon as
Horde
you
on?
possibly
And the rest of it is just single target
And,
blast, right? The
and
remainder of
then
this phase?
it's just dealing with the Horidon and Rage. At this point, tanks will start taking a ridiculous amount of damage.
Alright, cool. That's chill.
This is after the 4th door, though, right?
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah. So depending on what DPS looks like, we may or may not have the 4th door still up. Probably
Well,
not for
it'll
a kill, but we'll see.
Happen. Like, it doesn't, remember, phasing it does not stop the guys from
Yeah.
coming out.
Yeah. Well, we don't know if that's intended or not, but that is most certainly how it happened to us, yes.
That's definitely intended, I believe.
I feel like it is intended, yeah.
Okay.
Doors keep going. You have to deal with door.
Because he hasn't,
plus
it's not like he broke the
everything.
door. He hasn't broken it yet. That's what makes him stop, is because they break, not because a big guy gets involved.
Alright, makes sense. Alright. Oh no, not this guy. Who was the other guy?
Like fucking Jeremy Renner or something. Who was it?
Oh, oh no, this is Danger Dolan. Shit.
Some like is like Gerbil. He's a Gerbil. What is his name?
Oh, shit, you're right. It's something like that.
Open up your history
Yeah, literally open
on a
this.
side window. For reasons.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, I meant his like YouTube history. He should be in his YouTube history.
Oh, that too. That might be safer.
Found him.
Unless he's watching that educational butthole bleaching.
Sometimes.
The educational
Oh,
jelking
streaming,
videos.
buddy.
Yeah, they're educational. They're on YouTube. You
Council.
can watch
Just
enough of
just a
Yelping videos.
chill 48-minute guide.
This guy's lost his mind.
I love. Hold on. How long are these? Lei Shen is 58 minutes. New target for me, guys. I have to go an hour and a half on my Lei Shen guide. That's it. Buckle
You're
up.
fucking-
You
you're
better get
banned
popcorn
from
and
video.
watch it in
You're
a
gonna
movie
have to-
theater.
You're gonna have to script that, otherwise you will go for an hour.
Oh
If
man,
you just
this
say
is awesome.
record and go, you're gonna go for an hour, and it's gonna be all over the place in the order of mechanics.
Jesus.
And then he does this, and then we could do this, or maybe this. And then,
Alright,
And
we're
then
gonna-
at 58 minutes
shut
into
up,
the video,
man.
oh yeah, tank mechanics.
We're gonna start with the
Shut up.
3-minute version, and we're gonna go from there.
Strats for all T15 heroic encounters. Refer to the links below this video for the normal or LFR guides. New mechanics. Each boss gains one additional ability when empowered, and like those pink dinosaurs in the heroic Horodon encounter, they're mostly there to confuse and distract you from the other mechanics. First off, every time a new boss gets empowered, one of your random players will get a debuff called Soul Fragment. For every 5 seconds you hold this debuff, you'll take 2% more damage from all
Is anybody else distracted by the dancing troll, or is that just me?
mechanics until the fight is
No, because I'm
over.
not actually looking at your
You
screen
can
for this
pass the
part.
fragment to another player at any time by clicking the shiny button in the center of your screen when it appears. This means you should only accumulate like 2 stacks of the damage taken debuff, and hopefully by the end of the fight, everyone but the tanks will have 15 to 20 stacks maximum. When Malak gets empowered and he does the Frostbite Circle ability that people have to stand in to reduce debuff stacks, after 8 seconds of helping another player reduce their stacks by standing in it,
Oh,
you
that's
get a
right. You
debuff
get like
prevents
that.
you from helping them.
What they call it, frostbite or whatever. You get something,
Yep.
or like
Yeah.
cold soul, cold heart, or whatever, and then you have to switch people
Yeah,
who
once
suck it,
you've
right?
helped your friend, you lose body heat by helping your friend.
That's what it is. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
He gets chilly. You get chilly.
Well, your friend's really cold, so you give him a hug
2
to
stacks
help warm him
Yeah,
up.
and then
but
you get chilly.
Then you get chilly, so you need other friends to help as well.
Makes sense.
Just like real life.
Oh yeah, body heat. When a player is hit by an ally's frostbite, they begin to lose heat over 8 seconds. Once body heat expires, you can't help. Okay.
But how long is the frost boot? So
That
frostbite is
that it
30
doesn't
seconds.
that it doesn't say when this debuff falls off.
How long would it do? I presume
But from
like
what I've seen, footage-wise, this isn't a big deal, and you can easily heal through the damage that player takes. But it is helpful if you see someone has frostbite and you reduce their damage for those 8 seconds. It's up to you. When Kazujin gets empowered, he now
Okay.
does that overload ability after every single roll attack. He will, however, only take 10% of damage taken during this, down from 50%. Once again,
Oh, that's important. You catch that?
Yeah.
not
He doesn't
difficult
beat
to
your ass
detect.
as
The
hard
sand
on
traps
heroic.
Yeah.
that Saul puts down can now combine with each other to form super
Yeah.
big sand traps that spawn super powerful sand ants. All this
What's
means
this
is
guy
that it's
doing here?
imperative no players are standing in or near sand traps at any time for any reason, or the super powerful sand ad will destroy your raid. Finally, when Marley gets empowered, she spawns 2 shadow ads.
Please stop talking.
you.
2. Alright, gonna mute this, and then we're just gonna fly, see what they're doing visually here. Is that only 2 of them stacked together? And then
Yes,
Rolly,
it's-
2 Rolly Boy,
Okay,
and then the
Frost
other
King-
guy stacked apart, like we saw
yeah,
before.
same thing we did on normal.
So it's dodge the roll, kill the ad, kill the fixate spirit.
Here's the question: is do they go back to the beginning? I want to see if they're focusing Frost King or if they're focusing Soul, the Sandcrawler dude.
Okay. I see everybody on the
Power
Sandcrawler.
is Frost King first. That's same. Yeah.
I assume it's gonna be the same order.
They're
The order
definitely
is static, I'm fairly sure.
they're definitely smacking the shit out of Zool there. Do they have? Oh, they do have boss rooms down there. Perfect.
What? Where? Am I? Oh, I see
Bottom
it.
left.
Okay, bottom left. I see it.
So the
He's already at
Frost King-
71%. Okay.
yeah, Frost King Needs
So
to get
you've
75 before he gets to 100 energy.
Yeah, and he's only at 31 now. He's at 92, but this guy's already at 71. So they're for sure blasting Sandboy.
Oh, 100%. They're blasting him hard.
Ooh, say it again.
Hard.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hey, you.
Okay, there's the Loa they just killed. Yeah.
How far into the fight are we? Does he have a timer somewhere? Or this UI is cooked.
It's not a bad UI, but
No, it's just...
It's just
It's not my UI. It's not my exact UI. I don't know where things are.
Yeah, I don't see any
Okay.
fight length.
I was just trying to get a rough estimate on energy because it's at 57, right? So
It's probably a very consistent.
this guy has 579 days of playtime. Just tossing that out there.
It's a bit.
It's almost as much as me.
It's because addicted.
Okay, yeah. So you still have to do the same thing. Kill the Loas each time they spawn. That's chill.
And then look, he's getting close to 100. Maybe they're swapping here too.
Yeah, they probably finish this ad.
Yeah,
and-
right as he hits 100.
Yeah,
he
so
hits
it's exactly
74.
what you thought. You want to milk it. The millisecond it hits 100 energy, you just want to push it, and not a second before. Because now they have the most time to kill Soul before they have to break. What is it? Kazurjin is next, so...
And they got Soul sub 50. That's a good sign that they potentially could kill Soul before.
Well, that was with Lust, but maybe, yeah.
Yeah, good point. Good less than opener cooldowns and all that. So
Oh, it's High Priestess. Was that the order we saw?
no,
High Priestess is gaining energy now.
I don't think that was. I think it was Soul King was
It's-
always Frost King was always first.
It's
but the
Frost
second
Guy,
was-
Roly Poly,
Yeah.
Girl.
In this
Man,
video,
that's
they've got
awesome.
High Priestess right
Yeah,
next.
Vice Priest is second. Yeah.
Did he not talk about the Roly Poly guy?
It's
the
not
empowered.
talking about... Look at the energy bar. The empowered person is High Priestess.
Yeah. And then you just literally bring her over and have a giant cleave fest.
But let's see... So she's at half energy at 84%, and they've got him to
Is
30.
he lagging?
Me? Am I lagging?
Yep,
Nope.
you're back now.
Oh, I'm back. Okay, hello.
No, Mal was gone. Mal was gone.
Oh, it was me? Oh, okay.
I was to say, wait a second. What? Okay, so they've got Soul sub 25%, and they still have 25 energy to go on High Priestess. But they did just push her. She just hit 75. So they could have milked this a little bit better, but not the end of the world.
Is their gear like strong? Like I know it's multi-target, but I feel like 200k sustained is kind of high, you know?
I don't know. I'm seeing a mage at 145k, a rat paladin at 150, a shadow priest at 160.
I assume these videos from these guys are not week 1 kills of these bosses.
Yes. I agree.
So
But also, like,
They're
a
gonna
warrior with
have-
constant sweeping strikes, 190 does not surprise me. A chicken always cleaving, 190 does not surprise me. Multi-dot machine gun Eclipse Boy. Okay, so High Priestess just hit 100. There you go, and it just ended.
at
Boom,
20.
done. They pushed. Zol's at 20. Soul, however you say it. So yeah, then they're able to finish
Nah,
him. Kazurjin was third. Interesting. So
But
it's a
they're
different
probably
order than
gonna
what we
ignore him.
got.
Well, you can't completely ignore him because you have to still do a 25% of his health, right?
mhm.
Now, is it? Do we know? Is it 25% from when he gets empowered?
From when he gets
Yes.
empowered, yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. That's what I want to know.
Otherwise, that would be like
Yeah. Just
Probably
leave everything at
eights in
76
some
or something. So they're probably gonna be able to kill Soul before it even gets empowered, which is, I assume, the exact thing you have to do.
yeah, he kills Soul, and then now you switch to Kazurjin.
And you
just
full
follow the
single
power.
target. Because then it's only a 10% reflect instead of 50, like it is on normal.
Mhm.
So it's a 10% reflect, so it's kind of chill to just go crazy.
Is it only 10%?
That's what it said,
Yeah.
yeah. On heroic, it switches to 10% reflect.
Wow, that is nothing.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Okay.
a boss where normal is
40%,
unironically harder
40%
than
on
heroic.
normal.
Yeah.
It's legit. It's harder on normal.
It's harder on normal.
Yeah, it's
Now,
one of those bosses.
the more you know. Okay. All right, and so then boom, Soul's dead before it even gets empowered. Chill. That's easy. And they're 3.5 minutes into the fight.
For funzy, see if you could find another kill video. I want to see if the order's the same.
What's the name of this boss? Heroic Council of the
Council of
Elders. 12 years ago, LA Shaman. There you go. Yep, this will work. 8 minutes and 25 seconds. Let's see what the order is. A boss frame somewhere. Aha, up here.
Top leftish, yeah.
I can't read that, but
Back up?
I probably went too far ahead, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Just hit that 2x speed or something.
2x speed. 2.5. Fast. There we go. Bang.
Faster.
Bro, can you read that? I can't read that. Okay, so it's Frost King first. Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're blasting Soul, by the way. He's already at 50% HP.
Oh my god, they're okay, this is down. This is not first kill. They're like, look at the energy. They're gonna kill Soul before the empower's done.
Look at their openers.
Yeah,
They're
Venusaur is doing fucking 370k DPS, man. This is like week
Venusaur?
9.
Let's go,
Yeah.
Venusaur.
This is like week 50 of ToT.
All right, they're blasting though. Sorry, all we care about is the order, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
High Priestess
same.
is next. All right.
Okay then.
Hashtag PTR is borked.
That's well,
What?
it's not definite proof that it's
Yeah,
the
it's
same order, but that's
2 for 2. Good enough
that's,
for me.
What do you mean PTR is borked?
Well, on the private server, we were always getting.
Yeah, it's because it's
Kazration
normal.
second.
That's how it works on normal.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
more reason that normal's harder.
50% reflect
That
always
fucking
empowers second.
Jokered? What the hell is he doing there?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's. Yep.
Why is he there? Hey.
All right, cool. Chill. That boss is easy as fuck on Heroic, apparently. All good. Next boss. Oh, Turtle Boy. Let's go. Oh, this one's only 20 minutes. All right, that's chill. All right, I guess we'll unmute it.
To allow your healers,
Ah!
in terms of number of attempts,
Look at the bodies. I want the ability to turn this back on, by the way. This is
I
awesome.
know, dude. I'm so sad
This
they
is
took
awesome.
it out.
Being able to screenshot something at the end of a GBid is, this would be fun. Just all the bodies on Amber Shaper. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, we
this
got it back.
one actually took fewer than G-Kun for us. Under 30 attempts to get this fight down on Heroic.
Hopefully we can do the same. Sub 30. You guys think we can do that?
So if you're looking
Fucking
for
hope
a
so.
second or a third counter to try out for your raid, I would recommend this one highly. The roles really focus mostly on tanks, healers, and your...
Oh, we're fucked. It's a tank fight. GG's.
Ah, goddamn it.
Scrap the guild.
Those
We're
guys
done.
stink.
We're done for. Tanks. I heard Guru call for an external the first time in my life last night. We're fucking we're cooked. Also, double cooked. This Mistweaver is channeling Green Beam. Here we go.
ranged DPS. Those are really the ones that have to be the strongest in this.
Look at him. Look at him green beaming. Look at this guy go.
So if you have strong heals and strong tanks, for example,
I think at the
this
time,
is a good
the
fight.
build you played
Or
on
strong
Mistweaver
heals,
was
strong
literally a
range
fucking
DPS,
chi torpedo build.
strong
I
tanks,
think that
strong
was
range.
the real deal.
He is running chi torpedoes right there.
Chi Portito?
Chi Portito. That's my nephew's name.
Whatever
Pokémon
it
dos.
is. Any combination of those.
Chi Torpedo is
will help
fucking
you out a
goated
lot
ability.
in this
Love that spell.
So as for
Okay,
the
a lot of
difficulty
bats.
from heroic to normal, there are some tactical changes that need to be made with the addition of one heroic ability,
Bro, this guy could talk me to sleep. He's so soothing.
as well as things get ramped up.
This
And
okay,
so
you need to
that
throw
was
this on
what
1.5 or something. This guy's
Yeah. All right.
Bro went to the
1.75.
fucking pause school
dramatically
of
alter how
learning
you
how to
learn. But
public
overall, it's
speak.
basically the same as normal, just more. of
Bro,
everything.
dude, no, we're just all
Now he's talking
dopamine.
like a regular human.
We're all dopamine addicted idiots, man. We need everything to be fast as fuck.
No, man, this guy's
Can you
literally
load
just
up Subway
pauses
Surfer on
for like
Discussion?
5 seconds after everything he
Do you guys,
says. Like,
you guys want
get
Subway
it on,
Surfers in the
get-
corner too? Like,
Get it
you need to-
fucking moving, pal.
You guys need Subway
That's just
Surfers? Hold
ass
on.
at speaking because he's just like, I think I'll pause
No,
here
I'm
for 50
joking.
seconds.
Hold on. Here, let's try to make sure that you guys can focus.
Can you put on breakcore, please?
perfect.
As well as the changes on heroic.
Keep you guys locked in.
The fuck
for rate
profile
composition, free
picture
tank stuff.
just joined.
For tanks, you can use 1 or 2 tanks. If you use a 1 tank method,
What?
and also
Oh
directly
wait,
engage
no,
all the
sorry.
bats
I
and the
looked
boss
over
with
and
the
I
tank,
saw fucking.
then
Is
you're
that
absolutely
Mr.
going to
Incredible in a
need
Viking
and
helmet?
road
I thought
for
that's
misdirection
okay.
and trick
I thought that was someone that
because
just
getting
joined.
that aggro on a tank without those tools
It's
is
like,
very
what the
difficult.
fuck
They
am I
can't
looking
melee
at,
range of
man?
Tortos. So if you
That's
single phase it
heinous.
and kill everything,
It's
Like,
from a
shit.
weird ass
uh,
video.
then you'll need some sort of misdirect ability. In addition,
All right, guys, I put on Subway Surfers. Let's lock back in. All right, I need everyone's
Oh my
attention.
fucking god, you two.
Everybody's attention back onto the guide, please. Let's lock in.
Can you put a monkey video on the bottom right?
Only one video right now, so you guys can prove.
Can you put
That
a
you're
bird
reliable.
eating
Well,
seeds
social
video in
protection
the
is
top
very
right?
you want a gem and trinket, all that stuff for stamina, because
What's
that tank
different
needs to
on
maintain a
heroic
health
on
level
this fight?
above 550,000
We're trying to
as
find
much as
out.
possible.
Yeah, so we're learning that right now.
And on heroic, this can be very tricky to do.
How were the first 3 on
Really
heroic?
important that they have high stamina.
Council is for sure easier, XD. So, first
No
boss,
joke, it's one of
you
those
just
fights that it's harder or normal.
first boss you dodge more. Second boss, a pink elephant is trying to touch your butt at all times, and you must touch its butt in order for your butt to not be touched.
I remember the hunter was always in charge of the butt touching. I remember that now.
Well, unfortunately,
asked
you
me-
misremembered.
You can
because,
only touch your own butt.
It's
yeah,
your own. It's your own. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm remembering that now.
There you
You
go.
could have asked me and let me think for 8 hours what the heroic mechanic was. Never could tell you. And then I instantly remember the pink dino. So
Yeah.
There's the flame shock it on cooldown.
Yep. Yeah. So it's just pink dino's the only added mechanic. The rest is whatever.
Level. For this reason,
Yeah, and then council, it's got the 50% damage reflect after the dude rolls. And heroic,
Yeah.
it's only 10% XD.
What?
Yeah, I mean, make it make sense. And also, he gets
All right.
empowered third instead of second, so it's even easier.
All right, click my frame, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going crazy with it right now. And that's it. Now you're caught up to speed.
knights are really good at it. Paladin tanks, perhaps, whereas something like a monk tank generally is going to have lower health, so you just might want to be careful of that. Other than that, you can also use 2 tanks and just straight up tank the boss with one and the bats with the other, and that's pretty standard for normal difficulty. But then there's another option, and this is sort of back to a 1 tank method, except you use a second tank spec monk as your off tank, and that's what we're doing here. In this case, your monk tank does not actually tank the bats; they kite instead. So if you watch, you can see that our monk
Might be
tank
the
is running around
worst
the room,
UI I've ever
throwing his
seen.
kegs, which he can do pretty much infinitely, and slowing the bats, and then you just kite around, picking up new sets and keeping them in a tight pack. Now, of
Wait, did they
course,
say the strat they're using is just perma kiting the bats?
Yes, that is one of the strats.
That seems bad, right?
sounds
There's
like
no way we
hell.
need to do that.
It sounds like hell.
I don't think we need to do that.
Okay,
It's like,
cool.
That sounds like the
main
worst
advantage is
thing
that in terms
ever
of survival
made.
and
You
healing
could then
required,
ignore
things
the
are a
ads,
lot
the
easier
bats
this way.
completely.
If you have a solid monk that can do the kiting,
But then,
then the
if
bats
something
are
goes wrong,
basically negligible.
your tank's instantly
And they
dead.
only
And you
have
got
damage
Yeah,
on
it's
battles.
fucking.
Yeah.
It's
So you
fucking.
don't-
What's his
also
name?
you-
Maloriak again.
Will and the
Oh,
Emperor? Oh, yeah, that
No,
too.
Maloriak, where the
Here,
one guy
easily
just
monk.
fucking
So
runs
even if you
around,
don't have your monk
and if he
tank,
dies, you're
it's capable
fucked.
of starting
Yep.
your master and getting their stamina at a
It
decent level.
stinks.
Since they're not going to directly take any melee hits, they just need enough health to
That's
survive.
the strat you use
and
if you
roll
want to
damage
use
in
the
fight.
stink
And if they get
strat.
kiting, then they can handle that role anyway. So it could be a healer or
Yeah,
a
we're
DPS
just gonna
monk
kill
that
this.
specs
Okay,
for this
cool.
role specifically.
Yeah.
As long as you have the
Yeah,
solo
yeah,
tank
five
and
sure.
Protoss. So those are your 3 options pretty much for tanking. And then healing is pretty standard, 2 or 3 healers. I think 2 is plenty on this fight, especially if you have any solid healing going on. So we're using myself as a monk healer and our holy paladin, which is pretty common for us. And we'll talk more about how you manage healing in that later section. But for now, I recommend 2 healers, especially if you're using the monk kite method for the bats. So the main change on heroic is the addition of humming crystals, which are located around the outside.
Can I just say, for a video made 47 years ago, the audio quality is not bad.
You can see one on the top there.
Get a rock band
And
mic.
throughout the encounter, anyone who
Yeah.
attacks a humming crystal, he or she will gain a debuff called Crystal Shell. Now this debuff is 60 seconds.
What? This guy has 2 sets of boss timers. And they're different.
So do you.
No, I don't. Who are you?
Dude, don't you?
I don't. I
Do
don't.
you use bigwigs or DVM?
Neither. I just use Foji. That's it. Exclusively. Yeah.
And it's kind of a cool mechanic. The way it
That's
works is as soon
crazy.
as you apply Crystal Shell to yourself, you will gain the debuff, and this will give you an absorb equal to 15% of your total health. So for me at 500,000 health, I gain absorb about 75,000 as soon as I attack it. Now, from that point forward, while Crystal Shell is active, any healing that a player receives will not be applied to their actual health level, but instead, the healing will be absorbed by the Crystal Shell effect, increasing the absorb value of that Crystal Shell up to a maximum of 75% of the player's total health. So, of course, what this means is invariably, once you apply Crystal Shell to yourself...
Invariably. This guy's a doctorate. He went to Harvard for sure.
...and attack the Humming Crystal, your health level
What's
is then
even
locked in
mean,
place
man?
at whatever it was at the time you
I
applied
don't
it.
know. The words are
So
too
if
big
you
for my
lose
small
25%
brain.
health and you attack a Humming Crystal,
Invariably?
you're not gonna be able to get
That's
healed
not even
above
that big of a
25%
word.
of the remaining health. So you can receive heals to increase the absorb of Crystal Shell up to 75% of your health, of your total health, but you will not gain any extra healing until Crystal Shell is gone at some point in the fight. And then, without the debuff active on you, healing will actually go back to increasing your health level. So, it's kind of a cool mechanic, and it's necessary to handle some of the damage in this fight, namely Quake Stomp. So let's talk a little bit about how that... So just like normal, Quake Stomp does a lot of physical damage to the entire raid and does a brief stun, as well as increases the rockfall frequency for about 8 seconds afterward. However, on Heroic, Quake Stomp does 100% of the player's maximum health and physical damage to them. So, obviously, this is the primary reason that the Humming Crystal and Crystal Shell mechanics exist on Heroic. You need to mitigate some of the Quake Stomp damage, as well as other miscellaneous damage throughout the fight, by utilizing Crystal Shell absorbs.
How do you get the absorb?
You hit the crystal.
Oh, you just click it. Or hit it.
Well, you hit it.
You hit it. Okay.
And then if you do that properly, you won't take exactly 100% of your health from the Quake Stomp hit and die instantly. So, this...
Oh, so you hit it and you basically turn all healing into a spirit shell, right?
Pretty much. Yep.
Okay.
However,
How do you
I
you
don't know if
hit
he's
it?
going to mention it. You just attack it. That's it.
Yeah, see, it's got a health bar on the
Okay.
right side of the screen. You just hit it.
Poke it with something, and you're done.
I gotta run
I don't
over
know
there?
if he's going to mention
Yes.
it. You don't
Or
want to
throw
poke
something
it
at it.
at 100% health. Ideally, you poke it at like 99% or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Because if you're at 100% health, smart heals won't target you.
Good to know.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
The main focus
Yeah.
of applying Crystal Shell.
So you want to take a little bit of damage, then click it, or not click it,
Yes.
hit it with any ability so you can apply the buff to yourself, and then healers can spirit shell you.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
You want to
That makes
get
sense.
them applied with enough time before Quake Stomp occurs to allow your healers to heal around the raid, increasing the absorb value on Crystal Shell for everyone as close
Like
to or
Malkorok.
at the maximum capacity before Quake Stomp occurs.
Not there
Quake
yet.
Stomp will
Spoilers.
Take away, potentially, 75%
Spoilers.
of Crystal Shell
That's
and
awesome.
less than 25% of
Wait,
the
is Malkorok the guy I'm
taking
thinking of?
in theory, at 75%
The guy in
actual health after
Siege?
Quake Stomp occurs. And this is
Yeah,
where
the
before
healer
the reductions
boss?
of extra absorbs, mitigations, and
Yeah,
anything like
we're not
that. So
there
it's
yet,
a huge
dude.
amount of stability.
Yeah, well,
for
they're
players.
we're fighting him right now in this
Alright, so
video. It's the
main
No,
same
we're fucking-
mechanic.
he's not
Obviously, one of the most important
real.
things
He's
to
not
practice in
real
this
yet.
fight. And once you get that down, everything else pretty much falls into place. So the first thing to
I don't know
be
which
aware of
Malka
is
who?
when you should apply Crystal Shell to yourself.
I was making
So
up
Malka
bosses,
what?
I guess.
must
Blizzard
manage
will
the
probably
point
steal
at
that
which
idea
you
from
use
me.
by attacking the crystal. No one else can do
Probably.
it for them. So, as I mentioned before, when you get heals while Crystal Shell is active, it does not actually heal your current health level. It's just applied to the absorb. So, generally speaking, you're going to want to be at or near full health every time.
Okay, yeah, we get it. Move on.
8 seconds or so frequent rockfall. So, leading up to that
How
point,
does
you
he
should
know
have about
how
full
much health
plus
his teammates
75%
have?
absorb, if we were doing everything right. So, the Quick Stomp would take
Intuition.
Their shield settle down, then they can apply Humming Crystal again. So, there, right there is a good example. I wait for a while.
What are
um,
those
and after I
cooldowns
know that I'm full
above
health and
it?
I'm not gonna
That
get
is
knocked below that anytime
terrible.
soon,
It's 2010. Give him a break.
just quickly zap the Humming
I
Crystal.
don't care.
apply my
It's-
shell,
Autism
and
was
slowly
equally
heal
rampant
myself back
back
up
then.
before the next Quake Stomp.
Undiagnosed,
That's the
maybe.
basic pattern. And if everyone follows that precisely, things are very easy to really handle. You can just slowly heal everyone up evenly. This is a great way to be efficient about your healing, since it's really hard to do overhealing when you're
Buffs
healing
on the
people up
right
to full
as
health,
well.
and then
It's
you're also healing another 75% of their
illegal.
health to build up that crystal shell. Now, your healers should be aware that there is a buff that players will gain that indicates when they have the maximum 75% absorb built up. So you might want to add that to your grid or your voodoo, whatever your unit frame is for healing. So crystal shell management for tanks is worth mentioning on these.
Next.
And then also your healers. focus on
Okay.
healers that,
He mentions tanks. He's like, fuck off.
Okay,
it
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
matter.
really good fight every
Only
8
two
seconds.
guys in the
The
raid
main
need to
attacks,
know
of course,
about that mechanic.
and just regular melee hits, in addition to miscellaneous
Unless it
damage,
blows
like
me
rockfall
up.
and all that.
That's all that
The main
matters.
attacks, of course, are
Sorry,
melee
Mal.
hits every 2
It's
seconds,
just,
and
it's
attack
natural.
every 8 seconds, I believe it is. So your Torto's tank needs to be really
Alright,
good at
I'm gonna switch pieces
reapplying
to Durga.
crystal shell if they lose it when those two abilities are on cooldown. So perhaps shortly after getting Snapping Bite, that tank waits to be healed up to full, and then after a melee hit, if that melee hit missed them or they mitigated most of the damage, then he or she quickly attacks the Humming Crystal near them, gets the shield going, and then healers hopefully can build that up to actually keep the absorb going from that point forward and not have it instantly removed. So that's the main goal. is to allow your tanks, especially your Tortoise tank, to keep that shell active at all times. So this is a combination, again, of the tank managing the timing properly so that they don't get the absorb when they're at 50% health or something. And then also your healers focusing on the tank so that that player doesn't dip below losing their crystal shell when they shouldn't be. So the way that we handled this pretty much is we had our paladin tank on Tortoise, and he would early on time getting that humming crystal attacked after a snapping bite and between melee hits, so he was full health. He got the absorb, and then the healers were pretty much spending all their time when they weren't healing the raid with efficient raid heals, just directly healing the tank. Or at least I was. And I think we had Beacon from our Holy Paladin on that tank as well.
Melee hit, then
So by doing this, most of the fight, we're able to keep the crystal shell active on that tank.
Yeah.
And then on the few occasions where it drops, perhaps he doesn't have a big enough cooldown for snapping bite or quick stomp, then again he just times it to be after snapping bite and in between melee hits to reapply. But keeping those buffs on the tank is vital. And this of course goes for the bat tank as well if you actually are directly tanking bats, because otherwise the bats will tend to push that player below 550,000 and then start draining life and killing them very rapidly. So beware of both of those things.
Good to know.
So for heroic, the
World Turtle. All right. This is what everybody actually needs to know.
Pretty much the same they do on normal. So you won't have to change much of your strategy to deal with these. However, on normal, you can often ignore these moving around frequently, hitting raid members, all that stuff. Whereas on heroic, it's a significant amount of damage that you need to deal to them to get them down in time. And you also have to be careful that they don't do extra damage to raid members, because you can't really afford to get hit a lot by miscellaneous stuff when Quake Stomp is coming up and you have to get your crystal shell active and all that. So the best thing you can do to help yourself deal with World Turtles that we found is to utilize slows, snares, all that stuff. So if you have a hunter, placing a frost trap right underneath Tortoise's face where the shells come out is going to help you a great deal. If you don't have that, then any other form of AE snare will be useful. So we have our rogue doing Phantom Knives snare. We have our mage who's Frostspect, so he's got Frostbolt snares. Our Bounce Druid has snare from her Fairy Fire, or Swarm, whatever it's called in the snare version. So anything that you have that can help you slow the mobs when they come out especially will allow your ranged DPS to focus more on doing actual damage rather than dodging the turtles all the time. But that said, you probably don't want to have your melee DPS worry about the World Turtles. It, of course, depends a little bit on your raid composition. But even for melee heavy,
this is a firefight for sure.
3 range DPS and 3 melee DPS. We did not need our melee to attack the World Turtles. In this case, our ranged pretty much spent most of their time attacking the World Turtles, and our melee did most of the damage to the boss. But that's fine. You do damage wherever it's necessary, and in that case, that's just how it happens. So for the most part, you're going to want your ranged to focus primarily on handling World Turtles. You can use these, of course, to debuff the new sets of World Turtles as they come out by kicking them just at the right time. So our Balance Druid was in charge of kicking for heroic, and you can see she would kick one there through the shells as they're coming out. So in addition to debuffing Tortoise for the melee DPS, it also, of course, debuffs the Whirls and helps them DPS.
That makes sense. So new set of turtles comes out, and you insta-kick an existing turtle to amp the damage on the new turtle spawns, right? That's
Is that
true.
what he's saying? Okay, that's pretty
So,
Yeah.
Again, mechanically, not much different from normal. It's just
You can also
more
amp the
important that
bats
you
if you
manage these,
kill 'em.
especially slow them. Otherwise, they're going to move really fast, do a lot of potential extra damage, and just mostly lose a lot of DPS time for your range that have to dodge them all the time. So that helps a lot. Your monk tank that's kiting, if you're using the kite method, can also throw kegs on them, especially as they come out, if he or she has extra time to do that. And that's another good slow that you can do. Or if you're just using a monk tank on Tortoise, that's a great thing to do to help people out there. So the final thing to really discuss is when you should actually focus on Tortoise at the end of the fight. So as you may recall from normal,
I just
about
realized this
10%
guy's
health,
green
Tortoise sort
beaming
of gets
full
enraged
time.
and begins to
full
spawn
time.
World Turtles at a much faster rate than has been happening in the fight up to that point. Such that World Turtles are no longer worth killing. They just keep spawning so rapidly that you're sort of forced into a soft enrage by ignoring them.
Okay, so sub 30% you ignore turtles.
And killing Tortoise before the World Turtles just take over the room. So the way that we decided to handle this was after 30% health on Tortoise, we would use Bloodlust, all our DPS cooldowns, and the ranged DPS would finish off the existing set of World Turtles. Whatever they happen to be at the time, we would kill those. And then the next set that would occur, which would be around the 20% mark, we would ignore from that point forward. So all future World Turtles are ignored after that 30% set is killed. And this allowed us to finish off Tortoise without too much trouble, even though you can see here we have people dying. But still, I mean, it's not a lot of damage to do in that period with Bloodlust and all that stuff. So the really focus here is to just ignore the World Turtles and burn Tortoise down. And, if you just spend most of your time dodging them, as ranged especially, try not to get too close to the melee.
Fucking turtles, holy
shit.
shit.
Holy.
Trouble once you get to this point, as long as you've got everyone alive and you've burned up to that point. So, that's really everything. It's not all that complicated. Like I said, it's a pretty easy fight for this boss, or this zone rather. So I encourage you to check it out. Practice on the crystal shell management. Make sure your tanks.
There we go. Easy. Next boss. All right, TLDR. Slap turtles with range. Make sure slows turtles into new turtles into boss. Melee is always blasting the big turtle. Hit shell or hit crystal to give spirit shell. Have spirit shell for big booms. Is that it? Kill bats.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, cool. Easy. Next.
Being boosted in damage on Heroic Report. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Games to here. Today we're looking at the Heroic Weakaura fight on Throne of Thunder, or in Throne of Thunder even. And this fight is a fair difficulty jump from normal. The main challenge is, in addition to everything.
All right,
we
I feel like I have everybody's
damage,
attention. We're going to go ahead and close
there's also
the
addition of
picture in
one new
picture.
head type, which is the arcane head. We'll talk about its specific abilities in a moment. But now you have 4 different heads: the green, blue, fire, and purple, or arcane. The other main challenge in this encounter on heroic is that because the abilities all ramp up, of course, your strategy is almost invariably locked into one specific head order that is considered the standard. You can't really deviate from this because of the way the green head handles the poison bolts, basically. I'll talk about that in more detail in a moment. The only real option you have in terms of strategy change is basically the tanks, and therefore the positioning that you use throughout the raid. And so I'll mention a few different strategies that you can use to handle this, and of course talk about the one that we end up settling on that you see here in the video. So let's just get started talking about the purple head. So the addition of the arcane or purple head on heroic acts very similar to the other heads throughout the fight. So just like normal, you only have to deal with 2 heads at any given time. But of course, with the addition of a purple head, it changes the order and dynamics a little bit. So you'll get purple as your 4th head, all the way in the left cubby, which normally is empty throughout the normal difficulty. And this head has normal melee attacks if you get melee range, a breath attack, which deals the standard 165,000 damage per tick. As a quick aside, though, we found from logs something that was quite interesting, that the breath attacks last for 3 seconds and are supposed to deal damage every second. But the green, blue, and purple heads actually do 4 ticks over 3 seconds, so slightly faster than once a second. The red head, however, behaves itself and does 3 ticks over 3 seconds. So just keep that in mind. It's a slight bit more spike damage on your tanks from the non-red heads.
There you go, Mel. Write that down.
Anyway, so the purple head's breath, in addition to the damage, the stacking debuff that it does is called diffusion. And this basically reduces healing on the tank by 10% per stack, but this healing is then redistributed to any player within 10 yards of that tank. So you don't lose the effective healing if someone else is within range to take it over. Because it's only 10% per stack, it's almost negligible, and the purple head is one of the easier heads to deal with in combination with anything else. Because of that, it's very minor. The only thing easier is the frost one, of course, which doesn't really do anything extra as long as you don't get frozen. So the final new addition from the purple head, its special ability used on the raid, is the new adds that you probably see swimming around there, the nether worms. So when another tear is cast by the arcane head, and this only occurs when it's in the concealing fog, just like the other special abilities, this will spawn a set of 3 nether worms. Now these don't spawn right away; they instead spawn about 2 seconds apart, one at a time. So that alone makes it a little bit annoying to deal with them. But they basically have 2 abilities. They will cast Nether Spike, which is an interruptible nuke that does arcane damage to a random enemy, and they cast very frequently this ability. And then they also use Suppression much less frequently. This is a channeled ability that lasts 15 seconds and stuns a random player. It does not seem to target tanks, however, but anyone else is valid. And this stun, while it's channeled, can be dispelled with Magic Dispel. So it's sort of, well, if it's not interrupted through normal means, it forces your dispellers or healers to choose between Cinder Dispels and Diffusion, Suppression.
Oh, okay. So you have to just dispel a stun, right? Is that it?
Dispels. So we'll talk about some of the strategy options for worms in that section. But that's the basics of the purple head. So you have all the other normal stuff from the other heads, plus the purple, and so combining all those heads together makes things quite a bit chaotic. And yeah. So let's talk about the changes to Heroic for the other heads real quick. So, other than purple, the main change on Heroic is the amplification of the abilities used by the heads while they're within this concealing fog. So essentially the special abilities. This means Cinders from the red head, the Torrent of Ice from the frozen or blue, and Acid Rain or Acid Bolt from the green head. So the Cinders change is essentially the same as normal. It's applied to a random player, it's dispelled by magic, leaves a pool of fire when they get dispelled.
Oh, okay, so that stun leaves a pool of fire after you get dispelled, and then it's area denial.
However, in addition, on Heroic, while that debuff is active prior to its dispel, it will also drop pools of fire every 3 seconds where that player happens to be standing. So essentially, if you decide to clear ice, for example, by running a Cinders player around for a while, they will invariably be dropping a trail of fire pools behind them, again, once every 3 seconds, so not quite as frequently as they would travel that distance, but still there's going to be a trail of fire where they go. So it's worth keeping that in mind, and we'll talk about how we decided to handle this in the strategy section. The change to Torrent of Ice from the Frozen is, again, similar to normal. It will target a random player, preferably ranged, and chase them for about 8 seconds. Once the beam is complete, you can see the stuff on the ground looks about the same as normal. However, on Heroic, the actual ground effect, the icy ground, will expand in size over the course of 60 seconds. This will eventually be twice the width, essentially, of the normal size that you would see. So each icy ground effect takes up a larger and larger portion of the room over that 1 minute period until it reaches its double size maximum. This means, of course, that you have a lot less room to deal with these abilities, and this, of course, is really important if your DPS is low, and yada yada. We'll get into that later. And then finally, the Acid Rain or Acid Bolt from the green head is essentially the same, except instead of 1 bolt at a time, you get 3 at a time. And for this reason alone, it's very, very uncommon. I certainly couldn't find an example of it, where a raid will elect to kill the green head at any point in the fight. Simply because the bolts are cast in random locations. If you happen to get a set of 3 that are cast somewhere where you are unable to avoid 2 of them, you'll probably die without some form of cooldown. Since the damage from even 1 bolt, if you move away from it, is fairly high, getting hit by 3 simultaneously is dreadful. So we didn't try that, and I don't have any footage of it, but that's basically the idea behind the green. So if you have that, you have to come up with a strategy that allows you to force the bolts to be in a specific location. So this would be a good method if you have few or no melee DPS, and you can stack up your ranged in some location and then move when the bolts are about to hit. But again, the frequency of them, the chaos of the other abilities, I don't know if it would work, but that's the basic idea. So just keep that in mind about the green bolts. You won't see them here, but they cast in triplets instead of singles. So the first basic strategy you could implement would be the most familiar to your normal strategy, probably. And this is essentially using 2 standard tanks, one for each head. And these, of course, these tanks will alternate heads every round so that the breath stacks never get high. And pretty easy stuff. And then to handle the netherworms, you use a completely separate third individual who will gather them up, quickly get threat on them when they spawn, and then try to DPS them down while doing their best to interrupt, CC, or otherwise incapacitate the worms so that they don't cast very frequently. Now, the usual method for doing this sort of strategy would be a sort of a plate DPS player to handle the worms. So DPS Death Knight, perhaps a warrior. You could probably use a Demonology Warlock, I imagine, with some of the tank abilities they have. Although I haven't tried it, of course, but I don't see why mechanically it wouldn't work. But essentially, it's something like that, where you have one player to pick up the worms, AE them down while doing their best to CC or otherwise stop the casts of those worms. Now, the advantages to this method would be simply that your tanks would take very little damage, so healing them is quite easy. Healing the raid is therefore very easy. The worms can be positioned wherever you'd like throughout any part of the phase, so that you can easily CC them however you desire. Worms can.
I saw a guy on private server kill this, and all they did was each netherworm spawn, they had a hunter just drop binding shot. They would spawn, get stunned, and then instantly die. Like, they would just have everybody AoE them, and they never actually had them tanked. So I don't know if tanking them is actually
any form of CC
relevant.
So you can crowd control them. Or you
They
can
probably don't do enough damage.
little
while
help
they're
they
just-
have.
You're just trying to group them up to better AoE.
Somewhat,
Yeah,
the
basically.
Silence effects, disorients, stuff like that, tends to be ignored when the worms are casting their nuke ability. So you can stop them from casting their stun, but they tend to nuke even if they're disoriented and stuff like that.
Do a little
Anyway, so keep that in
binding
mind. If you
shot.
stun them though, they can't do anything. So stun them
Ursul's
is the best that
Typhoon.
you can.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
pixels back and stunned.
Anyway, so the disadvantages to this method is that it's going to cost you quite a bit of DPS. Basically, you're going to have at least one dedicated DPS player to handle worms in this setup. You can sort of have that DPS player, perform dual roles, so a cleave-based DPS.
And then let
get
our,
like a
our
plate
frozen
DPS,
man
can still do damage to the head
freeze
while
down.
they're dealing with worms. But the amount of damage is not going to be that significant. If you want to kill worms in a reasonable amount of time,
Who's that?
Huh?
Who's the frozen man?
David?
Oh, yeah, duh.
later on, most of your focus will have to be directly on those worms. And this
The
means
frozen
it takes a little
melee
bit longer
man.
to kill the head
Yeah,
instead of
yeah.
attacking, which invariably means more special abilities and potentially more spawns of worms in the first place. So a lot of your strategy decision on this fight will revolve around the idea of whether you want to kill the head that you're on a little bit faster to get slightly fewer special moves and therefore make things a little bit easier in theory, or if you want to deal with the worms, in a more steady fashion, in a safer way, but then actually have more sets of them, more frost, more cinders, all that stuff. All right, so the second strategy, basically just going down the list from the most basic step, is to use 2 tanks. So this is just like the previous method. Obviously, again, you have 1 tank on each head, and they alternate every round. So again, your damage from the actual heads will be fairly low. But you don't have a designated DPS player to handle worms. Instead, you get worms on one of your tanks. And that tank, in addition to handling the head that they're on, will also be in charge of doing the primary source of damage to the worms. This is one of the most, if not the most common strategies that you'll find for this fight, and with good reason. A tank that is tanking one of the heads is going to have very high vengeance, so their DPS on AE damage to the worms is going to be quite significant. They will be able to kill them very fast. The downside to this method is essentially a matter of positioning and threat. So you have to have a reliable way to actually get the worms onto the tank and in position in a timely fashion. If they spawn and the tank doesn't have threat, they're going to just fly around to random players, nuke everybody while they're channeling stuns here and there and everywhere, and it just becomes a disaster very quickly. So one thing you can do is if you have a tank that has some form of ranged threat that they can use frequently, such as a monk with their cake throw, that works very well. But because the worms spawn one at a time every 2 or 3 seconds, this has to be pretty much spammed to actually pick them up. And in addition to that, because of the positions that the worms spawn in, sometimes that tank that you've assigned, no matter which round it is, will almost invariably be out of range of their ranged attack, whatever it might be, Death Decay or Cake Throw or something, and they can't pick up the new worms. So if you use this method, you're probably going to need some form of misdirect or tricks or something like that. And really, a hunter misdirect or 2 would be invaluable for the strategy. We did it for quite a while with this setup with just a rogue for tricks, and that works just fine. It's just that the frequency of the worms later on in the fight become faster than a single tricks or misdirect cooldown. I assume they're the same, I'm not sure. But generally faster than a tricks cooldown comes up. So you have to, again, find ways to deal with this. So in our case, when the second round of worms will come up that were faster than the tricks cooldown, what we actually did was have another player, usually me in this case, grab the worms, AE them a little bit to get threat, and then stand on top of our monk tank statue.
Yeah.
Then he would taunt off the statue, of course getting him threat.
Damn, they just really don't give a shit about them, I guess.
This method can be very chaotic if you don't have very
They just don't care.
getting the worms onto the tank. Once they're on the tank, the basic idea is, again, DPSing them down with the tank only.
Okay, let's
You
go.
can, of course, have
Speed it up, big dog.
And so again, I can't say what the advantages of those tanks. Solid DPS with Breath of Fire. The monk tank or shuffle. If you have a form
It's
of cooldown,
mostly about just learning how to deal with each of the heads.
The bottom line here is, if you try this method and you have a monk tank, if you're not in rampage and there's no player within melee range of the head, it will cast Megaera's Rage. This ability is a 2.5-second cast, and it's just chain cast over and over and over until something gets in melee range. This does about 325,000 damage. The damage type is based on the head, so purple head does arcane, green does nature, and so on. And this does this damage to the targeted player, plus anyone within 5 yards. So small AE. However, If
They
you have
all
good
have
reason
a fire
for
breath
not having
or
someone within
of
melee range at a particular
breath,
time,
just point 'em
you
away.
can take advantage of this fact
Yeah.
and modify your strategy to make things a lot easier for yourself. So for the 2-tank method, where one of your tanks is handling worms, this can commonly be used between breath timings for your worm tank to separate away from the head that they're tanking momentarily to move into
yes,
melee range of
piss-
the
piss
worms that they need to pick up
technology.
at the moment.
Yeah, be in the
And then move back
piss.
into range of the head before the next breath, so they can position it.
Fortunately, not all
You know,
bosses
breath
have
is not gonna be great.
this technology.
So again, I don't have footage of
Yeah,
that
I
specific
know.
tactic being implemented, but the strategy
Those are going to be the
explanation
challenging
is
ones.
pretty simple.
'cause they can't
So
turn my
in this
fucking
setup here
brain
on
off
say green and blue,
and just let
if you
y'all
didn't have any
nuke
melee
out.
DPS or people within melee range other than your tank that were on the green head, then your green head tank, if they were the worm tank, could essentially wait for breath and then move out of melee range. That green head would start casting Mega Gear's Rage on random players every 2.5 seconds, which is not a huge amount of damage. It's just spike damage that you have to be careful of. But you could compare it to melee damage on the tank. As long as the tank allowed, it would have to run away if the tank also ran away to get heads to deal damage. The worm, well, if you're using strategy 2, you have to get made up numbers. Or, decided the choice for us. Now the disadvantages to this method, very aware and careful of your positioning, especially if you're
Might be the most thorough man on
and
earth.
sort of see them in action. And
Yeah, it's like
them.
it's a bit too thorough. I find myself tuning
What
out.
is
whatever
that,
the fuck
man?
What is this?
What the fuck is this?
All right, hold on. I gotta figure out what this is. Hold on. I'm
Oh,
going
that's
back.
the heads.
As I describe these,
And
you can actually
then
look at the video and sort of see them in
the
action,
squiggly
how
line
approximately
is
they put them.
the land.
So here is a top-down view of the battlefield, and try not to be too impressed with the amazing artistic quality of it. Thank you very much. But
Oh, this is where this is the island. These are okay.
This is essentially showing where all the heads will spawn. Green,
What
red,
are
and blue.
the
next to it, and red left of that,
squares?
and purple.
What's the triangle?
Those are you.
Okay, over.
Triangle, I'm
cone.
guessing, is
Then
the
the red
breath.
markers are the
Oh,
squares,
yeah,
the
it's
5
a
squares
cone.
that correspond.
You're
to
a
the scene,
square.
Oh.
actual in-game footage.
The green is
the circles
probably the tank
around the purple
that's
and green
tanking
head
the green
represent
one,
the
right?
approximate melee
Or if
range
you
of
solo tank,
those heads.
right?
And then finally, the cone going from the green head represents the
If
breath
he's
attack,
solo tanking,
cone
but I don't
size.
think you do.
I don't know. I can't
We're talking
hear
about that.
him yapping over us yapping.
Okay,
He's
yeah,
surely
it's
explaining it.
it's his breath frontal.
It's
Can you make him louder,
and where it's
please?
aimed from the breath
Bro,
attack
I will go
such
deaf.
that your melee DPS, who are positioned at the purple square marker,
He's really
at the bottom,
quiet for
at
me,
max
man.
melee range, can avoid that breath attack.
Is
And that's
Discord
essentially
turned
the
all the way
idea
up?
of all positions.
Uh-huh.
You need to use a marker or some other designation that your melee DPS can be aware of to know where they can stand safely. Your tank also needs to know where they need to stand for any given head combination. And then the distance between those two and the angle that the distance creates relative to...
Bro, God, he's lost me.
Yeah. Honestly, that
Bro is
as much as I
explaining a
want to
math
say,
problem.
like, yeah, let's go the
Danger.
one tank strats. That's a
Dolan,
little bit.
strats for all T15.
There we go.
His
Let's
way
go to the
of
2-minute video.
shout, disrupting shout. Though any
Upside
tank
down.
should still suffice if DPS are helping interrupt and stun.
It's
If
for
the
Nova.
ads get a cast off, they do 135k damage to a random player, and having like 8 ads do it at the same time as other mechanics
Techniques.
will usually lead to wipes. They also stun players for 15 seconds, but you can and should be dispelling this from people. Tanks will obviously need to face this new head away from the raid, though within 8 yards of you. Other abilities for the other mechanic is if all future guards will come to it, stun the
Okay,
ads.
apparently I went too fast. Hold on.
Dolan, strats for all T15 heroic encounters. Refer to the links below this video for the normal or LFR guides. New mechanics. You'll be dealing with an additional 4th head called the
Honestly,
Arcane
fuck this
Head.
boss. Next.
Danger Dolan.
Yeah, I don't think Weakaura is going to be the one that's really the one that's hard to figure out.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just see.
Jiggin
Fat
kill
Fire
ahead.
Flyers.
Boss McGee.
You
Yeah,
kill
you kill
ahead.
ahead. You delete frost with fire. Delete fire with
Kill ahead,
frost.
they go away.
A
then
new
they
head
scream.
spawns. Yeah.
Then you kill ahead. Then they
Yeah.
go away. Then they scream.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I've got it. All right.
Then they baby rage. Are we 3 healing that, by the way? Or are they 3 healing that?
They've 2 healed it.
Okay. I was just curious because of the rampages.
Who's next in the technical order? What's the situation here?
G-Kun.
Chicken.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
linear instance. It's linear.
Oh, it's linear. Fuck yeah. G-Kun. All right, cool. Let's see what's up with G-Kun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 41-minute guide. At least it's short.
Oh, bro.
Let's tune in.
Shorter than the previous.
Does Fat Boss G.
They might have had a
Kun.
G-Kun heroic. I don't
I
remember.
think he does.
He does. They have a playlist of all the heroics, I think.
Hello and welcome
They
to
do.
the Battlers
It's a
Guide to
list of
Zyken,
5.
10-man heroic.
Yeah.
A list of 5. Hell
I went
yeah.
looking. I'm like,
Yes,
did they like
Viking really
delete some over the
cool.
years?
It's
Or
changed
something
quite a
like they
lot.
get banned or
From
whatnot?
the
But
normal
like,
mode,
I don't
like
know.
you have to center on 2 groups now. It's kind of harder, but yeah, it's
All right, let's get this a little bit faster. You just take a little 1.5.
gets
Try it
fine
out.
still, and it's more complicated. and there's like more birds.
But to be fair, it's one of the easier heroics.
You turn them up?
Definitely. We did it third out of all of our
Bro,
Discord's so quiet, it's annoying.
because this is so ungodly loud to me. It's
So
crazy.
that's why
Is
we
it
started
really?
earlier than the other
Yeah.
one. So now if you
I
haven't
need
seen the
to
normal mode guide to
change
this
your
right, then please
balancing to turn down edge.
Yeah, but then it's going to turn down for you guys.
Let's just turn down your
Oh,
You
Discord
turn your
volume.
output volume.
Yeah, but then he can't hear us.
Yeah, I can't hear anything you guys say.
I don't get back.
Is there a streaming section of this where I can increase the video fucking sound you get from me?
I don't think Discord is screen
Hell
sharing
no.
that.
Wait, what's your
I get it.
Windows balance? Like, what's your Windows volume balancer say?
Oh, fuck,
Because
I
I
don't
have
know.
to turn that up.
Do I need to turn Discord up for you guys, for it to be louder for you guys?
Maybe.
No.
I've had to do balancing stuff like that on my.
do check it out.
That's all right. I'm just going to be deaf. It's fine.
Say how you have to deal with everything on heroic. So if you don't know the normal mechanics of this fight, then just do click up on the screen now, and that'll take you over to the normal mode guide.
Now for this encounter you want to bring 2 tanks, 3 healers and 5 DPS, and any DPS that has high cleave. On the platforms there's obviously the 4 eggs, and occasionally there's a new ad as well, so if you can do a lot of DPS on 5 targets, then bring that sort of DPS, so elemental shamans mainly.
Yeah, just stack elemental shamans.
Yeah.
If you have like 8, then whatever, just bring all of them. They will just explode.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Now to start off we're going to talk about the main platform, and really nothing much has changed. The quills do like a lot more damage, and essentially if one target isn't healed throughout the whole of the quills, that target is likely to die.
Yeah.
So you do need to make sure that everyone receives healing when quills go on. The downdraft, it's exactly the same, just run against the boss. A note for tanks, you should really spec so you have the movement speed increase. Otherwise you're going to rely on things such as speed shields and stuff like that, so make sure you get your speed lights and all that sort of shit.
There's still the core, which is like the AoE thing that he sends out, which you really, really need to move for. If you're hit by one of them just before a quills or something like that, you're going to stress your healers a lot. Generally, it's just a massive stress for the healers if you get hit by that, so do avoid that at all costs, really. Now, the boss still does feed young, and normally this is something you need to worry about if you're flying around, but of course, each time he does feed young, you do get a bunch of those green blobs that land on the main platform, and of course, they land near players. They either land on players or very, very close to where players were, and because the fight is so long, you really need to control where these are. If you just lay them anywhere, then people that are trying to go down to the platforms are going to be like, you're going to have to run through green stuff, or there won't be enough space in melee. Literally, we have one rogue, and that rogue nearly runs out of space towards the end of the fight. I'm not even joking. So even having one melee makes it so there's not that much space in melee. So what you really need to do is that you just need to space them out a lot better. So just make sure you're not standing near where the lower nests are, because otherwise people can jump down to them, and just try not to stand in melee when feed gun goes out, and it'll just make everyone's life a lot easier.
Now, the boss will still do the dot on the tanks. This seems to hurt a lot more in heroic. You notice it a lot more. And really, there's not too much you can do about it. Just make sure you use cooldowns when it is starting to hurt. And the boss will still do his Talon Strike. And really, you should be taunting on 2 stacks of Talon Strike. If you're taunting on 3 stacks, the third one's going to hit really fucking hard and force you to use a very big cooldown. And really, you want to use that cooldown at a more convenient time. So try and taunt around 2 stacks.
Now, the main heroic changes for this fight is really all to do with the people that are flying around in the air. Like, the feathers that you get from the nest now only give you 3 charges. The maximum charges that you can have is still 4, but from each feather that you pick up, and you get 3 charges. And of course, you've got that 1 minute debuff, making it so you can't pick up more than 1 feather every 1 minute. So that does really, really change how you have to rotate your players. Also, in certain nests, there will be nest guardians. These are like new big birds that need to be tanked because they have a frontal swipe, which is like a cone for 180 degrees, so no one can stand in front of it apart from the tanks because it hurts a lot. And if you don't engage it in melee combat, it will spam an ability called Screech, which does 150k damage and interrupts everyone, and it also casts it faster and faster and faster and faster, and it does have a...
Okay, so in normal, you could just send 2 DPS and a healer, and sometimes even just 2 DPS, but you have to send a tank on heroic, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
So outside of the tank swap, you also have to have a tank go down to the things? Okay.
Yep.
substantial
They
amount of health.
list
like,
out the
I
whole
think
group order with everything. It's
Oh,
close enough, but
It's
enough
fine.
health for you not to be able to just nuke it.
Oh,
within
this
the
is
switch
using
charges.
elixirs and
Now,
not
because
a
you have
flask,
these
by the
new
way.
nest guardians and you only do get 3 charges per feather, you really do need to organize your groups. And I say
What did you say?
It's
using
using
elixirs.
elixirs.
Oh, yes, yeah.
groups because now you're going to have 2 sets of people flying around. You're going to, in each group, you're going to have 1 healer and 2 DPS. And really, it's quite regimental. You need to go up into these certain places at these certain times because otherwise you won't have enough feathers and then they'll turn into juveniles and then they'll just absolutely destroy everyone. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put up a table. Now, I don't like using tables, but we're going to have to use the table because I can't really explain it any other way. You need to go in these places at these times, otherwise you're going to get fucked. So let's go through it. So of course you have your group 1, your group 2, your tank 1 and tank number 2. Now for the first nest that happens, you're going to send group 1 and tank number 1 down into that nest, and group 2 and that second tank as well is just going to stay up and just do the fight normally. Now as soon as they can get back up, tank 1 is going to taunt and tank 2 is going going to go down with Group 2. Now, at this point, Group 1 can use their feather in order to gain the Feed Young buff that you can get, which increases your damage by 100% if you catch the blob, and it's a lot easier now as well because they did change it up. They did hotfix it in order to make it a lot easier, and it is a lot easier. So just fly directly above the boss's head, and you will get this buff, which is really, really nice. Now, as soon as Nest 2 has been completed in Group 2, and the second tank has gone back up, Group 1 and Tank 1 will go down into the third nest. Group 2 can now use this time to gain their buff, and it's just nice because you can get extra damage. You don't necessarily need to do it, but why wouldn't you? It's a time where you can use an extra feather. Now, after Group 1 and Tank 1 has done that nest, you've got to make sure that you do get another feather at this point, so because your 1 minute debuff would have run out by the time you've killed all of those ads, so do make sure you do get another feather, and by the time you come back up, you should have 3 feather stacks. Now, when Nest 4 comes in, Group 2 and Tank 2 will go up because there is an S Guardian there as well, so this is one of the up ones where you have to kill the eggs. You've got those 2 eggs. At this point, what we did, we set 1 DPS on each egg while the tank kind of cleaved off of it, so we made sure we got the eggs down before we got down the Nest Guardian, because if those eggs hatch, not only do all your debuffs drop off of the juveniles so that your dots don't tick over or anything, they are a completely new mob, even though they do have reduced health depending on how low you got the egg. It's a massive pain because you can't really fly after them, because at this point, as Group 1, you don't have any feathers left, so you really got to kill those eggs before they decide to fly off as juveniles, and then kill the Nest Guardian. At this point, you want to jump down, and every time you do come down from one of these upper platforms, never use your flying thing, ever. There's absolutely no point. Always just jump straight down. You can also use things if you're really unconfident at getting back, especially from Nest 4, which is quite hard to jump back from. You can use things like disengage, or you can use slow or anything like that, but you don't take any full damage either in this fight, so that's something to know. Now with Nest 5, all you need to do is send Group 1 up. The 2 tanks can stay there is no Nest Guardian, and there's no reason for your tanks to go up there because DPS on the boss is much more important than DPS on those 2 little eggs up there, so the 2 DPS should be able to completely
Okay, interesting.
cover that, as well as that extra healer helping. Group 1 from that point wants to go straight to Nest number...
What's that?
This feels like it's definitely something Foji's going to solve, right? Just you sign your...
Oh yeah, you're going to sign your shit, and it's just going to tell you where to go and when. Yeah, we're chilling.
6. They don't want to fly down, they want to fly straight to nest number 6. Normally at this point you'll normally get a quills or something like that, so you really want to heal up as well at this point, and try not to fly while there is a quills going on, because it really does hurt and you need to be healed up. So at this point, Group 1 will just go from Nest 5 to Nest 6. Now you could say that is like, after you've done Nest 6, it kind of starts all over again. So at Nest 7, Group 1 will go down, and Tank 2 will go down. This is because of stacks, so the tanks kind of switch at this point, but Group 1 will go down, and Tank 2 will go down. Nest 8, which is another down one, Group 2 will go down, and Tank 1 will go down. Group 1 can use this time to get a buff.
Okay, I feel like I want to skip this, because you're right, Foji's just going to do it for us, right?
It's either Foji's going to do it for us, or you come back in the video, you snippet the chart,
right,
and you paste it, right?
Just grab it.
Okay, so on normal, if I'm not making shit up, you could stand in a green puddle for 3 seconds to get rid of it. Is that a thing or no?
I don't remember that.
About 25 to 30% health at this point. So yeah, in theory you could completely nuke it down. Also what you could do, you could just take the first 2 lower nests and just kill them like that as well. We personally did do this first nest that did spawn. It allowed the Group 1 DPS to get extra feathers, so they could get the Feed Young from that point to give them like I think at this point it'll be 120% damage buff. So that is really quite useful, but you don't really need to. You can just nuke the boss from this point, and that's it really. So it's long. It really, this whole fight, it hasn't really changed that much except for these new Nest Guardians, and of course you got the double one as well at the same time. And really, once we worked out where people needed to be, it isn't a huge DPS requirement, it's not a huge healing requirement, it's,
Did he
it's
leave
really,
ads alive
can we
just now?
execute this? It's a very execute-based fight.
It's all about the nest. Get the nest right and you'll be fine, and making sure that you actually heal at the right times during the quills. Try not to leave the platforms too early.
Yeah, clearly you can't absorb these. So it's area denial, trying to place these intelligently, run against the knockback, use maybe a small cooldown for that, and then organize the nest groups, and that's kind of it.
Does the knockback do damage?
What drops the poo?
Yes.
I think it's just a random ability. Let me go back.
It's when she shoots her.
That target is
when
likely
she goes
to
and
die.
feeds the
So you
top
do need to make sure that
nest,
everyone
I think.
receives healing.
Oh, it's quills.
Downdraft,
Quills is the
it's
big
same
damage.
front
Quills is what you want. Downdraft is the knockaway, but I don't think it does damn.
against the boss. A note for tanks: you should really spec so you have the movement speed increase. Otherwise, you're going to rely on things such as speed
Yeah, okay. Downdraft doesn't do damage. It's just quills. Quills does damage
and stuff like that. So make sure you get your speed of lights and all that sort of shit.
There's still a core, which is like the AoE thing that he sends out, which you really need to move for. If you get hit by one of them just before a quills or something like that, you're going to stress your healers a lot. Generally, it's just a massive stress for the healers if you get hit by that. So do avoid that at all costs, really. Now the boss still does feed young, and normally.
Oh yeah, so it's feed young is what drops the puddles. It seems.
It's when she feeds the nest at the top. Not always.
But of course, each time it does feed young, you do get a bunch of those green blobs that land on the main platform, and of course they land near players. They either land on players or very close to where players were. And because the fight is so long, you really need to control where these are. If you just lay them anywhere, then people that are trying to go down.
Looks like a Lust on Pole angle for sure.
No, you probably wait till.
No, you have a Giga Dam buff in this boss.
So you want everybody to get the 100%
Going to
amp.
be like you're going to have to run through green stuff, or there won't be enough space in melee. Literally, we have one rogue, and that rogue nearly runs out of space towards the end of the fight. I'm not even joking. So even having one melee makes it so there's not.
Okay. So just tank healer 2 DPS and assigned to groups, and then use the ToT Weakaura that I'm sure will get created to tell people where to go, and if not, we'll just make our own MRT note.
You probably lost on like the 3-minute cooldowns. after people have put the buff.
All right, guys. Well, we're 6 out of 13 heroic right now. Let's go. Here we go. Next,
The maze.
Darumu. Oh, I watched this. I watched this
Maze.
one already. Okay, nice. Yeah, I know.
This
I
is
know.
the easy part. Dealing with the fucking flashlights is gonna be fun.
I don't know what the heroic mechanic is. I watched the normal guide to this already.
It's another mob, I believe, different colored mob.
Oh, okay, interesting. Do they have one? Fat
No.
boss.
I don't remember.
They have Jinra
Oh, Wall of
Cordon.
Ice.
They only got normal.
Oh, they have normal. Okay.
Dr. Umu.
All right. How long has this guy's got to it? 30 minutes. Chill.
Oh wow, it's so short.
Okay, minimizing this. Let's listen to this.
As
real
has been the
quick.
case very frequently in the recent history, and talk about the changes needed to conquer this on heroic difficulty. So let's get started. So, as usual, the first thing to decide is your raid composition. And as has been the case very frequently in the recent history, I would highly recommend using a one-tank method for this encounter if you have a paladin available in your raid. Obviously, this will be for frequent hand protections, which are used to get rid of the stacking healing reduction debuff called Serious Wound that's applied to the tank. If you're able to manage the stacks of that, then there's no need for a
I
second
fucking
tank on this
hate
encounter.
these beams.
The nice thing is that during
Yeah.
the disintegration beam phase, where Durumu is not attacking the tank, this usually will fall off on its own, just given the length of the phase. So generally, you only need to worry about removing it for the light spectrum phase or the normal
Another
phase that you're
potential
seeing,
one tanker
between those.
with prop pound.
So typically, it'll just be a matter of how many stacks your tank and your healers can handle on the tank before it has to be removed. But we usually did it around 6, I think, and that's going to work just fine. The other thing to consider, of course, is the number of healers. Once again, I would strongly recommend 2 healers for this encounter. The healer.
One tank, 2 heal. Perfect. Next.
There's a lot more to the video.
So the different
Oh,
walls of ice that you cannot addition to
okay.
heroic is that of ice walls, and these are kind of a neat mechanic. These basically will spawn 3 different walls of ice that you cannot pass through until you destroy them, and these walls are spawned prior to every major phase within the fight, with the exception of the very first light spectrum phase, where you don't get a wall. However, for every disintegration beam phase and every subsequent spectrum phase, there'll be an ice wall just prior that you have to deal with, and of course this means killing it so that you're allowed to.
Okay, so you just have to kill the ice wall before you do the maze
to handle the phase as normal. You should also note that the ice walls always spawn in the same shape, sort of looks like an upsilon or capital Y, with the.
The fuck did this guy just say? An upsilon?
On.
Yo.
I think it's some Greek letter. I don't know.
This guy.
You mean Epsilon?
Epsilon?
This guy
I
might
think
be
he
the.
tried to say epsilon, but he said like upsilon.
He said upsilon for sure.
The bottom of the Y, always facing toward the entrance of the room, the very center of the entrance. This means that the largest pie shapes between 2 walls are going to be to the direct left and direct right of the entrance. So it's in your best interest to find a specific spot that your raid can be gathered that will be between 2 ice walls when they're about to spawn, so that you're not cut off from other members of the raid, or you're not actually hit by an ice wall when it pops up. Now, mechanically, ice walls are interesting in that they basically share health across all these segments within the given wall. So there are 3 unique walls, one in each line, but the individual segments of the ice wall will all share the same health pool. So any damage dealt to one segment is also dealt to the rest, or the total. And once the entire health pool of the wall is destroyed,
kill walls
the
and
wall
run.
will
Got
disappear and you can step through it. What this essentially means is that AE damage is king to get rid of the walls. So things like Chain Lightning or AE from Warlocks, stuff like that, Blade Storm from Warriors, Spin Crane Kick from Monks.
I'm sorry, Don, you were quiet as fuck. What'd you say?
Spin on all the walls. And call
Yes,
it
wall spinners.
All that stuff is really strong to get rid of ice walls because all that damage is shared. So just basically the more overall DPS you can deal to a wall, the faster it's going to be destroyed and you can get through it. The second addition for Heroic is an ability called Dark Parasite, which is cast by a new eye type that appears around the room called the Evil Eye. This guy essentially will cast Dark Parasite on a random raid member, anyone is a valid target, even the tank. And when this is applied, it's a 30-second debuff that does shadow damage every 2 seconds, and this damage increases as the buff progresses. So the damage essentially starts off around 100,000 per tick, and it will go up until the final ticks. Individual purity from paladins, like you might any duration has been for the first 20 seconds or so. And if they don't have any cooldowns after that, then we'll dispel the player. It is a magic spellable debuff, so your healers can get rid of it as soon as they want. Now, as soon as you dispel Dark Parasite, it will create a Dark Plague effect, and this debuff has the same existing duration that the previous Dark Parasite had when you dispelled it. So if you have 10 seconds left in Dark Parasite and you dispel it, a Dark Plague will be...
Oh yeah, this is the thing you only want to dispel halfway through, right? I think.
Applied to that player with 10 seconds of duration. Every 3 seconds that Dark Plague is active, it will spawn a new ad called a Wandering Eye that will attach to a random player in the raid. Wandering Eyes are not all that dangerous, but they have about 300,000 health, and they essentially will cast Devour on that player every 2 seconds, which does 50,000 damage. In addition to that, any damage that a Wandering Eye takes is mirrored at a rate of 70% to the player that's afflicted. So you can essentially think of a Wandering Eye as a small dot on the player that's applied to. Now, to be honest, for a long time, we were trying to mitigate the number of Wandering Eyes we get and basically cool down and heal through the damage of Dark Parasite. Let me tell you that that's not the way to do it. Dark Parasite is way more difficult to handle than Wandering Eyes are. Essentially, Wandering Eyes can pretty much be ignored once they appear. I wouldn't dispel Dark Parasite immediately because you'll get spawns on everyone, and that may be dangerous, but you can easily dispel Dark Parasite pretty early on, even probably 15 seconds in. And with 4 or 5 Wandering Eyes around the raid, it's a very, very small amount of damage. So essentially what we would do is, like I said, dispel around 20 seconds after Dark Parasite has been active, with 10 seconds remaining. So we usually get 2 to 3 Wandering Eyes around the raid, and then we would just completely ignore them. Just let them sit on the player because it doesn't affect the player in any way. And eventually, minor cleave damage from melee or tanks or whatnot would kill them off. And since the damage over time to the player from a Wandering Eye is around 25,000 damage per second baseline, plus the little bit of damage they'll take when the Wandering Eye takes damage, it's very minor to heal. It's basically what a random heal over time would do from a healer. So I would strongly recommend just
ignore these
mitigating whatever damage you can from Dark Parasite, but don't worry so much about outlasting the duration. We spent a lot of time messing with that and spent way more healer mana and resources than was necessary. We just tried it once and found that Wandering Eyes are weak, so don't worry about them if you get them. Pretty much ignore them, and they will die when you kill ice walls or cleave off the boss or anything like that.
Bring them to melee, just cleave
And
them
the last thing to mention about Dark Parasite is the ability
exactly.
to completely prevent the application of it in some cases. And of course, this is very handy for saving healer mana, not getting Wandering Eyes, all that stuff. So there are probably a few ways you can do this, but the one method that we knew about, that we use here, is to utilize shamans for their grounding totem. The basic idea is that if Dark Parasite is cast on a party member with a shaman that has grounding totem active and in range, the grounding totem will absorb the effect, and therefore it won't be applied to the player, and it's just ignored for that round. So this can be very useful, as you might imagine. The downside is that there are a few effects throughout this encounter that will absorb grounding effect absorption, and so the timing can be tricky. If one of those effects happens to go off just before Parasite, then obviously that might be absorbed by the...
All right, Don, you've got a job to do.
What?
You have
Bind
to-
grounding totem.
Yep, bind grounding totem, and you have to use it on this
totem,
fight.
and you won't get the actual Dark Parasite. But still, it will probably prevent the majority of their parasites if you have
Yeah, it
2
does.
shamans in your raid that can cover both groups. So that's what the big red bar is that says grounding totem that's popping up on my screen. Is just a reminder for people to drop that, basically. So with that in use, we were able to completely absorb 3 out of the 5 casts that we got during the fight. So pretty handy. If you'd like the import code for Weakaurs for that pop-up bar, it's based on a DBM timer, but I'll include it in the description below, so check that out.
Hell yeah.
So now we'll cover some tips for handling
Let's
light
get that
spectrum
in, boys.
and heroic. So the first
That's
thing you
not
should
gonna
know is
work.
that...
No, obviously, yeah.
Did I say English?
Oh.
Whatever. The first thing to know is that there are
Oh,
still
deal
3
by, I
red
don't
or
know.
crimson fogs that you have to kill to end the phase. However, there are 2 amber fogs as well on heroic, and then 1 blue fog as well. So what this basically means is
The blue fog is the one you can't reveal or it murders you, right?
that you have to be very careful of your positioning of the yellow beam prior to when it actually starts to travel around the room and is out of your control at that point. We found that usually the 2 yellow fogs would spawn kind of near each other. So what this means, of
Oh,
course,
no
is that if you
blood.
can spot where those are, you want to position the yellow beam opposite them if possible. Usually this is not possible based on the ice walls that will occur following the first light spectrum phase. So there you can see the yellow was right behind where I was. So we don't have much choice here about where to go. The guy with the yellow tried to go through the wall, but it wasn't shattered in time. But luckily it traveled to the left here, so we didn't have to deal with it. But if you do get a yellow amber fog to spawn, then the priority is simply to kill it right away. If you don't kill it right away and the fog is unrevealed because the yellow traveled too far, you'll pretty much wipe. It will almost certainly kill you all. So pretty much the order is still crimson fogs at all times as fast as possible, with the exception of if you happen to spawn an amber, then you want to kill that one. The other major tip that helped us a lot is to essentially assign 1 or 2 people that can raid mark the positions of the crimson fogs at the start of the phase. So there you can see as it begins, there's quickly 3 raid marks placed, 2 from our balance druid and 1 from me, and we basically position ourselves whenever possible kind of at opposite ends of the room or looking at different sides so that we can quickly discern where those 3 red marks or splashes occurred and then throw down some markers. It's really useful to have some macro setup for this, since obviously you don't want to be clicking because you have to react very quickly. So by splitting it between 2 people, she essentially has macros for 3 different markers, and I have the 2 other markers, so we don't use the same ones and get rid of them. And I also have a macro to reset, so that once we're coming into another light spectrum phase, we can quickly get rid of them all and be ready for the next one. So here you'll see another round. If you look on the ground around us, I'm just staring to see where those red markers
Oh, okay, got it.
are, and
They just drop markers, and that's where the ads spawn, right? And then you don't want blue to hit any of these, right?
I don't remember the color, but I know there's one you don't want to.
There you
The other one you do
so that
want.
was it. So I dropped the one on the left, and she did the one
Pretty
on the
sure
right.
you
Here's,
want red to go
following.
over
So
those, and then
I did
blue
those,
you
so
want somewhere
it's
else.
essentially just a matter of getting 1 or 2 people that can quickly discern where those are, and
What's that?
Reveals the blue stands still, red
Yep.
reveals the crimsons, and yellow just auto goes.
Yeah, so basically you use whoever has red, it just brings them to each marker after you kill each ad. Blue has to avoid the markers and stand still. Yellow just works like a clock. Okay.
with some reliability, mark them out quickly.
Although yellow is
From this, then
initially
your
put down
player that's
by
controlled.
a player.
Yeah, it's
Being
baited,
exactly where to
right?
go and can quickly move from one position to the next without fear of running past a Crimson Fog or having to see if it spawns. This will,
it's
of course,
basically
really
like
expedite the
setting a
entire
timer for
phase.
yourself.
And of course, the faster you get through
Is
this
it a
phase,
hazard?
the less damage you'll take from fogs, and fewer stacks you'll get for future ones and all that stuff. So
People
this
have
will
to
really
stay
help.
in it,
And
one
I
person
strongly
hurts
recommend having
you?
one or two people set up to do this.
One person has to stay.
You can see
If
here
you
the
are
basic format of the
if you're
macros you
in
need
two
to make
different
raid work.
color piss slices, then it hurts you.
Yeah.
Markers there, along with the one for resetting as well. So for the disintegration beam phase, unlike
This
Spectrum,
is the maze,
really no
right?
different than the normal version, except of course the addition of ice.
So the thing with the maze is you want to also not be in melee basically ever until you get into the maze, so that the purple poop puddles are not by the boss, right?
Yeah, because they slow you.
Right? Because they slow and they hurt, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That try to prevent you from rotating. So other than that, you still have a disintegration beam that always faces the entrance, along with the bottom of the capital Y for the ice wall shape that I mentioned before. So this is where the importance of having your raid positioned near the entrance to the left or the right becomes really vital, so that you can be closest to the actual beam where it starts and destroy
Screams an arcane mage that wants to be in Rune and Power. All good.
that wall that separates you. So that
I
you can
love
go either
pressing.
left or
I
right, depending on
love
which way
pressing
the
hemorrhage.
rotation is going. So what we did was pretty much mark something
Refreshing my
that
dots.
indicated where the stack-up point was for every ice wall. phase.
Moonfire,
And this is
Moonfire,
the section.
Moonfire.
So it's actually the Mistweaver Monk
Hey,
stack
throw
that's here
out
right in front of
reviews,
us.
buddy.
That was just our general marker for where the tank would stand, and therefore where the players or the entire raid would sort of stack up
Perhaps.
near to start this phase.
Nerfing laughs and Hunter.
Yeah.
Loses literally nothing.
You can see we're safely in this pocket to the left of the entrance when the ice wall and the disintegration beam begins, and then we can destroy the ice wall that's near the beam in case the rotation is to the right. In this case, it wasn't to the right, so then we're simply already here, and we just destroy the wall on the left before we have to rotate into it. Other than that, once the walls are destroyed, it's just a matter of rotating just like you would a normal, and of course, not killing
Remember there
yourself.
being a close
Sometimes
path and a
easier said than
far
done,
path,
but,
though, right?
Yeah, so disintegration beam.
They said that in the Fat Boss guides. They did say that.
But they also recommend only using the close one.
Yeah, apparently being in the
I
melee
know.
one is just better.
Yeah, you just AoE
Can you
heal.
just- Pretty much the same.
Well,
as long
and
as
apparently
heal
you
enough
just
healing.
you have
move less.
yeah, smaller travel distance. Oh yeah, look, if you could see my mouse, you could see the maze behind them.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, you don't have to move
Also,
as
this
much
guy's
because
not
you're closer.
playing-
You could
Push
stutter
motion
cast
good
if you're in
range.
It goes
melee.
wall down
You,
fast,
you just have
and
to like
then move through
book
quickly
it if
before
you're
the beam
in
actually
range.
activates if you have to go the opposite side.
He's not playing what?
So the final core mechanic
Rushing Jade Wind, they're all just perma stacked.
Yeah.
This
Really
was a
focus on
tier
front
when I
right.
think the by far the I think Cheat Torpedo was literally broken. It did so much. So he just ran
Life
off the time.
drain. Oh, this is like he can heal or
Believe it
something,
or not,
right?
it's life drain. This is one of those things that if you don't handle it correctly, this fight is going to be way more difficult than it should be otherwise. The main reason for this is because not only will the player take significant damage if you don't handle life drain properly, but
think it's like a
the
stack
boss
thing
is going to
that you
heal
have to,
a lot.
like,
And
somebody else.
not only does it
Oh,
negative
yeah,
damage you've already
it does
done,
heal.
but of course it
Okay.
extends the fight. And by extending the fight, it means
The
that you
dip
get
in and
more
out
phases
beam
that
kinda
potentially kill
thing.
you, especially light spectrum. So as you'll see at
The
the end
fallen
here,
avatar
we were able to
type
essentially
beam.
kill the boss before the third light spectrum phase was an issue. We sort of ignored it at the end and just finished the boss. But if we let life drain heal the boss for even 5% more, which is not very much if you don't handle it properly, then we wouldn't have been able to do that. We'd have to go through an entire light spectrum phase as normal. So anything you can do to really emphasize to your raid that handling life drain is of the utmost importance will greatly benefit you when it comes to actually getting a kill.
Okay.
So there are two main things to remember about
Write
life
that
drain.
down.
The first is that the healing that Durmu gains when draining someone is in direct proportion to the amount of damage that player takes while being drained. So any damage reduction cooldowns, especially strong ones, will almost completely negate the healing that you would otherwise gain. And this further allows a player to absorb a single beam of life drain for a longer duration than they would otherwise if they didn't have any cooldowns. So for example, our Shadow Priest can disperse if he does it before he actually steps into the beam and gets stunned, and therefore soak the beam for a solid 6 seconds or so without essentially adding any healing at all. It's 10% or something, so very minor amount. And that's a huge benefit compared to if a player without any cooldowns were to be in the beam for 6 seconds, the boss would heal a great deal. The second major thing you have to concern yourself with is simply
Alright, put
a
Vivid
strong
in there.
communication and rotation of players into the life drain.
Or Nova
You
now.
do not want your tank, if you're one tank anyway, or your healers to ever get life drain. The exception might be if you're stacked up with your raid, like we are here on one side, and you're using, or you're in a phase where there's not really any damage. Then in theory, a healer could go into it safely because the other healer would be there to cover the damage. But throughout the rest of the fight, especially in light spectrum phase, you do not want a healer that's often going to be out of range of other healers to step in it because they'll be stunned, there'll be no one to heal them, and they'll die quickly. So generally, I would use just DPS to soak life drain. The best way we found to do this was essentially to always use 3 people for every life drain. This way you can split it up into chunks of about 4 to 5 seconds each. Now, how you do this is up to you. You can use add-ons to help you or whatnot. But the best thing we found is simply to have people communicate and basically call out dibs or shotgun, whatever you call it, for the next round of the life drain. So when it's cast on an initial target, there's about a 3-second warm-up period before it actually starts draining them and stuns them. During this time, if the player's not a melee player, they'll want to run kind of far away from the boss. And this will allow the beam to be more easily discernible for the rest of the raid, but also, more importantly, allow future players that are stepping in front of them to actually get in front easier. Or if you're right underneath the boss, it'll be very difficult to get in front of that player because of the angle. So the first player gets the beam. After a few seconds, they're actually stunned and start taking ticks. And then after 4 seconds or 5 seconds, the next player steps in. This player should already be determined, but basically just being near the player and calling out, okay, I'm next. And then that player is known to be the next person. If they have any damage reduction cooldowns, they can blow those just before stepping in. And then while they're stepping in, then the third player, again, it can be anybody, just so long as they're nearby and can do it, they'll call their name and they'll step in for the third round. And then that player can finish it off. You don't need more than 3 really to do it. But if you only do 2 and you don't have damage reductions, or especially if you have one person that goes up to, say, 10 stacks, the healing's going to be just extraordinary. So again, try to get that. That's the rotation of hopefully 3 people splitting up evenly so that the healing is as low as possible. If basically Durmu's health is stable, it doesn't really go up. So I pretty much covered all of the major.
All right, that's chill. Got it. Next. Oh, what's this bitch do?
The lizard.
Primordius.
He eats the.
Oh, this is the glob lizard, right?
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
the blob lizard.
Yeah, the glob lizard, and you got to get the buffs.
Wobbler.
Yeah. Ah, cool. Next. I'm just kidding. All right, here we go. What do we got? Whoa, what the f... I just got possessed.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Games here. This is the full guide for Heroic Primordius. If you're just looking for the quick guide and just need a little bit of information, check out the quick guide there by clicking the annotation.
Go.
Oh my god, wait a minute. Whoa,
hold on.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yo. Wait. Where's the quick guide?
Annotation. They don't have that anymore.
Oh, a quick guide.
Guide, 9
minutes.
Long, basically.
Fuck yeah, get me in.
Quick
Gross
guide
ad revenue is
to
not
Heroic
even there.
Primordius. And if you're looking for a lot more information,
I'm not.
2 tank gained over the fight. So you're going to need a lot of healing for that. Or
All right, hold on. Okay, maybe I should listen.
detail
Damn
about
it.
the fight, you can click on the annotation there for the full guide. So with that,
Oh, that's the problem. I'm like, why is this going so slow? Playback speed.
He still talks quite.
let's get started. So for raid composition, you'll want 2 tanks and probably 3 healers. You can technically use 2, but the damage taken by the raid and the healing per second requirement is around 400,000 sustained over the fight. So you're going to need a lot of healing for that. So the only major addition to Heroic is the Viscous Horror spawns. And these will appear every 30 seconds from one of the pools on the outside of the room randomly. When these spawn, these need to be picked up immediately by the current tank that's not on Primordius. If a Horror is allowed to get into melee range of Primordius at any point in the fight, it will explode and just kill the raid instantly. So obviously that's bad. To prevent that, of course, your off tank picks up the Horror and tanks it, usually in the center of the room. As you're progressing in the fight and Primordius is probably kited around the edge, the center of the room is the safest location to keep those. Now, the Horror should be killed pretty rapidly. You only have 30 seconds before the next Horror spawns, and they have about 7.5 million health. So you'll probably want at least 1 and maybe 2 extra DPS to help kill the Horrors along with the tank. In our case, we used 2 range DPS to assist with this. In addition to that, your tanks need to swap their duties very frequently. So the Primordius tank and the Horror tank will swap about every 2 Viscous Horror spawns. This allows the blood debuff stacks that both the Horror and Primordius place on the tanks that last for 60 seconds respectively to basically run their full course before the tank is swapping to the role that they need to be. So it works out ideally for lowering damage taken from the tanks, but also keeping those buffs active where they matter and allowing the tanks to do extra damage to both Primordius.
This looks like nameplate death, like what Spine was. Because these would all have nameplates, because they're all attackable.
And the Viscous Horrors. So every 2 spawns, that's usually when you should swap.
Not.
This means that every
Those
second
aren't.
spawn for an active
Those
tank
are-
needs to be killed quickly enough by
Those aren't, I don't think.
Yeah, they are. That's what gives the boss energy when he sucks them up, and you're supposed to kill them.
your extra DPS that tank can get over and taunt Primordius and the other tank
I
before
feel
they
like
go
the
and get in position before it gets near
colored ones or
Primordius.
something.
Nope,
Now
you
when you
kill
initially
all of them.
engage, you'll want to pull
Well, not
Primordius
all
out.
of them. Not all of them. So basically, what you do is you run the boss in a circle, and so those little blobs spawn from all these little lava pools, and you always run the boss the same direction. You ignore anything that's spawning in front of them, but all the ones that are behind him, you cleave and kill, so that he only absorbs the one in front of him, because he like enrages when he gets to 100 energy, and gains like an amp.
It gave some of the transformations that we would
Exactly, yeah. So you basically always have people cleaving the ads behind him and run him in the same circle, and you ignore the ones up front. Is what you do.
Yeah, boat trailer.
Yeah.
The Cup
Really
Dog, when do you guys
sounds-
think this
sounds
raid
cool.
will come out?
Sounds to be
We're
fun.
thinking the first or second week of December, and if it's neither of those, then the first or second week of January. But it's all speculation. We don't actually know, right? It's all just guesses.
Just gotta be
The center of the
careful
room,
not to eat
which
too
you're probably used to on
much.
normal, or as you see here in the video, to the entrance of the room. The reason that we chose the entrance is because we don't have enough DPS, especially with 3 healers, to kill all 10 living fluid spawns from all 10 pools before they reach Primordius in the center. Because they're equidistant at that location, it means that you have to have the same DPS in all of them, and it's just very hard to do without allowing some of them to get low health, but then get absorbed anyway. So with this setup, we can actually ignore the blood spawns or the fluid spawns from the 2 pools closest to Primordius on his left and his right, and instead just kill the other 8 remaining pools of fluids that spawn from those, which are, at this point, very far away from him. So we have a lot of time to actually kill those off and get the buffs and such. By doing this, you can get a lot more guaranteed buffs throughout your raid before you actually start the kiting method that you're probably used to. Now, around the time that the second horror is killed at the start of the fight, that tank will taunt Primordius, and the tank that was on Primordius originally will now want to get the new horror. And around this moment, we start kiting the boss around the room, just like normal strategies are used to. Once you start kiting, the really...
Oh yeah, here, all the nameplates are back. Yeah, so basically, if it spawned in front of him, you ignore it. If it spawns behind him, you kill them.
important thing for your tanks to be aware of.
Because then each one is 1 stack on his energy bar, and I think it's 60 energy he gets hit like a buff.
If Viscous Horror is spawning from the pool right next to Primordius or in his immediate path.
Transform.
Yeah, for us, because the boss takes 75% reduced damage from everyone until you have 5 stacks of your own buff, which you get by when these things die. They either drop purple, which is bad, or they drop red, which is good, and you go stand on a red and you get a buff. And once you have 5 buffs, then you do full damage to the boss.
Doesn't he get stuff too if he
Appreciate the insight. Yeah, of course, man. Happy to help. We're all learning together. We're just winging it now, right? We're just trying to figure out what's going to happen.
There being something about where he shouldn't touch even the leftovers.
So the boss I know for sure can't run over purple. I don't know about the other one. Because this is like instantly gives him a buff or something.
If that's the case, it may be in your tank's interest to stop moving Primordius temporarily, or to move him far in one direction or the other, like you see right there. So that horror was spawning right next to Primordius, and often it's difficult to actually get the horror to avoid moving out a little bit before the tank gets threat. So in that case, it was a good move for Primordius.
AoE class is going crazy here.
Horror has some free space and doesn't have melee range.
Balance is going to be terrible on this boss.
So to deal with the distribution of the buffs and allowing players to get 5 stacks to do normal damage to Primordius, the first step is
it sounded like he recommended 3 healing.
Okay.
I'm just going to be a patchwork bot.
If this is a 2-heal fight, like, it might be worth Cloon go healer and
Dawn Ellie.
DPS just for
Bang, bang, bang. I think Hunter is going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting on ad damage for our comp. And Frost DK, right?
Yeah. Warrior DK.
Although,
we have one.
Maybe Rogue won't be terrible at killing ads. I just play Mark for death, assuming they real die.
I assume they real die. We'll have to test that, but yeah, that would be big.
If they do, then I just
because unfortunately you don't want to patchwork because you do 75% reduced damage to the boss until you get 5 stacks off of like killing random ones. So it's like you're kind of worthless. Like everyone has to be on ads until you get your amp, and then everybody has their amp on the boss. Then you lust and burn.
You can't ignore the ads once everybody's got amp, right?
Yeah, you have to kill them, but just leave them on the floor, I think.
Yeah, exactly. You don't pick up more stacks yourself. You do still have to kill them because your buff only lasts for 2 minutes.
Yeah, you still need to, like, you can't just have everybody single target the boss and then all the ads get ignored.
Yeah, because then he gets his stacks way too fast.
Yeah.
Toward players with high sustained damage on Primordius himself. So in our raid, we have 3 melee DPS and 2 range DPS in the set. And our range DPS are helping with the Viscous Horror damage to kill it off for the tank. So in this case, our melee are kind of the primary source of damage on Primordius, along with our tanks. So we prioritize the buff stacks that go to our melee first and foremost, and then our tanks second, and our range DPS third, and finally our healers after that. So whatever your raid composition or strengths might be, figure out which players are going to generally be attacking Primordius most of the time, and prioritize buff stacks for those players early and often, whereas those that are helping. The second tip is to use Bloodlust and other major DPS cooldowns for the last about 45 seconds of those initial 5-stack transformations on players. If you want the import string, but on the left there you can see those, the Bloodlust is used. This will just maximize damage from the raid itself. And then the final major tip is to assign at least one player to deal with the living fluids. So this will usually be the player with the strongest AE sustained damage. So Warlocks are extremely good at this, especially with the larger AE radius talent. Shamans with Chain Lightning are pretty good, Elemental Shamans. I suspect Windwalker Monks, Spinning Crane Kick would be strong. But anything like that can do sustained damage to a large chunk of the Bloods that are pathing behind Primordius will be extremely valuable. It's important that this player keeps track of people that are losing their 5 stacks and then can kill off a large chunk of Bloods for those players around that time so that the people that are doing the Primordius damage can quickly get a restack of 5.
This might be cringe, but would Demo Warlock running around with Hellfire be good?
No, Hellfire does no dam.
No dam, okay.
You probably want to play Destro in this fight.
Play Destro and just fucking slam Rain of Fires on everything.
Rain of Fires and get unlimited sauce, right? And then if it works, you can Shadow Burn them.
Fire and Brimstone.
Yeah, because I could, depending on what shield you have, I could literally mark for death of Vis, and then if it's low enough, they can Shadow Burn, and we can literally just like team 1D all of them.
Okay, write that down in your brain. That's a good idea.
Discuss is the mutations that Primordius gains. And just like a normal, he has 6 possible mutations. The good and bad news is that these are pretty much something that just needs to be healed through. So that's why I strongly recommend 3 healers, because the damage is insane at times, depending on the combination that you'll get. The only exception to just heal through it is the volleys that are thrown out at the raid from erupting pustules. And while this is active, these occur every 10 seconds, so they're very frequent. They have sometimes a tendency to target players' locations and sometimes just random locations. So it's important that people are aware of when they fly out and they make a couple steps in one direction or the other, but not too far to hopefully avoid these. If they step too far, they're just as likely to step into another pustule that's landing near someone else as they are to avoid the one they're trying to. In some rare instances, 2 pustules can land in the same spot at the same time, and if you happen to be there, you'll die instantly. So it's a real bummer. So just watch the arc that they're flying in as they come out and just make a couple steps one way or the other to get out of those. So that pretty much covers it for this quick guide for Heroic Primordius. And of course, as I mentioned...
Well, those guys' quick guides are way better. How do I get more of these?
What's the deal? It's just like kill ads and then kill boss.
Yep. The boss gets buffs after he absorbs so many, but the buffs are just he does more damage, so it's not like you have to change your strat around it. The big thing as a DPS player, Sam, you see these little red puddles that are left over from killing these? So when you kill the globs, they can either drop a purple puddle, drop nothing, or drop a red puddle. Purple is always bad. It's bad for you, and it's bad for the boss to run over, but the red puddle is good for you. And so there's 4 different buffs that you can get. It's like 5% main stat, 5% crit, 5% haste, and something else. I forget what it is. And they stack. And so what you want to do is until you do 75% reduced damage to the boss until you get, it's either 4 or 5 buffs. And so what you want to do is you want to run around and collect these puddles. And you'll have some random assortment of buffs, right? Maybe you might get 2 stacks of the main stat one, so you get 10% main stat, 5% crit, 5% haste. But now you do full damage to the boss for the next 2 minutes. And that's when you want to hit the boss. And so like the gimmick of the fight is you want to lust when all of your DPS players I finally have like full damage unlocked on the boss. But the same way that the DPS players get buffs, so does the boss. So the boss does more damage throughout as well. But if you get too many good buffs, they go away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you get too many, you have to get dispelled.
Yeah, you get too many, you have to get dispelled, and then all of your buffs go away and you start over.
Do they fall off eventually or no?
2 minutes, yeah.
And how many's max?
I think
Is it
5.
max?
I think 5 is max, and if you
Okay.
go over that, it's bad.
Can you wait? Can you hurt him at 4, or you can only hurt him at 5?
Only at 5.
Only at 5. So you get your 5 stacks, then you got 2 damage, 2 minutes of big dam, and then it falls off and you start over. And that's it. Okay, does this guy have more? I need more of these quick guides.
They have a playlist?
That's what I'm looking for.
Go to top.
Oh, Throne of Thunder guides.
Oh,
Quick guides.
oh, quick guide.
Oh.
Playlist. Just below the mouse where you were. Whatever.
What? Did I miss
That
the thing?
works. No, you've got it open anyway. I was gonna say click on the click view playlist just below.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
There.
Oh, guys, we wasted an hour of our lives not having these. Shout out to this guy. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, Dark Animus. This is when my brain hurt earlier today, and I got confused. But hopefully it's
This one's
more...
gonna put the squeezing on it.
Yeah, hopefully it's more chill than what the description sounded like. Bro, side note, I miss the era of YouTube, like, wubby dubstep sick intros. You guys remember that? Like, where every video had some kind of, like, 15-second
With
sick
the
intro?
Fucking metal text.
Yeah.
In Blender.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And then a big explosion. They're like, "What's up, guys? Welcome." I'm bringing it back. I've just now decided.
Demolition Ranch.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Game Steve.
Oh my god! Immediately back to 9x speed. Hold on. I'm asleep already. There we go.
It's only 15 minutes long.
Here. This
Look
is a
at the
quick guide for Rogue Dark
corpses.
Animus. And as always, if you're looking for the full
Hell
guide
yeah.
or more detailed information,
Future.
click on the annotation on screen. So let's get started. Your raid composition can vary quite a bit on this fight, but generally you're going to want 2 to 3 tanks and 2 to 3 healers. In this video, we're using 2 tanks and 3 healers, and I'll talk about in the strategy the difference between 2 and 3 tank methods. So there are a few major changes on Heroic. The first is that Dark Animus is active right away, so he'll need to be tanked, and he starts with 52 energy. However, he does not start siphoning until 2 minutes into the fight, at which point he'll siphon every 20 seconds. So the goal is to kill off as many of the energized golems as possible, distribute their energy to the massives before those first siphons begin. The second change is that Anima Ring applies a damage over time debuff to the target. So it's ideal to have the Animal Ring Soaker be someone that can mitigate damage when Jolt or Matter Swap occur on that player, so that they don't die to the combination of the dot as well as the Jolt or Matter Swap. The other big change is Empower Golem, which is a new addition, and this is cast every 15 seconds on the current active golem that has the lowest health. This will stack up and increase the golem's damage by 24% per stack, as well as heal it by 3%. Generally, this is not a major concern in this fight, but it's just worth noting that it exists. So, energy distribution is the name of the game here. Again, you want to end the fight with 2 Massives and Dark Animus as the only energized targets. So here you can see a chart of the perfect...
Oh, charts. We love charts. Okay. All right, you guys got that? Is that making sense to everybody? Yeah, all right. I've downloaded it
to memory.
I've committed it to memory as well. I've got it. All right, perfect. Easy.
Possible energy distribution method. So going from left to right, the columns here represent the time span in seconds, the casts or number of siphons, the total energized golems that are active at the time, the energy of Dark Animus, and finally the activity.
I guarantee this guy loves spreadsheets more than Mal. I'm just going to write that. I'm just going to put that in there. This guy fucking loves spreadsheets for sure.
I don't know. This is the first thing that we see that looks anything like a spreadsheet.
So for the perfect distribution, prior
yeah,
to
but
siphon,
but he's used big words, so he just seems like a spreadsheet guy.
He's used one word that wasn't even that big.
All right, Cloon. All right, okay, flex on us with your massive IQ and massive dong. We get it. You're smart and hung. All right. Let the rest of us plebeians.
Definitely not hung. This guy doesn't know what estrogen does down there.
Larges, and then kill 18 small golems, forcing their energy into the 2 Massives. At that point, you don't do anything else until after the 4th siphon, at which point you kill the 2 inactive larges into the 2 massive golems. And then finally, after the 6th siphon, you kill the final inactive large into the...
This feels like one of those bosses I'm never actually going to know what it does. You know what I mean?
It will permanently be a mystery to you.
Yeah.
You're just gonna know how to handle it or something. You're just never gonna know why you're doing it.
Exactly.
Memorize the why, but I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah, it's just gonna be like, guys, don't ask why. Just kill the ones that are marked with this marker, and please move on with your life. Also, Mal, could you please mark them for me? Because Mal will understand.
I didn't want to say it, but it's gonna be like, okay, Rokai's going. Just do this stuff. If you want to know why, ask Mal.
Yeah, ask Mal. I'm not entirely sure. It's like, Mal, mark the shit. Because I get it, like, when you kill one, it transfers energy to, like, a nearby one, which could, like, wake up a not awake one, but you don't want to wake up the wrong ones. And then there's only so many sauces, but you want the sauce to not be absorbed by the boss too often. So you have to unsaw some of the golems.
Pretty much...
Yeah,
kind
you
of right.
Them by you're shuffling the.
Yeah, but you gotta like move them to the thing that you want to sauce.
You're slowly like mathing how to fill the boss up. To kill him.
Bro, I am good at filling things up. Let me tell you, I've got proof. She's 2.
Yeah,
but I'm better at getting filled. So
true.
You gotta fill it up slowly, Rokai. You can't just.
Oh, slowly. I don't know how to do that. Fast.
Because you gotta have time to be able to kill the boss before he just like.
Okay.
Omega claims down on your cock and lops it up.
Okay. And the swap, I know how the swap works. That one's chill too. You just wait until it's halfway done, you swap the bitches, dispel them, and they teleport. Which for sure will never DC anybody, by the way. Guaranteed. It's never going to happen. You're never just going to insta-DC somebody by dispelling them. Not once.
Or have them fall through the world.
Yeah, exactly. That won't happen.
So here's the only
Oh, another one! We have another sheet! Download it, Mal. Get this info in there.
Got it.
Alright, he's got it.
Example distribution.
Alright, moving on.
This guide. And
Is that the Mal download noise? I've never heard that.
Yeah, yeah. He just scanned it in there.
But I put 2 fingers to each temple. And you know,
he's got it.
Sounds like one of those sorting algorithms.
One, this is the one that we use in the video.
Oh, the other thing, you can't like. Aren't you supposed to like not stack them because then they like double fuck you?
Mollywop you.
Yeah.
If you have 2 of them beside each other, they energize each other and get big.
Yeah, they
but not ones that are knocked down.
They Eiffel Tower you and then it's all over, right? Like that's.
In 25 man, this is so much more fucking chaotic.
Basically, what you do is you put all of them together, you have them tank them all, and you get Giga Vengeance.
You guys heard of ZedMed?
You're dead in 2 nanoseconds, but you know, Giga Vengeance.
Big vengeance.
So again, the opening
big
is the same.
Okay.
For Siphon, you're killing 18 small golems into massives and 6 smalls into 3 inactive larges.
Okay, so since I still don't understand how this fight works, is Foji going to do something that just tells us what to kill, or what's the situation here?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right, cool. So we're going to have to understand this.
Because, yeah, it's very much positional positionally important, right?
All right, so Mal, as your boss, you are now in charge of this fight. All right.
This is
Yeah,
where
before Siphon, you kill the two.
a diagram of the raid layout and say like, okay, person 1 stands here, person 2 stands here, would be phenomenal.
Like literally making one of these is useful?
Assuming they don't already have one, but yes.
Oh, we're in the wrong. Oh no. Hold on. Back. Wild Classic, Mop. Create a raid plan. Dark Animus. It's like making one of these is useful.
Yeah.
There's no little boys on it though.
Well, there shouldn't be. We're all adults.
That was bad.
So obsessed with little boys, Cloon.
You can orient it based off that like piece of shit rock that's in the lower right hand corner.
Oh yeah,
the rock.
shit rock.
Yeah, so you'd have to.
I think that's on the inside.
Massive Dark Animus, Anima. Okay.
This is one of those scenarios where, no joke, going to retail, just walking into the room, seeing where everything is, would be amazing.
Dark Animus. I'm pretty sure he stands right there.
Yep.
He does, yeah.
All right, there we go.
Until you put piss into it.
All right, screenshot this and put it in the chat. We've got it.
We don't want that to be piss.
Well.
Blood.
Well.
This is Rodden's blood.
Too many tabs open. Where am I? Here we go. All right.
So he's got like two little tiny guys in front of him, 4 little tiny guys in front of him, and then another 3 in front of that.
4 small boys, 3 small boys, big boys, medium boys. That's a lot of ads.
That's a lot of boys.
Well, they all wake up at different
half
times.
of them
They're
are
all
knocked
asleep.
out.
Yeah,
oh,
they're
flashbang. Sorry.
For Tin Man, some of them stay dead, right?
All right, so here's a small man. Was it 3 on either side like this?
There's 2 on either side and then 3 in front.
And then
there was 2 large ones on either side of him. Sorry, no, 1 on each side, I believe.
Yeah, I think there's like 1 on each inner corner.
I'm fairly certain there's only 2 large anima in the whole thing.
All right, there you go.
Oh, 2 of the very large ones.
Yeah.
And then 4 mediums, right?
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let me get rid of these.
Yeah, just hit the play for a second.
Then 3 and then two mediums. Oh, no, get small.
Oh.
Bang, and then large.
That's a
Bang.
medium. Can you like color it?
Nope. Just got the names. I'm trying to do it by scale.
Click it
right.
in, click it in. What is
Can.
that text?
Puts a little text under it. Can you just change the color?
That's
or
for
no?
fucking ants.
I think that's changing the text color. Yep.
Yeah.
Change this text color.
Damn.
But
I'm literally gonna have to do it by scale. Like the massive ones are literally just gonna have to be bigger.
Yeah.
Wait, there are volcanoes and lightning there. I think you know what to do.
Oh god. All right, this is gonna be. Let's continue.
And that's it. So if you take care of those 2 big
This
steps,
one's
then
hard.
energy distribution will allow you 380 seconds of fight time before Dark Animus gets out.
Oh, okay. They mirror each other. Hold on, I'll do that really quick as well.
And then I think it's the same group on the like top left, top right, and bottom left, bottom right.
Wait, what?
Go back to the video. Go back to the beginning.
Which is a long time. So if done properly, by far the best one. This is the one that we use in this guide.
Before they
You
all
can get
wake
the
up.
The 2 massive active large into the kill the 2 inactive of Dark Animus. The casts or number of speed forward length of 400 seconds. And so again, the opening is the edges, and then after the 4th siphon, you kill the 2.
Yeah, you can sort of see it back there. There's another group of 2 and 3, and then I think there's another 3 in front.
Inactive larges
there are.
into 2 massives, and that's it.
So what would be the correct?
So you see that grouping of 5 you got that you've already got highlighted?
Oh, this group. Okay.
Yeah, copy it,
Okay.
put it bottom left,
Okay.
copy it, put it bottom right. Now take just the 3 little guys, copy it, put it middle right and middle left.
Yeah, like where my mouse is here.
Yep, yep.
This kind of situation.
There you go. Yep. Then the next part of it is finding out which ones are deactivated, because that's also very important. But that's going to be harder, more tedious.
You're just gonna have to like just look at in Tin Man.
Yep. All right. Well, let's just yoink that really quick and get that. We put this to the PTR channel. There you go. Okay, saved. Bang.
So if you take care of those 2 big steps, then energy distribution will allow you 380 seconds of fight time before Dark Animus gets 100 energy.
So then it's the choices. So some of these are like disabled to start with, right? And you only kill the active ones.
There's basically 2 kind of goals. One is you're trying to put the sauce into as few total animas as possible. And secondly, you're trying to put them into deactivated animas. Right? You're trying to concentrate it into as few targets as possible so that the boss siphons less at a time.
So basically, like, let's simplify it. This one's got sauce and it's alive. I want to kill it next to this one, right?
Yeah.
And then I want to kill this one next to this one next to this one, and then I want to kill this one next to a medium one to fill it up?
You just go straight to the medium.
Oh, I just kill it next to the medium one.
Yeah.
Okay. I want the least amount of creatures alive when the boss comes out, yes?
Correct.
It seems easy.
Which is a long time. So if done properly, you have quite a bit of extensive period in which you've just done Dark Animus.
But like at the beginning, I'm fairly certain at the beginning of the fight,
So the first basic strategy is a 3-tank method, and you use 2 or 3 healers. So we tried this for a while, but ultimately settled on a 2-tank strategy, which I'll talk about in a moment. The basic idea.
Yeah, don't you have everybody tank their own to start with?
Yes.
Since they can't be together.
You just map it out. You map out the 10, or actually there's 12. There's 14.
Because one tank has to have 2, right?
No, both tanks get 2. So yes, there's 12 little animals that spawn at the beginning. You basically just say, everybody, this is your spot. This is your anima. Tank it. Face tank it. That's it.
Yep.
Right.
And you kill the tanks on the 2 tanks first, and then.
Is that your first tank gets Dark Animus plus 1 active small golem. Then each other tank grabs 2 or 3 active small golems, depending on how much they can handle tanking. Kills one of those quickly and activates their massive. And then that tank just drags the massive on their respective side, killing off the assigned inactives along that side.
Wait, is Dark Animus active on Heroic instantly?
Maybe.
Okay, on normal he wasn't.
Outside the room. The goal, of course, to be able to reach 36 energy for each massive by the time they reach the end of their side of the room, having killed all their assigned inactive golems, plus whichever active small golems that they need to do. So keep in mind that your DPS will be killing 6 active small golems into the 3 larges on the side. So if each of your 2 massive tanks grabbed 2 active small ones at the start, plus the one that you have on Dark Animus tank, that means you'll have 1 extra active small golem that one of your massive tanks needs to kill at some point. So the benefit, of course, to this 3-tank method is that there's a lot more stability for your tank survival since you're only going to be tanking 1 massive at any given time. So the slam stacks are quite a bit lower, and it's easier to kill your tanks because of this. It also means that your tanks can be a lot less accurate, a lot slower in the whole process that they're doing at the start of the fight, because they only have to really do half of the room worth of golems before the first siphon. So if you have not very strong tanks, for example, this might be the way to do it, because your tank gear does not need to be very good at all to do this method with 3 tanks. So the second major strategy, and the one we are using in the video here, is 2 tanks, again with 2 or 3 healers. For a 2-tank method, I strongly recommend 3 healers, because it will offer you a lot more raid stability. You can get dispels and healing when necessary, much easier, distribute your matter swaps, all that good stuff. And your tanks need to be quite quick and efficient in how they handle the opening parts of the fight. However, after that, it's just a matter of doing 2 taunts to do a tank swap, since there's 2 massives that need to be swapped rather than 1. So here, let's go back and we'll go through some slow playback, and you can see the actual step-by-step process of going through this. So to begin, the Dark Animus tank picks up Dark Animus plus an active small golem.
Dark Animus tank pulls Dark Animus, so that answers that, he's active right away, and a small golem. Massive tank pulls 3 active small golems near a massive. So you're tanking 4 things. You're getting walloped on.
No. The massives don't spawn don't activate right away until you kill the small ones.
Oh, you just pull it
into-
near a massive. Okay, I see.
Yeah, and then I guess that tank will kill his 3 small golems,
Yep.
feeding it into the massive, activating it, and
Yep.
he deals with that.
Yep, that makes sense. So then you pull all of the small ones into the inactive large ones. Okay, cool. Okay, 2 healers pulled the 2 remaining active small golems. DPS used to low health but don't kill them. Massive tank drops all CDs and quickly kills the last 2. Activates that other one. Okay.
The massive tank gets 3 active small golems and tanks them near one of the massives. So on the left there, you can see our paladin tank is our massive tank. These will do a lot of damage since there's 3 of them stacking up. So make sure your tank has a lot of cooldowns going, plus outside cooldowns if possible. They'll get a lot of vengeance, however, and kill off the active small golems pretty quickly. Once they've killed 2 or 3 of those, and the massive is active, then the massive tank will move around that side of the room and kill off a predetermined number of 6 inactive small golems. So here you can see I'm helping our paladin tank just to kill off those.
So the inactives, you can just hit them and they die?
No, they don't die.
Inactive small is a little bit quicker because he has 2 minutes
I think
to
they're
kill
immune
off
to
all
damage.
18.
They're what?
I think they're immune to damage when they're inactive.
So what's the... I mean, he's hitting the inactive ones, right?
Kill off those.
Or
inactive
maybe
small
they
a little bit quicker
He's sucking the life out of them. They have
because he has 2
all
minutes
of them
to kill
start
off
with
all
some amount of
18
juice in them.
Oh,
small
okay,
golems
okay.
on the 2 massives before the first siphon.
And
So again, your tank
I
has to be very
think
quick.
whenever they get
Meanwhile,
sucked out,
your
like
6
whenever
DPS and your
they run
healers
out.
need to each pull 1
Oh,
active
whenever
small
they
golem
die,
and kill it.
they send their juice to the closest target. That's what it is.
Right. So he's just funneling it all into the big guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Near the 3 inactive larges on the
Can
outside
you
edges.
kill those
Obviously, this
stun
means 2
ones?
per
I thought
inactive
they were
large.
just out of the
I
fight.
thought they
So how
were.
you distribute that will be
I
based
thought
on
they
your
were
weight
out of the
composition
fight.
and whatnot.
Yeah.
But essentially, 6 of those need to go into the 3 inactive larges.
Maybe he is executing them into it.
Yeah, he's for sure
Yeah, but
executing him.
Finally,
Then they
2
would send
inactive
their juice out randomly, which is not great.
Well, the
Oh,
juice is concentrated into one thing, so it's less target.
No, that's what he's doing. He's pulling the massive one around, executing the small ones. When he executes the small one, its juice goes into the massive. So he's
Right.
grouping it all up into that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's what it's doing.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Because you can see him. He just kited around the outside of the room, one tapping these.
balls will remain, which should be on 2 of your healers. So I had 1 on me there for a moment. You
Oh,
can see
they're
right there.
stunned.
And
like,
once the
there
first
are
massive is
truly
full
just
energy,
inactive
it's
ones. You
taunted.
have-
Yeah,
by the
yeah,
attack
because when they're glowing like this, they're inactive.
Miss tank and pulled onto the
Well, there are some that are just
Dark Games
sleeping.
tank until the other massive is.
Yeah, because look at the difference. Electric, low health, inactive. Full health, no glow, active.
Because
So
there's
here you
also
see
some
the
that,
second
that are
half of
just
this
like
setup.
deactivated,
So there's
and you
the
could just
massive being
funnel
taunted by Dark Animus.
sauce into them, and
So here are
it
the
just stays.
active small
Right.
golems
I think
on
they
one
wake
of the healers,
up.
on me in this case,
No,
has
no,
been
they
DPS
don't wake
to
up.
low health, around 20% or so by your DPS. Once they're done with their single guy killing it into the large inactive.
Oh, you
then
see,
they
I
can
think
help out.
that's what it is. You see, some of them are standing up and electrified. Some of them are just sitting down.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the
I think
Yeah.
the ones that are sitting, down, you could just put sauce in it and it doesn't get activated.
There are
Okay.
2 extras that are on the healers.
But the boss
so we get
gets
those to low
sucked
health
out.
but not kill them. Then
Right.
once your massive
Which you
runs over
don't
the other massive, he can taunt one of those off a healer and drag it with him. Now, killing that active small one or an inactive small one near the
Yeah, because look, he just killed that inactive one into the massive,
Second
and I'm sure he's going to get this one next.
should be timed so
It
that
just
it
goes
occurs
around the room.
Yeah,
clean-
kills
clean
it,
up.
10 seconds after
funnels it
the
into the
massive.
So this is
massive.
This
also
will allow
a scenario where you do not want random cleave going off anywhere.
Yeah,
Because if you kill a little guy who's off in Timbuktu, he's gonna send his sauce who knows where.
yeah. So you literally just want the tank to one tap the inactive stuff, and that's
how
it.
the matter stops to be staggered from this point forward so that they don't
Yeah, because he's
overlap at all. And then from here, your,
Bang,
your massive tank just
bang.
takes the massive and kills all the inactives on that side of the room. And once they reach the end and have finished all the inactives, then they'll want to taunt the lowest health active small golem. That's either going to be on the main tank on Dark Animus or on the other healer. And once that one is killed into the massive, you're done with the entire process. So you'll have one final active small golem that's left alive on the Dark Animus tank until it's deactivated just from losing energy on its own. So this means you've killed 24 of 25 small inactive golems. Both massives are full energy, and you're good until the 4th siphon, at which point the next step in the process comes in. So finally, here as we can move to a different clip, is the transition after the 4th siphon so that your massive tank can kill the 2 inactive larges on the one side and have their energy distributed to the 2 massives. So the best way we want to do this is to do a tank swap around the 3rd siphon. So basically when the 3rd siphon is going out, the tank that was on Dark Animus taunts both the massives, and the massive tank gets Dark Animus, vice versa. So that the number of explosive slam stacks on the massive tank by the time the 4th siphon is going out is kept pretty low. So here you can see the tank swap is going on, and our monk tank has picked up the massives, and now we're approaching the 4th siphon, so he's moving out to the large position. so that he can, as soon as that Force Siphon hits, he's free to kill that large inactive golem and have the energy distributed right away. And once he kills the first one, then he just quickly moves over to the second one on the same side, kills that one, and then you'll be set for the remainder of the fight. You don't have to do anything else other than normal tank swaps. So for matter swap, the best thing I can do to illustrate is with this beautiful top-down diagram. So the center ring is obviously where the center circle is. That's where Dark Animus is tanked. And then the thick pink bar there represents the sort of grooved area of the blood streams that are coming down to the center. So what we essentially did is did a green marker on the left side and a blue marker on the right. And then our ranged and healers are distributed on either side pretty much evenly within that grooved slatted area on the ground. So what this allows is that any target that gets matter swap will automatically be swapped with someone on the opposite side every time. So by having our healers and ranged evenly distributed, it doesn't matter if it targets a ranged, a healer, or even a melee, they'll automatically be swapped with someone on the other side. And usually that player can just stay wherever they were swapped to. The exception being is if you have a healer swap with a ranged, and that healer then gets to the opposite side where all three healers are on the same side, you don't want that, obviously, because you need to make sure a healer's always within dispel and heal range of each side. But otherwise, you can pretty much just let the swaps happen however they would and not worry about your positions. So this will save you a lot of movement, and you'll get a lot more DPS and healing out of it, and you don't have to worry so much about the actual matter swap damage as long as you have a healer within range of everyone at all times. Finally, it's worth briefly noting that Anima Font can be very dangerous on this fight. So the best thing you can do, no matter who you are, is to move constantly. You can either just move back and forth, left and right between two positions, so that a font cast on you will land where you were standing before, or you can move in a sort of square pattern. A lot of people found the square pattern work best. Other than that, just watch your feet. If you see them landing, just move to the side, and make certain that you're moving just before and just after a jolt is occurring. That way, you can be certain that the only damage you'll take around that period is the jolt itself, and usually be able to survive it without much trouble. But if you get a combination of jolt plus the Anima Font, or two, you're going to die. So
Anima Font 24/7.
And that's about it. So, as always, if you need more information, check out the full guide. But otherwise, that is Heroic Dark Animus. Good luck, and thanks for watching.
What did you say?
So that little splash damage, is that through the whole fight always?
Best.
No, that is when he's
other than-
pissed.
Oh, okay.
It's
Got
probably
He got
gains
full energy.
he gains additional abilities every time he gets a certain energy level. That's why you want to concentrate the anima into as few targets as possible, because he'll like siphon one energy from all mobs, right?
Yeah.
But if you got 10 mobs out, that's 10 energy per siphon. But if you got 2 mobs, it's only 2 energy.
Yeah. It gives you more time.
Time to kill the boss.
Okay. Cool. Sick.
Hello, ladies and
Fight.
gentlemen, Games here. This is the quick guide for Heroic.
Not really being a real fight.
If the Fat Balls normal guide made it look like it's piss because you could just tank it by the entrance and then nothing happens. But we'll see.
Kind of just flies
As usual,
around,
if you
just
just
on
want the
dog
full guide with more
flies.
information, click on the annotation on screen. And with that, let's get started. So for your raid composition, you can use 1 or 2 tanks, first and foremost. And this depends basically on whether you have a paladin in your raid. Especially if your tank is a paladin, you can easily 1 tank this encounter. And doing so will free up extra DPS and
Another
healing.
1 tank.
Like another tank is expected to
Yeah.
do. So that'll help quite a bit. So basically this tank will use hand protection or divine shield
Perhaps
to
the
get
get
rid
another
of the
paladin
stacks
going.
of impale that will apply during the fight. And usually you want to do this once per dog phase, and that pretty much will allow the tank to be healed easily throughout the rest of the fight. Other than that, 2 or 3 healers, pretty standard stuff. Especially if you're 1 tanking, I would strongly recommend 3 healers if you're learning this fight, because there can be some spike damage in the first and the last phase in particular. So as you begin the fight, you will face Rorschach just like normal, and the only difference is on Heroic, when you get each dog to 25% health, they'll go away, and you have to fight them all at the end together, pretty much.
Sounds
So
cool.
Rorschach still deals all the same basic abilities.
Sounds like I'm playing
the idea
fire.
here is to split up your group into roughly 3 groups of 3 or 4 players each. When it's time for one group to stack up and soak up the flame attack, they'll do so and go up to 3 stacks of the debuff, at which point they spread out again, and the next group in the rotation stacks up and gets their 3 stacks. So for us, we have our melee stack up initially. Once they get 3 stacks, we wait for the first throw spear to go out, and then the second group, which is my group here, ranged group, stacks up, and the 3 of us get up to 3 stacks. We spread out after that, and wait for the next throw spear to go out, and then the third group, which is the other ranged group, stacks up on the other side and gets 3 stacks. And then by the time the third group is done, the initial group, melee in our case, has cleared their stacks, and they can reset and do it again. So just keep this rotation going. The only trick, of course, is making sure your melee are allowed to stay spread apart far enough so that they don't stack up too much. So the best thing to do is to have your melee in a triangle formation at max range. The other thing to be aware of is that on all phases during Heroic, while you have 1 dog active, one of the other dog's abilities will be used on the raid. So during the...
So does it just bait on any group of 3 players that are close enough to one another so you can bait it?
I think so.
Okay.
First dog, for example, you get the Lightning Storm attack as well as a Whirlwind attack.
It's Fire
already.
Dog first.
So it's
and
important that
then
you have players assigned to basically
Frost
partner up.
Dog? Is
So if
this
they get Lightning
Frost
Storm,
Dog?
their partner can quickly click them and just be right in that
Or
area.
has he not
So
changed
your ranged
it?
and your
Oh, yeah,
non-monk
Quetzal.
healers.
Pretzel.
Oh yeah, this is the prison thing. You got to click somebody out.
Quadrant or side of the boss throughout the fight.
Yeah.
Once phase 2 begins on Quetzal, you again want to stay near your partner so you can click off the lightning debuff. But otherwise, this phase is pretty simple. There's not a lot of damage, and the only danger really is the windstorm, which is just starting here. So just like in normal,
yeah,
you'll want
the
to run toward the entrance of the room, toward the west, using any sprints or movement boosts you have. And make sure your healers especially
It's super
wait to use
free
their
if you
massive
just go
heal cooldowns
quickly
until they
like
get
that
outside of the
Bob
wind.
just
Otherwise the
did.
healing will be reduced a great deal.
Probably gate for the slow people, right? And then everybody else
Yeah,
boots.
So as you saw, as a monk, I roll out of it. Make sure you just move in the same pattern every time because the tornadoes are always going to start and move in the same pattern as well. So once you find a particular path or method that you can use to get out of windstorm, you can repeat it every single time. And it's pretty
This
simple to do.
lightning is also
You'll also
very
want to
hard
use
see.
damage reduction cooldowns on the raid when windstorm is about to hit because the lightning will generally be chaining from a ranged player onto the rest of the raid as you get sucked in. So save your big heal cooldowns until you get out of the storm, just the healer, not the rest of the raid, and use your damage reduction cooldowns just before, just as soon as the storm starts. Once you're at the entrance for the first windstorm, then you just want to stay over here to avoid the tornadoes, just like normal. So we generally have the north and the south roughly split up between our ranged and healers, so that again the spears only apply on one side, and players are partnered with someone else to click off the lightning debuff.
Terrorism POV.
So the third phase against Dameron
What?
is the easiest by far. This is where your healers should
He was
regenerate their mana
all
in preparation
crammed
for
up
the end.
against the
There's
wall.
very little
and
damage to
shit.
deal with. The only extra on
So his
heroic
camera
here
was
is that
fucked.
the Rorschach fire debuff will still be applied to the largest group of players during this phase. So usually that will be your melee.
This
However,
is
while
the
Dameron's
frost
active, this is not
dog,
applied
that's
so frequently that the stacks will increase. So generally he'll cast it under melee, they'll take a bit of spike damage, and then the debuff will drop, and he'll cast it again on the melee, and so on. If you do not have enough players stacked up, however, he may cast it on a random single player and potentially kill them. So it's just best in this phase, if possible, to have your melee grouped up so that you can soak up that damage. Now, once you get Dameron to 25%, the next phase will begin, which respawns all the other dogs along with Iron Quan at the same time. So your tank will need to pick up all 4 targets and tank them on top of each other. At this
Vengeance goes burr.
point, it's sort of a burn. You want to burn the dangerous dogs down quickly while leaving the other ones that are less dangerous to the end. So generally speaking, you want to focus your DPS on Rorschach first because he will use all his main abilities, which basically means the Fire AE will be cast on grouped up players. So rather than doing the 3-person rotation, because there's a lot going on in this phase, it's best to just have a bunch of players stack up in melee. If you have enough melee DPS, along with your tank, Monk Healer is another player that can stack up, then those players can just soak up the fire debuffs long enough for your raid to finish off Rorschach. Once he's dead, no more will be applied. So that's the best way to do it if you have enough melee to soak that up. Usually you'll want 4, maybe 5 players to be able to do that. And otherwise, once Rorschach is dead, then just finish off the other dogs. Doesn't really matter the order at this point. Depending on your DPS, you may get a Fist Smash, as you see here, from Iron Quan during the dogs phase here. So this is a good time to use any raid cooldowns, at least one raid cooldown, to mitigate some of the damage or increase your healing, because there's going to be lightning and other effects that are still active on the raid. So once you kill all the dogs, you'll just stay here in this final phase against Iron Quan. And this is essentially a softened rage mechanic, just like in normal, where every time you Fist Smash, he does more and more damage to the raid. So the first thing you need to make sure is that players that are ranged targets, and therefore have lightning applied to them, do not get near any other player until the lightning is gone. If you're too quick to move into melee range, you'll spread lightning to the rest of the raid and cause a lot of extra damage. So stay spread out until you're certain that all the dogs are dead and you have no more lightning debuff on you. Once the lightning's all gone, the rest of your raid can pretty much stack up. We kind of use a small triangle in melee formation because when he initially throws a spear before he smashes the ground, it does an AE around the target player. So you don't want to be quite stacked up completely because you'll take extra damage. But basically we're all in melee, and then you can use pretty efficient AE heals, and otherwise just rotate your raid cooldown.
I love that he says AE, not AOE. Have you guys noticed that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, he said it's always AE heal, AE damage, AE whatever. He doesn't say AOE.
For every raid smash, or every fist smash rather. And that's it. So we generally use Bloodlust at the start against the first dog, but if you don't have much trouble with that rotation, depending on your DPS, you might want to save Bloodlust for the last phase here, just to get through the fist smash stuff quickly. But otherwise, it's pretty easy to counter.
I feel like, depending on how hard that very first dog is, with the 3 dogs plus the boss out, lusting that with like cleave damage would go insane.
Yeah, it's gonna go to hell.com.
Like I could play fire, spread, bust everything, and all the dogs would die instantaneously. Like
Insta, bro.
Insta, bro. All right, this fight seems like piss, so that's cool.
It is piss.
All right, piss fight. Got it. Are we almost done? We're almost done, gamers. Fuck yeah. Let's go.
I am so ready to forget all of this later on.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll do it again tomorrow, same time.
You guys have been paying attention?
Wait, we're watching videos?
God damn it.
There's
God
RP
damn it,
at
Bobby.
the start of this one.
Also, best Mogin game. What is this?
What the fuck was that?
What is this?
I don't know, but you need an intro like that on your video.
I like it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Cave Steve.
Yeah, my intro's lame comparatively. I gotta step up my game.
This is the quick guide for Heroic Twin Consorts. And as usual, if you're looking for more information and detail, you can click on the full guide annotation there on the screen. So let's get started. For your raid composition, you'll want 2 tanks and 2 to 3 healers. I would strongly recommend 2 healers, as this fight has very little healing requirement to it. So to deal with Lurkers of the Night, which are the new ad type on Heroic that spawn during the night phase, that often shadow bolt players, you need to move Swen around the room near the locations of the Lurkers while she's using Tears of the Sun during this phase. This will cause the Lurkers to pop out of their realm and be attackable. Once a tank pulls Swen near these and spawns a few of them, they should just move back into melee range, and the tank can kill them down, or just miscellaneous cleave damage can do it. Your DPS do not need to focus on the Lurkers at all, because they're not damaging at all once they're out of the shadowy realm. So the next addition on Heroic is Nuclear Inferno, and this is cast by Swen throughout the day phase, and this will cause her to AE the entire raid for about 100,000 base damage per second for 8 seconds.
AE the entire raid.
This is modified by her Blazing Radiance stack, and is an addition to the Blazing Radiance damage, so there's quite a bit of damage. To deal with it, your raid should stack up in the shadow of an Ice Comet, so that their damage is reduced by 60%.
Oh, this is, what's her bitch? From Wrath.
60% on Heroic.
I forget, the dragon.
It's quite healable, and you don't really need any cooldowns to deal with it. Now, throughout most of the day phase, you can use 2 comets, and then every 3rd comet you'll need to save by keeping Swen far away from it so she doesn't drain the health of it very quickly. So once the 3rd comet spawns, your tank just keeps the boss away from it, and your raid gets ready to stack in it for the next Inferno. So here you can see another comet has spawned, and Inferno's coming up, so our raid's going to save that comet, and we'll stack in it in just a moment here. So every 3rd comet, simply save it for the next Inferno, and you'll be fine. The one exception is the very first Inferno will generally happen after the 2nd comet spawns. Sometimes, if you're unlucky, you can actually have it happen after the 1st comet only, in which case you need to use massive raid cooldowns if you did not save that 1st comet. So to deal with phase 1, it's pretty standard, just like you do in normal for the most part. Make sure your ranged and your healers are spread out so that they don't take double damage from Cosmic Barrage. When your tank gets the Beast of the Nightmares, your healers need to make sure they don't get corrupted healing stacks, or if they do, they only get 1 or 2 at most, because on Heroic the damage is quite high from that. So if your healers don't know which spells cause these stacks, make sure you test it in the first couple attempts and figure out which heals you can actually cast. Eminence healing from Mistweavers, for example, as a smart heal does not cause the stacks to go up. So between your tank heals and a few smart heals that don't cause stacks, you should not really have to directly heal your tank during this phase. You also want to use Cranes against Lulin, because there isn't a very good opportunity to use Cranes on the 2nd phase against Swen. So that'd be my suggestion, is to use Cranes on this 1st phase like we do here. Otherwise, just watch for the sleep mists on the ground, and have your off-tank pull Swen around while she's using Tears of the Sun to spawn the Lurkers, and then let the Lurkers die from random take damage, and you'll be fine. For the day phase, once it starts, you'll see all the Lurkers that were otherwise not revealed will spawn, and again, your tank should just pick these up and kill them as they see fit. The rest of your raid burns on Swen as much as you can. You'll want to use the Tiger almost immediately going into this phase to reduce the Blazing Radiance damage, as well as hopefully allow you to save the 1st comet for the 1st Nuclear Inferno in the event that you don't get the 2nd comet spawn, which can happen.
What does that mean, use the Tiger? Am I stupid?
It's probably the drawings.
Oh.
Although it's rare.
When you
otherwise,
go to the statue,
there's quite a bit of healing initially on this
you go
first
into a different
section
realm,
of this phase.
you have
So
to
make sure
draw,
you have some
and
raid
then
cooldowns
get a
ready
buff.
if
I don't
necessary
remember
for
what the
this.
buffs are.
Otherwise, stack for the Inferno, just like you're supposed to. And then you can use 2 comets, and then save the 3rd for the next nuke, and use 2 more comets, save the 3rd, and so on until the phase is over. Pretty easy stuff. Rest is just like normal. Keep your raid spread out to avoid charge damage, and the little nuke that you'll cast on random raid members so that doesn't hit a comet and cause it to despawn. And then once you're through with this phase, you'll finally be on to the last phase. So during the 3rd phase, just like in normal, your goal is to kill Sven first, and then Lulin second. And you have to deal with Nuclear Inferno on this phase, as well as Tidal Force, just like on normal difficulty. However, there are no more Lurker spawns, and no more Beasts of the Nightmares. So the basic setup is pretty much the same as before. Stay spread out, and when Nuclear Inferno is about to be cast, make sure you save a comet for your raid to stack in. When Tidal Force is about to be cast, use either a statue cooldown or a bunch of raid cooldowns if you don't have statue available. So at the start of the phase, just before the first Tidal Force, we use the Tiger statue. So we have seen that Lulin is very slow right now, and the Tidal Force damage is much lower than normal.
Does the tank do that? Does the tank do the statue shit? Okay.
Range DPS.
Okay.
Will be the next Inferno.
Oh, I see him on the outside of the room here. Okay, so you just like click it or something?
Something like that.
So you can see we're using up one of those Ice Comets, and then the new one we're saving for the Nuclear Inferno. Once that's over, then you'll be prepared for the next special, which will be Tidal Force again, followed by another nuke, and so on and so forth. We also use Cranes as our 2nd statue after this Nuclear Inferno, essentially. So here you can see the Cranes coming out. And this is used in this way so that the Cranes hit both of these targets during this phase. Because if we waited too much longer, Swen would be dead already. So this just helps damage a little bit. But otherwise, this phase is, again, pretty easy, just like most of the fight. So just focus on getting the timing down for Nuclear Inferno, keeping the boss away when you have to save an Ice Comet, using cooldowns for Tidal Force in this last phase.
So you need an Ice Comet to LOS like this blasting pulse damage, but otherwise you just tank him on top of a comet so you can kill it? Is there a downside to just always leaving these comets up?
And then having your tank get used to taunting and kiting Swen during the first phase to spawn the ads. And that's it. So, good luck on Heroic Twin Consorts, and thanks for watching.
Seems chill. Cool. Next.
Next is the big boy.
Oh, this guy's pissed. Alright. Do we even have to watch the guide, or we all have this?
I got it already. Yeah, I downloaded
Ladies
it.
and gentlemen, Gabe here.
Yeah,
Still not
Slashy.
the right name of the boss.
Yeah, Slashy.
Whatever. One day, Mal will know
Hold
what
on,
the boss.
I'm getting the carbonated beverage before we crack this one open.
I
Hold
mean,
on.
if you drop the N, it's Leshi.
Like shit.
All right. Will Coke Zero action take the edge off?
This is the quick guide for Heroic Lishan. As usual, if you want the full guide with a lot more information and detail, check out the annotation on your screen there. Otherwise, let's get started. For your raid composition, you'll want 2 tanks and 2 or 3 healers. I would strongly recommend 2 healers because the only phase that has high healing requirements is the final phase, and burning through that quickly will help you quite a bit. You'll also want to stack players that have some form of self-immunity cooldown or a large damage reduction cooldown that's not quite an immunity. So anyone with a 90% or higher reduction that can solo static shock during the intermission phase will be very useful. Finally, a Death Knight that can use AE Death Grip to handle the ball lightnings will be very helpful, as well as a Warlock for their portal.
Herb12, thanks for the follow, King. Appreciate that.
All of those are really key.
Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you learned something today.
We're
learning a lot.
Is that once you overload a pillar,
we're learning a lot.
It will continue to use its ability throughout the remainder of the encounter. So unlike normal, where you disable the ones early based on which is more difficult, in Heroic it's the opposite. You disable the ones that you think you can deal with the easiest later on in the fight. The second major change on Heroic is the addition of the Helm of Command ability. This is cast on the intermission phases by Lishan. You can see him casting on me right there. And this is a pushback ability that forces you off the platform. To deal with this, you need a form of movement boost, either personal or outside cooldown, or just some form of teleport if possible, and also some form of damage reduction or direct healing from a player because it also deals heavy damage over time. So while there are technically multiple strategies for how you overload the pillars in what order, I'm going to assume that you use the most common strategy, which is the one where...
My guild is hardly top 700. Why am I here? Love the content.
And that's going to be your first
You've been telling me our toast 10 minutes a lot.
You're
here because you want to learn. Because eventually you'll be doing this. But I'm glad the guide's helpful. It's awesome to hear.
Overloaded pillar.
I will for sure be doing guides for Throne of Thunder, so you won't have to be doing any of this. And for everybody watching, I'm streaming all of PTR whenever it's announced and dropped, so you guys can come hang out and watch that too.
You can see the
but yeah, happy to help. It's been so much fun.
But for this quick guide, I'm just going to go over the basics. First and foremost, your range should always be on the far side, stacked up for Thunderstruck. So if you are moving clockwise like we are in the video, your range should start off on the counter.
Bro, this guy with his list.
God, that's a lot of fucking words.
If you guys... We've made this joke so many times. My inability to identify cardinal directions in this game is about to eat me alive with whatever the fuck this is right here. Northeast, southwest. Yeah, I know how they work in real life, but in game,
clockwise.
Never been able to do it, man. Not once.
The Australian or?
Hey, wait, are they Australian directions or are they regular? Are they American directions? Is it in kilometers?
Inside out, you know.
Oh, I'm toast. Okay, should we read this? I'm not reading this. Should we read this? Once a tank gets... I'm not reading this.
Clockwise or left side at max range. So you can see the left of the screen, that's the range position. And then once Thunderstruck targets them, like it's doing there, they just move to the opposite corner so that they'll be in the new far side position for the next platform that we move to. And this just repeats as you move around. The other thing to be careful of is know which platform you're moving to next. So the second platform on the first phase, the range need to be spread for diffusion chain, which will happen right away. And then they stack up after that. Your melee need to watch for the lightning attack that comes down around Lishan. You can see where he's casting it if you just look at his facing. And if he casts it at you, just move directly under his model for a moment. And you'll be safe until he's done with the full cast sequence. When you move to the third pillar, everyone should stack up in melee range because overcharge...
Wait, do you just bait the spear throw in the corner of whatever quadrant you're in? Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Seems to be.
He put all these words for that?
That's very quickly.
All right.
So
next.
Coming up. And we stack in the melee position marked by yellow there.
Use many word when few word are good.
Dude, my entire life summarized right there. All right, so you move to a platform, you stack for big dam.
Position in melee range, so no one is in danger of getting hit.
Okay.
And once that hits, your range spread out again to their Thunderstruck position.
Oh yeah, so then the range go to the corner. Cool.
And so on and so forth. Also, keep in mind that you want the energy on the first pillar to be the highest, so you move out around 90 energy on that one, whereas the others are going to move out closer to 80 or so, just like normal. And then
oh, so like the longer you're in a quadrant, the more power that quadrant gets?
Yes.
Transition to the last pillar on this first phase.
Which I never rated during Thread of Thunder. I stopped after Heart of Fear. So, this is all new.
I never rated Throne of Thunder. Period.
I did LFR.
Oh, you did LFR. Huge. All right, so hold on. You take the wheel because you're the expert in the room. You've been through more than we can
around.
This one before it was nerfed. And then we got this boss to like 5% and then choked.
Yeah, been there.
And then I came back in Siege and did this as a GDKP and killed this boss plus Raden and GDKP.
From rumors, Raden is easy, right? Like this is the hard
easy.
boss. Okay.
It's soccer practice. If you can play soccer practice, you can do Raden.
I wonder. I assume Warcraft logs will do the race based off of Raden, right?
Probably.
Almost certainly.
You're right. Yeah. Okay.
There's going to be a
It's
lot
gotta
of
be a
radiant,
full
so
clear.
the radiant needs to make sure they stay far away from
Yeah.
Lucian as he moves across.
Whoever
Otherwise, they'll be
gets
targeted
Raden
by
Oh,
lightning attack.
by the way, this is also the. I forgot about this for a second. Raden has limited attempts, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's 50
It's one
per
of those
week. We're
bosses.
gonna be all right.
Yeah, we'll be fine. But
We're gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be just fine.
Even every raid we do will be fine because, I don't think we could stand doing 50 attempts in a week.
No, I would krill it myself, buddy. Does Warcraft logs started in Siege, right? We can't go back and see.
Yeah, that's correct.
Damn. Okay, never mind. I was about to try and pull it up, but it started in Siege. Rip. Okay, back to the video.
As well as there's just a lot of stacks of discharge energy. So use.
They announced PTR dates yet. Nope. No, they didn't.
Taunt the boss from range, so he moves very quickly between the two spots.
They did not.
So the abilities you.
The assumption is it's either going to be a first week of December release or first week of January. And if it's the first week of December, there's probably PTR this weekend, but they haven't told us anything.
Used on the intermission phases have some specific rule sets that they follow in terms of target selection. And knowing these allows you to set up your positions for your quadrants on these intermission phases. So you can see the full details in the bottom left there if you want to know. But the basics are that your tanks can only be targeted by Helm of Command. Nothing else will target them directly. Additionally, your melee DPS and your Mistweaver healer can be targeted by everything except for Diffusion Chain. And then all your ranged and other non-monk healers are targeted by everything. And then Bouncing Bolt, of course, doesn't target players, so it will go on all platforms. So for intermission number 1, the basic assignments, again, will probably be dictated by the raid leader, but the idea here is to follow a few goals or rules.
Bro, can I just say, we made fun of his first chart with the whatchamacallit boss, the head bosses.
That
But-
nice chart.
But for the most part, these have been pretty good. Pretty good charts.
I just didn't know what he was trying to convey with the first one. He
Yeah,
like
the
a
first
squiggle
one
was- like
wasn't
he
his
was
best
bobbing and
work.
weaving.
But he's
Like a
improved, right?
Driver's ed test.
The further he got into this, the clearer the graphics got.
Hey, we can do better.
If the people watching the stream can keep a secret, I'm for sure just gonna steal these and put them in my videos.
What
Nobody
the
will know, right?
hell?
Just steal content. It's fine. This guy made this guide 13 years ago. He's almost certainly dead, right? He was probably 20 then.
Dad.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh shit! There's people asking when's ToT.
Yeah, yeah. We don't know. It's a mystery. We're guessing.
And that's true. We're guessing soon, but everybody's guessing soon. TM.
Soon TM question mark. Just imagine what's the worst possible outcome and then plan on that. And that's when
Yeah,
PTR
that
will
sounds
be.
about right.
I mean, no matter when it is, we're fucked.
We're fucked for sure. Yeah. Unfortunately, Cloon's gonna have to
fucked
quit his
in
job
some way or
to make
another.
it work. So
He doesn't have to quit his job. He doesn't work anyways.
that's true. Okay,
This
so
time they're making me like go somewhere.
that is true. It's hard to fake that, being physically present. Okay, so tank
I have to
chat.
buy my own flight too. Fucked up.
That's crazy. That's crazy
Don't worry,
Well, they
business.
pay for it, but I have to get my own flight. I have to do it
Nice.
myself.
Let me know if you want me to book that for you. I'll get the points. Thanks.
Brother, I got to start racking up points. You kidding me?
Dude, I paid for my entire honeymoon in points. It's my biggest flex to date. Okay.
My
Yeah,
dad
that's because
paid
you were having
for,
fake breakfasts.
I was. That's true. That was happening.
My dad paid for like a fucking entire like 3-person business class trip to and back from London
Nice.
for us with his points. That man has traveled more than
Okay. So
Jesus did.
force.
Jesus travels very much.
Yeah, probably not much. It was all on camel or foot. Anyway,
Just like walking around.
force most all range targets onto one platform to force diffusion chains to add there. Oh, okay. So you put all your ranged in one quadrant to bait the mechanic over there.
So he's also saying monk healer. We don't have one of those.
No.
What is he talking about for this?
Oh, okay. The reason he put monk healer, it just clicked. He said that monk healers specifically are an eligible target for this melee mechanic, which I think is why he was saying to put them with these other two melee, because they're all technically counted as melee.
So that all the range mechanics go to one quadrant?
Yes. Yeah, that's why he said that. So we won't have that option, but we will have 3 melee, right? So in this case, they did both your tanks and a rogue.
2 melee.
Oh, we are 2 melee, aren't we? Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
So we might not be able to perfectly bait like how he has it organized, but generally speaking,
Probably make it a
One
little bit
tanker on
harder,
this?
but
what'd you say, Cloon?
I was not able to do a little one tanker on this.
I don't know. That one video that a dwarf found had a 1 tank, but that felt weird.
That's why it's going to be really important for us to get here on PTR and kill it,
Yeah.
so that we know.
Yeah.
Which is why we're here. That's why we're doing study hall, because I'm telling you, they're shadow dropping PTR this weekend. That is what the tingle in my tummy says.
I'm concerned. I did some more research. I think they announced the Dragon Soul PTR on a Thursday.
And it was the next day.
And it was the next day.
That is why I put the announcement in our Discord today, and we're watching these now, because I would not be surprised if that's
Dragon
exactly
Soul,
what happens.
Yeah, Dragon Soul. On January 23rd at 1 a.m., they announced that raid testing will happen on January 24th.
That's amazing. That's
so they
literally
gave, like,
so
36
amazing.
Hours warning.
That's so good. Oh, I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. That's why we have to pre-plan on canceling everything in our lives and just going crazy.
And of course, that's so January 24th is when the first raid testing was. When was the patch?
I don't know. I'm going to keep learning, though.
So the first idea is to allow Static Shock to be soaked by players that are able to solo soak it. So that's where the composition mention of immunities or 90% high reduction abilities are useful. So common setups are to have a tank paired with another personal immunity or someone that can solo a Static Shock. So a rogue, a Death Knight, something like that. Melee are preferable, but you can use ranged if needed. Then the other general rule is to force most of your range, if not all of them, onto 1 or 2 quadrants. This is because diffusion chain can only target ranged players. So if you focus the diffusion chains onto the platforms with the most players, that'll just give you the most DPS on them. So on the right, you can see the basic setup we used, the quadrants north, east, south, and west, respectively. So for the first phase, we had 1 tank and a Shadow Priest on the north, a tank and a rogue on the east, 3 people on the south, and 3 people on the west. And then number 2 in black shows the second intermission. There's no one on the north because it overloaded, obviously. So then we have 2 tanks and a rogue on the east, 3 more people on the south again, and then the remaining 4 on the west. So you can sort of decide based on your raid composition who is best to help duo with a tank. And
so when it's overloaded, is it permanently like
When
area
it's
denial
like-
for the rest of the fight?
Yeah, you can't go there anymore.
Okay.
You
So
could,
is that part of a
but
soft
in a-
enrage
in a
too?
hurry.
Then is like if you like that's an
No.
enrage.
No,
Okay.
because he's only going to ever overload 2 of them.
At,
He does it
at
during
once.
the intermission.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't remain after intermission.
It does.
does.
It does.
Oh, okay.
It's
But
just-
there's only
you're
2
doing something
intermissions.
different.
Oh, okay. I'm following. Got it. All right.
who needs more help to soak up Static Shock and stuff. So for the intermission timings and tactics, this is basically how you actually handle your individual quadrant with your fellow teammates. So the first thing to know is that the abilities come in pairs. So the first pair is always Overcharge and Diffusion Chain. So the best thing
Did I understand that right? It's like a halo effect. You don't want to get hit by somebody else's.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
you can do
You
is
stand
assign
in
your
the middle
teammates
of it where it
relative positions that
spawns.
you will stand
Yep.
around
get the
the
fuck
inner
away.
circle that's in the
Got
center of
it.
the quadrant. So you can see here that sort of blue and gold circle.
The donut of
I always stand on
death.
the right.
If it's not soaked, does it just blow everybody up?
I think it just stuns and hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, by the way.
Makes sense.
and Hunter always stands in the front center. By keeping this rough spread position, this allows players to always ensure that they're not close enough to chain diffusion chain together
Balls
if you have a
from
valid target on the
Hell
platform.
yeah.
But you're also at the same
Value
time close enough
soaking.
together that when one of you gets overcharge, after diffusion chain goes out, you can step into the overcharge safely. You're always close enough. It also keeps you centered enough that Helm of Command pushback won't instantly throw you off. You have time to react and use your sprint abilities or whatnot. So try to figure out just assignments that you can do. with your
Oh,
team.
okay. So overcharge stuns a player in place, and then it radiates out from them. But then the rest of them are solo soaks. Got
They'll
it.
always hang out on this side of the circle or whatever. The second thing is to handle the bouncing bolts and Helm of Command, which is the second pair. So similar to the circle positions, you should also have rough quadrant assignments within your quadrant.
Yeah, this I kind of remember.
Coma Canadian says, pretty sure you could jump over the overcharge if he remembers correctly. That'd be sick.
I did see people attempting that. Yeah.
Okay, all right, potentially jumpable. That'd be sick. We'll have to.
That's definitely a 2 test.
That is.
Four-handling mouse.
Write that down in the 2 test category, Mal. Put it in the notes.
I think.
Okay, yeah, definitely taking notes.
Can goblins go underneath it? Asking the real questions.
You can vertically jump it though. I think you can blink over it.
Oh, like okay, so like I could blink it, but like a literal jump doesn't work.
I don't think a literal jump will do it, but I could be wrong.
We'll test it.
Bolts.
What about a
For
demon
our platform, I
hunter
generally get the
double
bolts
jump?
on the right or the front, and our warrior gets them on the left or the back. Now, the exception, of course, is if you have Howl Command on one of those players.
So
and the third
Rokai
player,
and I
if you have 3 players on the
can
platform,
cheese it, but no one else.
Yeah, I got
right?
double blink. I'm big chillin'.
needs to be the substitute.
And
So
I guess
That's a gobby
just to
jump
decide
over
the
that
basic
match.
idea, I'm going to always get the front.
Vivic
There you
can
go.
cheese it because I guarantee
And then you just
AMS
repeat that and
run
get used
through
to
it.
it
It's gonna be
very
fine.
AMS works on everything, man. Let's be honest.
So moving on to phase 2, timings and positionings. Much of it is the same as before, except now you have static shock constantly
AMS
that you have to manage, as well as ball
AMS is
lightning, which
literally
a big
the
factor.
most broken ability in the history of the game.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Okay, so when this is denied, you just can't be on it at all, right after that first intermission.
Yeah, it's gonna big zappy you.
Okay, cool.
The
The
basic
floor is
rule of static shock
the
is if you
floor
get
is
static
lava.
shock,
Floor's lava. It's lightning, but I get what you're
you
saying.
run into melee
I'm
range
just kidding.
and soak it just with body count. Just soak it.
Same
with
difference.
Oh, there's ads. Okay, lock in.
Like you
Also
know,
damage.
like you know the
as opposed to range
difference.
and melee alike. Other than that, the basic rule is to handle ball lightning by causing as few spawns
This
to
guy
appear as
doesn't
possible.
fucking know what
Now, with the exception-
lightning. He calls it all the same thing.
How do you stop lightning ball? Hold on. Ball lightnings will spawn at the same time as diffusion chain, so utilize at least one raid CD. Okay, got it. All pillar static shock targets during phase 2 should always immediately move into melee range to spread static shock, thereby saving solo stack. Okay.
The very soak it just
Wait,
with
what
ball
caused
lightning,
these to
which is a big
spawn
factor.
though?
The basic rule of static shock is if you get static shock,
The
you run into
pillar.
melee range and soak it just with body
Was baited on players? No.
count. Just soak up. Stand on melee
No,
range.
they just blow up and spawn,
Okay.
Also the damage.
and then
just
we
close to range
massacre them
melee
and
alike.
blow them up.
Other than that, the basic rule is to handle ball lightning by causing as few spawns to appear as possible. Now, with the exception of the very first ball lightning spawn, all subsequent ball
Is that a giant frontal I just saw?
Probably.
Is that what
the
that
ball
is?
lightning by causing as few spawns to appear as possible.
That right there? Yeah, it's a frontal. Yeah,
Now, with the
okay.
exception of the very first ball lightning spawn, all subsequent ball lightning spawns should only have 3 players outside of melee range when they're about to spawn. This will force the minimum number of ball lightnings to appear, which is 3, and then you can deal with them accordingly.
Okay, yeah, the whip is a
However,
frontal. Leaves
If you
lightning
have
on the
more than 3
ground
players out,
temporarily.
which you will
Cool.
have to at the first cast because the fusion chain happens at the same time, then you'll get more ball lightnings, up to a maximum of 6, I believe. So just be aware of that. Generally speaking, you want to spread out for ball lightnings when they're moving around. Use stuns whenever possible and DPS them down first and foremost. They're very dangerous if left alone. And as mentioned in the composition section, if you have a Death Knight that can do AE Death Grip,
Does that frontal get thicker, or is the tank just in a different position, so it's taking up more of the room?
doing that on all the ball lightnings and then stunning
That's
them all
about
for
what
5
it
seconds or
always
something
looks like, I
is
think.
incredibly
Okay.
powerful and will greatly trivialize most of this phase, as well as the end, actually.
You did
So
perfectly put it
transitioning
off
from
the
one
edge.
section to the next.
Got
In this
it.
second round, you're actually leveling up the first 2 pillars. So after the first one levels up, the tank will move the boss after the fusion slash knocks him back, and then everyone stacks up in melee again, just like you saw there, so that overcharge is safe. Once overcharge hits, 3 range DPS move out to spread ball lightnings, or spawn ball lightnings rather, and then
Oh, they are baited. Okay, so it says after that, 3 range DPS move out to spawn ball lightning. So they're partially baited.
you just go through the whip process one more time, and once whip hits, everyone stacks up in melee once again, because you'll then get another overcharge, and you want that in melee range once more. And then once that overcharge hits, again 3 range spread out for ball lightning, keeping in mind that if one of the 3 people that goes out for static shock, or goes out,
Welcome, Gru. Okay, yeah. So then that's the big circle thing that everybody stacks in for, so it doesn't hit you on its way out. That
for,
maybe you
ball
can
lightning
jump
gets
over.
static shock, then that player needs to come into melee range and another person go out before ball lightning spawns, so that you maintain that 3 minimum player count. And then after these level up and the lightning whip, again you'll move the boss with the tank getting knocked back by the fusion slash. So here he goes. And then this last platform, you might want to be careful of your DPS. We found it was best to stop DPS at about 35%, wait for the ball lightning spawns, and then push him to transition around that time. All right, so finally, once you make it through intermission number 2, you start on phase 3. And phase 3 is very chaotic. It's almost primarily about positioning. So on the bottom left, you can see the 5 primary abilities that are used, their cooldowns, and then
Ah, cooldowns. That's huge. Frontal is every 30 seconds. Thunderstruck every 30. Ball lightning every 30. Chain lightning 42. Static shock 42.
the
Cool.
timing at the start of the phase when the first one of that ability is used. Essentially what this means, though, is that eventually you will have the abilities Lightning Whip, Thunderstruck, and Ball Lightning overlapping with the overload abilities of Fusion Chain and Static Shock. And at certain intervals of those overlaps, things can be very dangerous. That said, the most important time is the third Thunderstruck and the third Static Shock. So if you have Static Shock number 3, try to solo soak it by yourself if possible, because you cannot really stack up in melee range. And Thunderstruck is happening around then, so you have to be very careful. Similarly, Thunderstruck number 3 happens around a dangerous time as well, so try to use cooldowns for that if possible. But otherwise, the entire phase is very dangerous. There's tons of damage going on, so rotate your raid cooldowns for every Thunderstruck when possible, and otherwise it's all about positioning. So if you have enough ranged targets, then the best thing to do is split up your raid 3 on each side, approximately. When Thunderstruck targets one of those range groups, that should be around max range from the boss, they move immediately in melee range to the boss, and stay there until Ball Lightning spawns. By doing this, the other group on the other side of 3 players will be the 3 minimum required to spawn Ball Lightning. If you have a Warlock, you can use a Warlock Portal to greatly trivialize moving after a Thunderstruck. It'll help you a lot. But otherwise, you're going to have to do sort of a split up run-in method. The other thing is Ball Lightnings still need to be dealt with. You also have Diffusion Chain, so make sure you spread out when that's about to come off cooldown. You have Whip, so you have to dodge that, of course. And as I mentioned, Static Shock. You have to either stack up with your ranged group if you have at least 3 players near you. If you do not, then you're going to have to solo it or move into melee range. So be very careful when moving into melee range that an ability like Thunderstruck or Diffusion Chain is not about to be cast, because if that's the case, you could cause that to spawn in melee and kill the raid. So just practice those timings, get your positions down, watch the boss mod timers very closely in the phase, and otherwise just focus on your DPS, burn the ads down first and foremost, use CCs, roots, stuns, all that stuff, and then focus the boss second. Make sure you communicate your raid cooldowns with the healers and the rest of the raid, and try to chain them for every Thunderstruck, and then eventually you'll get through it. So that is a quick guide for Heroic Legion. As usual, if you enjoyed this,
Well, that seems chill. Right.
Just put the practice in and, do the boss.
Yeah, well, you just have to. You downloaded the charts already, so we've got everything mapped out.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Games here.
Sound
This
like
is
my
the quick guide for
coworker
Raiden,
calls and tell me
the
to
final boss,
document
of course,
shit.
and Heroic Only boss, Road Thunder. And if you want the full guide with a lot more detail, click on the annotation there. So let's get started. For your raid composition, you'll want 1 or 2 tanks and 2 or 3 healers. Your tank, in particular, is important because Raiden will use a Fatal Strike ability very frequently, every 10 seconds in the first phase. If
Call
your tank
him
does not have
Raiden?
active...
Raiden, gosh darn it. If you don't get your act together.
Anything about the tank?
Who cares?
I don't know, I'll go back, hold on. Who cares? Real. That's so real.
And Heroic Only boss, Road Thunder. And if you want the full guide with a lot more detail, click on the annotation there. So let's get started. For your raid composition, you'll want 1 or 2 tanks and 2 or 3 healers. Your tank, in particular, is important because Raiden will use a Fatal Strike ability very frequently, every 10 seconds in the first phase. If your tank does not have his or her active mitigation ability, such as Blood Shield or Shield Block or Shuffle, then Fatal Strike will instantly kill the tank. For this reason, Monk tanks in particular are exceptionally strong tanks for this encounter, and because they can effectively have 100% uptime on their active mitigation for that ability. You also can 2 tank, but the second tank will never tank the boss, they'll simply tank one of the ads. So for that reason, I strongly recommend a 1 tank setup. For healing, you have a little more option here. 2 and 3 heals, both work just fine. We're using 2 heals here. And if you go with 3 healers, it will stabilize things a lot in the final phase, for trade-off in a little bit less DPS in the first and final phase, of course. So the primary mechanic on this encounter is the duality between Anima and Vita. And throughout the first phase, essentially, you will always have Raiden active in either his Anima or Vita stance. This is determined by which orb of the 2 orb types, Anima or Vita, he last absorbed and therefore entered that stance. If he absorbs an orb that matches the stance he's already in, he will not change stances and nothing will effectively happen. But if he absorbs an opposite orb and changes into the new stance, he will use one of his abilities that happens when he changes. So when Raiden enters the Vita stance, he will use an AE that does 600,000 damage to the raid. So when he's entering Vita, you need to use a cooldown of some sort, either a personal and or a raid cooldown. We opted to use a single personal for everybody, along with an aura mastery from a paladin. When he enters the Anima stance, which he should only do briefly throughout the fight, he will apply a debuff that does 70,000 damage per second to the raid, but also increases your health by 100%. However, the entire strategy for this encounter revolves around never keeping him in the Anima stance. You're always in the Vita stance. And for this reason, you can ignore the majority of the Anima abilities. The first ability for the Vita stance is Crackling Stalker, and this is an ad that will spawn in a random location around the room. It should be picked up by your tank, or your off-tank if you're 2-tanking this. If you do use 2 tanks, try to keep it away from the raid at least 30 yards, and this will force it to never hit anyone else in the raid except the tank with its chain lightning attack. However, if you 1-tank it, as you see here, just pick it up with your Raiden tank, and once it's in position, use silences or stuns to prevent it from casting as much as possible. Otherwise, your DPS should focus on killing the Stalker immediately if there is not an orb that needs to be killed at the time. So orbs are priority number 1, otherwise Stalker is priority number 2. While it's active, it will use chain lightning that hits quite hard on the raid, so healers watch out for that. And when it dies, it will do an AE within about 8 yards. That also hits quite hard. However,
Why'd they kill one?
Kill what?
They killed one of the balls. Why'd they do that?
They said you always want to keep it in Vita stance. So
yeah, but look what the tank just did. You just move him like an inch in the direction of whatever ball you want, and then that one will hit him first because he's closer to that one. So why did they kill one?
Perhaps stupid? Not sure.
Okay.
That should never hit.
That was not explained.
So the next major ability for the Vita stance is Unstable Vita. And and this is the primary mechanic that you'll deal with on the first phase. So when the Vita stance begins, unstable Vita will be cast on a
Like you're
random range
killing
grade
one.
number, and this is a 12-second debuff. After it expires, it will cause a chain
Or is it?
to shoot out from that.
Can you technically get both? Both hit?
That's what our Canadian friend in chat just said. He thinks he gets all abilities if both hit or something stupid like that.
Yeah, because if it was just a sidestep the boss, then
I mean, the
Yeah.
tank is
Why?
literally doing it. He's done it before. They've killed like 2 of them.
Hmm.
I don't know why. Like he's done it on every
Previous
other
unstable
one. He
Vita target
just moves the
to
boss like
furthest
an
player
inch.
target away from you.
Yeah, I'm not
So the player that's
sure.
furthest away will be the target. This will cause
is
unstable
there
Vita.
any?
They'll probably do it
scenario
It will
where-
also
again.
hit anyone that's within line of sight.
Oh, more graphics. Lock in. Okay. Tank. Got it. Write that down.
Yep. Definitely writing that down.
Raid behind what I assume is the boss. Okay.
A straight line
Got
between
it.
the original target and the new furthest target. So you see here a top-down diagram of the setup that we did to help with positioning for this. Basically, at the blue raid marker, we stack the raid. At the green one, we stack the tank. We put the boss in the middle, and then the purple marker to form the point of our triangle is where the unstable Vita player stands. Then the yellow marker to the north, about 20 yards from purple, is the location where the next unstable Vita target moves to when the current unstable Vita is about to expire. So we essentially just have a simple rotation where the raid is mostly on blue. When they get Vita, they go to purple, and when it's their turn to pick up the next Vita, they are standing on yellow. The yellow player will be automatically the closest or furthest person away, and then when they get the Vita applied, they move to purple, the purple player moves to blue, and the process repeats. Now, this is different from the common strategy where you have 2 locations across from each other that are outside of melee range, and we did this because we wanted a position where melee DPS could attack more frequently. So the only time they cannot attack is when they're on yellow. But with 4 melee DPS in this raid, it's important that you find a way to maximize your damage. So this setup worked really well, and I would highly recommend it. So after spending some time in the Vita stance, you pass around the unstable Vita appropriately, just rotating through players that don't have the Vita sensitivity debuff. At some point, you're going to have sensitivity on most of your raid, and if a player with sensitivity receives a new unstable Vita cast, they will be killed instantly. So once you reach stacks on pretty much everybody, you have to reset your sensitivity. You do this by forcing the boss to absorb a red anima orb slightly before he then absorbs the blue Vita orb. So here you can see on the 4th spawn,
Oh, okay.
the boss has moved slightly toward the red anima spawn.
Oh, so this double switches him. He's just gonna go bang bang.
He absorbs that red one first, then he absorbs the Vita blue one shortly after.
I see.
So for a very brief moment, we step into the anima phase, or stance, but then we're immediately back into the Vita stance. And having done that, it resets our stacks. We no longer have sensitivity, and now we can proceed with the process once again.
There you go. Yep, that's exactly it.
Okay.
So because of the
So basically, if you ignore both, they just swap in and they go bang bang. You just double tap.
timing of how often unstable Vita goes out, you'll have to reset the stacks on the 4th and 7th set of orbs, respectively. So on the top left, you can see the full chart if you want more information. But essentially, 1, 2, and 3, you kill the anima orb. Use a raid to a personal cooldown on the 1st, because that's when you'll enter Vita. On the 4th, you don't kill anything. You reset by moving closer to the red. Again, use a raid cooldown. Then kill anima on 5 and 6. Reset on 7. Kill anima on 8 and 9. And then by 10, if you happen to get a 10th, you're going to have to kill the anima. But that's not really ideal. You should have them be 40% by then. So once you reach 40%, you start phase 2, and this is mechanically very different than the first phase. The main thing is that you don't have to deal with the Vita mechanics anymore. So as soon as this phase starts, your entire raid is free to stack up behind the boss. You'll get Ruin cast very frequently every 2 seconds, which does massive AE damage on the raid, and this is effectively your
Torpedo
DPS burn
man.
and healing cooldown rotation.
What do you say?
The torpedo man. Do you see
Yeah.
him
Ding.
flying around?
Well,
Phase.
down and back.
Throughout this, he no longer uses Fatal Strike on the tank, so your tank should be happy about that, and he will spawn corrupted orbs one at a time from around the room. The order that they spawn is random, but they have different mechanics. So if you kill a corrupted Vita, it will chain lightning the raid, which is very bad, so you never want to do that. If you let a Vita be absorbed, it increases the damage that Raiden does by 10% for the remainder of the fight. So it's sort of a stop and rage mechanic. And for the corrupted anima, the red ones, if you kill it, it causes an AE to hit everyone within 8 yards of the orb when it died, and it's split among all targets, and it does 1 million damage. So you need to have a rotation of players with very strong personal cooldowns, like 90% plus reductions, that can be in range of that, because if no one's in range, it won't wipe your raid. If you let a corrupted anima be absorbed and you don't kill it, it will heal Raiden for 10% of his current health. So if he's at 20%, it'll heal him for effectively 2% of his health. It's not actually that much healing, to be honest. And in hindsight, if I'd known about our DPS and our logs prior to doing this fight, we would have just ignored all the orbs and let him heal that little bit, because you lose quite a bit of damage swapping to kill the anima orbs anyway. So that's it, really. It's mostly about your healing and rotating your raid cooldown.
At 2% of his current health is not going to be a lot.
And
Yeah.
rotate them once things start to get dicey at the end. And that is Heroic Raiden. He's quite simple. It took us 19 attempts to get him down, so very silly compared to some of the other heroic bosses, but there you go. As always, good luck. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed, please subscribe.
5.
Right. Okay. Before I forget, let me just
Already forgotten.
save this, and then
So what's the first boss do?
yeah, we're starting over right now. Let me get this to the boys. Bang. Turbo goaded playlist.
The funny thing is, I
for
know what the first
all-
was did. We did it like
for all
0
13
times.
heroics, and then I'm just gonna ping everybody because fuck it. Lock in and watch these, please. All right, all right. Here we go. Back to the start.
Oh, you were serious.
Run it back.
We're gonna be here for 8 more hours. What do you mean?
We got to be able to give these
Hello, ladies and
guys.
gentlemen, Gangster here.
Guys, I'm putting this on loop, and I am falling asleep to this to download it into my subconscious. All right, I'm gonna be
And you're gonna
bleeding.
keep the stream live 24/7
Oh,
of these videos.
Let the subathon begin. I'm confident that it works.
24/7 Discord stream this guy's videos. I'll pop in at work and see what boss you're on sometimes.
I'm just a shell of a man. My
Well, we're on
shirt's
G-Cloon
stained.
today.
Watching TOT guides until
what is
TOT
this
drops
evening? Oh, it's
POV.
Iron Khan.
Oh,
Man, these reruns fucking suck.
dude, all these episodes are the same. You know what would last forever is I do the full length guides. That should go crazy. We'd be here
God.
forever.
Okay, we watched that 2 times.
Fucking Throne of Thunder, the movie.
Throne of Thunder,
Wait.
the movie.
Guru wasn't here for the full guides. Them
Yeah.
bitches are like 45 minutes long.
Yeah, Guru skipped the hard part, man. He locked
Throne
out.
of
It is a quick
Thunder,
guide for
written
Rogue
by
One.
J.R.R.
If you're looking for
Tolkien.
more detail,
Thank you,
go
one
to
in
the
there.
description here for the full guide with more information. So let's get started.
Yeah, you need to get
For your
your
raid
warrior
composition,
ready.
pretty standard stuff. You'll need 2 tanks and 2 to 3 healers. I would
I'm
recommend 2
missing
healers.
3
It's very low
pieces for
damage on
tank.
this turn.
That's it.
Yeah, I saw.
In addition to
There's
all the
like
normal abilities, on
4 or
heroic, there's
5 bosses that can be solo tanked by a paladin.
Yeah. So you're playing Paladin, right, Mal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess so this week, assuming there's no PTR,
Don't assume that.
we're doing well.
I'm
Let
just
me
kidding.
finish.
Continue.
Assuming
Yeah,
there's no
I'm just
PTR,
buzzing with you. Go ahead.
we're doing our TOT raid comp then, right? So
Yeah.
okay, Nova on his Log, Vivid on his DK, Ty on his Warrior, Mal on his Paladin.
Yep.
Do I want to keep my paladin in 25 men? Better chance at. Because I'm missing a singular piece in the paladin.
What you missing?
It's just the bracers off of.
Is it substantial enough?
Protectors. I don't know what I have in that slot at the moment.
Braces of
Probably not.
protectors, you'll get them
Yeah.
eventually.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in the same debate with the spirit ring
I'm-
off of protectors.
I'm probably
so-
the most down bad with the shit I need.
I literally need a spirit ring, and I actually think that's it. I think that's the last
I
piece for
actually
my
think-
mage.
I actually think I only need like a couple pieces, but
a new
still.
ability called Ionization. This is cast once per puddle phase, 30 seconds after Thundering Throw is cast on the tank. At this point, Ionization is cast by the boss, and it applies a debuff.
We figured it out in testing, right? But the throw is baited by being opposite of where you want to go to, right?
Mhm.
You'll
So
throw
So,
your
like, if we
furthest
want to be
distance.
thrown to blue, you stand nearer to purple.
Correct.
Yeah.
To everyone in the raid,
I think it's based on boss position, not tank position.
Oh, so you want him a little closer to purple.
Yes.
except for your tanks. This debuff lasts 15 seconds, and at the end, if it expires or is dispelled with a magic dispel, it will explode and deal heavy nature damage to that player, plus anyone around them. So the
Okay, yeah, to that player. So, like, that first guide we watched, for sure, needed defensive
So the
for
deal with
that.
this is to have a player step out of the puddle just prior to their ionization expiring or when they're going to be dispelled by the healer or someone else. Usually you want to do this in a rotation so that only one or two people on any given side of the puddle are stepped out to be dispelled because you don't want people to be too close together. So we just have our DPS kind of rotate in turns with one healer covering group 1, one healer covering group 2. Any players that have the ability to dispel themselves should do so. So shamans, for example, with shamanistic rage glyph can dispel themselves, priests, master spell, that kind of stuff. That will all help your healers out pretty much. The second major change on Heroic is Lightning Storm. As you can see here, it causes a number of electric bolts to fire out in random directions that must be dodged by the raid. These emanate from pillars that will spawn in random locations around the arena. If a player gets hit by a pillar, they may die outright. It does a lot of damage, so it's best to try to avoid those as much as possible. The bolts, on the other hand, will not kill you outright. You can take 2 or 3 hits without dying, but beyond that, you will need a cooldown or some healing between bolts to survive.
Cloon just downloaded that info instantly. He's like, Barkskin, stand still, got it. Click my frame.
The best thing to do for survival is to have your raid move to sort of one central
I'll go
location
bear
when the
form
storm is about
too.
to start.
Oh,
So
there you
within
go.
heal range of your healers, and then just do your best.
We
to
haven't
dodge
seen a
that so
single
that
pair of either
once the
inch
storm is over or
boots.
is about to end,
Dude,
your healers should be able to use
that's down
any
bad,
minor
tremendous.
heal cooldowns to bring
Oh,
players back
no.
above reasonable health level and then survive
Oh,
an
no.
explosion that
I'm
generates
so
a storm and
sorry.
so on. From there, it's just a repeat, and you'll go back through the puddle phase, and then another storm, and so on and so forth, just like a normal. So believe it or not, that's really all there is to Heroic Jinrock.
Love that. Next. How is the quick guide 12 minutes long? Next.
This is Borodon. He explains every single mechanic,
Heroic Council
even if it's
Builders.
quick.
And as usual, if you're looking for more detail, click on the annotation to see the full guide. So let's get started. So your raid composition, you'll want 2 tanks and 2 or 3 healers. I would strongly
Get
recommend
a
3 healers.
third check if
especially
it's the same order.
Yeah, so it should be
Oh, wait.
Frost King to High Priestess, right?
Oh yeah, this is the same guy, so we already saw this guy's order.
Oh yeah, because we watched
we
his
saw-
full
we saw
guide.
the
on
long
this.
version.
4-hour
Yeah.
video, so
It's
it
Yeah.
could be,
5.3
this could be a
because
different
DPS
kill
should
of
be
the
pretty
boss.
high enough, and there could be a lot of damage on the raid during this. It's also worth noting that your ratio between ranged players and healers and your melee is important and will determine somewhat how you handle Frostbite, which we'll talk about in a moment. So the first addition on Heroic is Soul Fragment in the Shadowed Soul ability. This is cast by Garage Hall every other time an empowerment is swapped. So basically every other transition from one empowered council member to the next, Shadowed Soul will be cast. And this applies a Soul Fragment to a random raid member that does not currently have it applied to them. It does shadow damage, pretty mild damage, but there's a stacking debuff, and the stacking Shadowed Soul debuff increases damage taken by 3% for the remainder of the fight. So to handle this, the basic goal here is to have it apply to whoever it goes on originally, and when that player gets to 10 stacks or so, have them apply it using their extra action button to a new player that does not have a stack. Ideally someone that can afford to take extra damage. So our general method was to apply it to melee players first, and then to a tank that doesn't have a tank target anymore, and then to ranged or healers after that. So come up with a basic pattern that...
Oh, welcome back. Did you watch any of those?
Any what?
Any of the videos that we were watching?
No.
Where did you go?
I was fighting the hard boss.
He was jorking it.
Bro joined the session to watch all these things deafened and then didn't watch a single thing.
I watched all of them except for Raden, which I've already done.
You can pass it around, because as the fight progresses, the stack count will be higher and
I
higher.
was gonna ask
Eventually, when
about
all 10
mechanics.
players have 10 stacks or more,
100%.
then you'll want
Yeah.
to allow it to get up to 20
Possibly.
on select individuals. Again, prefer players that can soak the damage. So I don't have time to talk about the
Let
full
me get that
strategy of
sound
Frostbite.
clip from a duel.
You guys need to
You
learn
guys
these
really
fucking
need to learn.
mechanics. Such a good
don't-
clip. Oh,
I
Adwa's in here. What the
did
hell? This kid snuck in.
Rip the sound clip of a duel right as he joined.
Yo, that's
What's up?
crazy. We
Oh,
summoned him.
that's great.
We literally summoned him.
I did not think I will be one of the problems.
See, I started watching the playlist and I was like, wait a second, you guys are still on Discord and you're probably watching these videos right now. So.
We sure are.
Round two,
So,
baby.
going to give you the TLDR. He has a quick guide series and a regular series. Every regular video is over 45 minutes long, just so you know. And we started on that. And then in like the 4th video, he was like, by the way, if you want a shorter version, here you go. So we've really been through it all over here.
Okay.
So if
the
you
normal
care,
version
there's
is
a
what you
full
watch that's
theater
like between
IMAX
the
64 format that you can sit down and really enjoy if you,
We're good.
if you
Wait,
want.
you got to rip that stuff on 1.5 speed because he talks.
Yeah. I
Boy
did notice
yaps.
that.
Yeah, he yaps. And I thought I was a yapper. Wrong. Incorrect. The Horadon video
He's a
was
slow
55 minutes long. How? Anyway.
I don't know how that's
So
possible.
a
if
lot
you
of-
full
a lot
details,
of
check out the
enemies.
full guide, and there's links in the description of that video for the Frostbite section. So essentially the way we handle Frostbite is the player that's afflicted by Frostbite comes into melee range, where we have 3 groups already set up in a triangle formation, and each of these groups holds 2 melee players. That way when the Frostbite player is standing with any one of these groups, they're within range of 2 other players at all times. Then the Frostbite player simply rotates between the 3 group locations about every 6 to 7 seconds. This rotation is necessary on Heroic because of the body heat effect, which essentially limits the amount of time that a Frostbite player can
Oh,
have
so
their
you
damage done.
rotate the player, not the huddlers.
That also, Mallet answers our question how long it takes for it to fall off. It sounds like it's almost instant. Right? Because if he just keeps going around in circles, that means when he's back to group 1, it's only been 16 seconds and they're eligible targets again.
Yeah.
Reduced to about 8 seconds out of every 16. So the point is that Frostbite player will rotate between 3 groups of 2 players every 6 to 7 seconds and just keep going around for the full duration. And this will ensure that the damage of Frostbite is reduced as much as possible. If you don't have enough melee players, however, and you use ranged players as part of these groups, keep in mind that those players will be potential sand trap targets from Sewell. So it's important that once the Frostbite is complete...
Oh, so you don't want to have range in here because that would be bad. That's bad to drop
You
that
don't
under
have
them.
range in melee because they can bait the sand traps and then no fun.
So for our comp, that specific rotation won't work.
Well, we just have range stand out a bit more, so it then
Yeah,
bounce
but you
back
could
and
you could
forth.
still do two ranged, the melee, right? And then that person can move as needed. Yeah.
That range players
Yeah.
stay out of melee range until the next
think
Frostbite is
so.
about to be cast. And it's always cast at about 10 energy right at the start of the fight, and then again around 80 energy on.
All right. How much DPS do these guys do? By the way, everyone's over 200k. Because what
That's a lot
they're
more
a
than
quarter of the
Troy.
way through the second Empower on High Priestess, and Soul is almost dead. Now it's 4-target cleave, so I'm not entirely sure. But like, Naturi, you're back, right?
Mm-hmm.
After Lust is over, which is like basically just now, you're over 200k DPS, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
During my cooldowns and stuff, I'll definitely be over
I was
there.
gonna say I burst for like 400k, and I know Cloon does too. So
Usually, I mean, you could look at
isn't there a damage amp on the one guy? Yes.
look at like Eclipse or something from this week. We're probably
I forget
close to
Karajal or
300, I
whatever.
think.
The guy who rolls has a damage amp for sure. Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to see how comparable the
If you
damage
can't do
numbers
a
might
3
be.
group of 2 method for Frostbite, then the best thing is just to try to heal through it with cooldowns. Keep the Frostbite player away from everyone and heal through the damage. If you can't heal it, you can just let the player die and res them. You'll only get 2 casts of Frostbite for the first round.
Also, it looks like are they doing the one tank strat where they have all 4 bosses?
But also, if we're stacking all 4, I'd probably play combat and do 800k DPS.
Rewind, I wasn't paying that much attention in the beginning.
It looks like the monk is getting his ass kicked, and I don't.
Yeah.
Who else would be tanking the boss? No one else is taking any damage.
Dog is their other tank, the paladin.
And Doug is
I
doing
knows
big
him.
damn, but
Def is getting his ass kicked.
I guess we can go back. Does he talk about raid
doing
comp at the
anything?
beginning?
No, stop, right there. Like, you don't have to go that far. Keep going, just play.
Okay, play.
Click on the annotation to see the full guide. So let's get started.
Yeah, they are not too tanking.
So your raid composition, you'll want 2
High
tanks and
Priest
2 or
is
3
off to
healers.
the
I
side.
would strongly recommend 3 healers, especially these days after 5.3, because DPS should be.
Oh, he just established. Oh, wait. I think it's the red pally who just built up a whole bunch of threat and then just said, fuck off.
Oh wait, like he slams it for a second and then walks away.
Yeah, to go do DPS on Soul.
Plenty high enough, and there can be a lot of damage on the raid during
Go,
this.
go back
It's
go
also
back a little bit and put it to regular speed.
Okay. So guys, are we unleashing some tech right now?
Council of Elders. And as usual, if you're looking for more
You see
detail,
him there in the
click on
bottom left.
Over here.
Yeah.
the annotation to see the full.
Oh, there's someone
There's
there.
some guy that looks like a paladin. I'm fairly certain.
So let's get started.
I can't
He's
tell if
got
he's got
paladin
a
shoulder pads on.
Yeah.
I
So
just
your
look
raid
at the light
composition,
bloom
you want
circle. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's a paladin.
I think he's got a
tanks,
two-hander
2 or
weapon
3
on.
healers.
Look, and then
That looks like someone who is rolling, by the way.
that's not a paladin.
He'll throw that out there. That man is rolling.
So your
Hold
raid
on.
composition, you'll want 2
They are
tanks,
two tanking. Yeah.
2 or 3 healers.
No,
I would
he's
strongly
getting
recommend.
jabbed over there. Okay, yeah. That is, yeah.
That's a roll 5, sure. So it's got to be 2 tank,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
3 healers, especially these days after 5.3.
But they didn't leave the
He
tank
just-
on High Priestess. He just said fuck him and then came over here.
To help do damage to Soul.
Because DPS
Yeah, he's
should
just
be
getting
plenty high
casted
enough,
on.
and
That's
there
all
can
that
be a lot
matters.
of damage on the raid.
Is that
He just
is
really
just
tried
hitting it
to-
that much to get threat enough that the multi cleave like isn't gonna like if we're dotting this?
Nobody's cleaving that.
Oh, you're right. You're just hitting these.
Hi. Hi.
Made during this. It's also worth noting that your
I'll be hitting
ratio
it.
between ranged player
All right,
Yeah.
jumping back to where we were then.
locations about every 6
Nova
or
will
7
probably be
seconds.
hitting it.
Frostbite
He
is
was at like
complete
13%. Here we go.
And it's always cast at about 10 energy right at the
I feel
start
like
of
if we're
the
getting
fight.
this kind of
And then
cleave, I
again
feel like it's
around
a
80
combat
energy
angle.
on Frost King.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, this is for sure. If we have target stacked like this, I'm playing fire.
Well, they brought in High Priestess when she gets empowered.
Can you sim multiple targets on the new sim thing?
I've never checked, but I assume so.
Because like on retail,
If
you
you
can
can't
just
do
choose how many
a
You have, like,
bosses you're
pro-
fighting.
you have, like,
2 method for
profiles, I
Frostbite,
think, you
then the
can
best
pick,
thing
like-
is
I
just
think there's like a
to try to heal
council
through it
cleave
with
one
cooldowns.
you can pick.
Keep the Frostbite player away from everyone and heal
I
through
want
the
the
damage.
version where they're inside each other's butts
If you
like
can't
this the
heal it,
whole time.
you can just let the player
That's
die
not
and
happening,
res
buddy.
them. You'll only get 2 casts of Frostbite.
It can
for
only
the
happen
first
while High
round,
Priestess is empowered.
and that's when things are really difficult.
Yeah, but
Classic.
otherwise, so basically, consistently you'll have 2 target cleave, occasionally 3 target, and almost never 4 target because this guy's just going to be rolling around.
So, how do they get her back out? Do they just move the other guys to the other side?
When
she's not
when
empowered?
when she's not empowered, you can interrupt her and she'll move for like
Oh.
3 seconds. So a couple interrupts and you could pull her
What you
out.
can do is immunity the
It's annoying,
frostbite.
but it's
So when
doable.
it's applied to a ranged member, you'll get a little arrow above your head that indicates it's being applied to you. As soon as that arrow hits,
make
you can
fun
use
of me,
immunity
baby
effect
babble.
like ice block or bubble, and it will reduce, or excuse me, just eliminate the frostbite from ever applying to you. You're basically immune to
What?
the
You
application.
can't say that, white
However,
baby.
you have to be very
That's
quick
exactly what I
to do
said.
that. So when frostbite is about to come out, watch for that arrow above your head, and if you have an immunity,
Bro, it would be almost impossible to have happen. But if we ever find a situation with 4-target cleave where Kazrajin has the amp because he just rolled and was stunned that I could bust off this guy, I'm pretty sure I would instantly
You
kill.
were going to hell.
Yeah.
you hit it
Even if
immediately,
it's just
then you
10%
should
of your damage,
completely
Yeah.
eliminate that frostbite application.
you may krill yourself.
It
The
could
new
be.
ability
I'll
on
just
Heroic
block
for
right
Marley
after.
is
Bust and
Twisted
block.
Fate. So here you can see she's
Well, it's only
casting it
10%
while
of
she's
the
empowered.
damage done to him, not everybody, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
sure.
still, that's
Trading
a big old
mega
boy.
compressed.
That's a
Yeah.
big boy.
I would bust for like 4 million, so yeah, it'd be bad.
That'd be hilarious. Yeah, oh,
And
where'd Rokai go?
all you need to do is make sure
Bang.
that your
Bang.
ranged players
Bang.
are at maximum range when this is about to be cast, and that Marley is within melee range of the rest of the raid.
Oh, yeah, I can see it
This
right
will
now.
spawn
He
a
rolls
Twisted
into the
Fate
pack, you
ad,
spread a
one
giant
from your
buzz.
melee and one from a random range.
You're just horizontal.
And the closer that these ads get to one another, the more damage they deal to the raid. So that's why max range is important.
Although,
Once they spawn, they can be
since they're
stunned
zerging down Zul, it shouldn't happen that often, right?
No.
and knocked back and all that. And they should be killed around the same time frame if possible. So make sure your ranged and your melee have the damage roughly split among them. So here you can see new Twisteds are spawning.
So basically, you try to kill the ad that spawned with melee on the bosses, and then like the clone, right? Because they run towards each other.
So our melee are killing the melee one, and our ranged are killing the ranged one.
Okay.
And that's
yeah.
all there is to it. Just keep them stunned, knock them back to keep them far away, and then heal through the damage that they deal.
Oh yeah. Okay. So that's what he said. The closer they get, the more damage it does to everybody else. Got it.
And these will usually spawn twice per phase. Kazrajin's new ability on Heroic is Discharge. So while he's empowered, he basically works like he does on normal, where he reflects damage. But in this case, he reflects damage to the entire raid. So you'll basically take a lot more damage while Kazrajin is empowered. There you can see he's stunned and he's hitting everyone. So
Oh,
this
that's
is
the
where you're going to want
difference.
to use.
Huh?
Did you say something about reflecting to the entire raid?
Yeah. Yep. So it's 10% of all damage he takes to everybody instead of 50% of all damage you do back to yourself.
Oh, that seems
Way more
scarier.
manageable.
That seems scarier.
That
Yeah.
definitely is scarier. Yeah. We misunderstood that for sure.
Your
Is
raid
that
That is
scarier,
somebody's
for
though?
survival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because-
It's like everyone's a cumulative DPS. 10% of that reflected back.
Which is technically less than 40%.
I don't think that's scarier.
Cooldowns, healing cooldowns, all that stuff. So just
I
come
think-
up with a
I think
rotation
that's not
that
as
your raid
scary.
can do.
Yeah,
So
it's
the
less
first
scary.
discharge, you might use, Mastery.
It's less controllable,
Aura Mastery or
but
something
it's
like
less
that.
scary.
Next one you could use Revival and another Aura Mastery.
Because
that's kinda
effectively
what
you
we
can,
do,
quote
Rally
unquote,
Cry,
share
whatever
that
it is.
damage with your
But
healers
just make sure that players
and your tanks.
have a rotation
Yeah, true.
at each
Yeah, so
discharge,
people that,
so
like-
that they can
Yeah,
cool
and
down the
you won't,
damage,
like,
because
kill
otherwise
yourself
it's going
if
to be
you
very
fucking
hard to deal
just
with.
send a
And this is
giga
where 3
crit up
healers
his
is really
ass. Like,
helpful.
you just won't
It's like
die.
putting an SLT on the whole raid, kind of.
Mhm.
So the
Exactly.
final heroic
It's the-
ability
I,
is
I won't
from
like
Sewell
shadow word
while he's
retard
empowered,
myself
called
with a Star Surge by accident.
Yeah, true. I can't combust and murder myself, but I will hurt everyone else. You saw 25 man on P
Great
server
round.
kept wiping because of the
Yeah, I'm just
reflect.
gonna
It kills the
start
whole
wiping.
raid. I bet on 25 man it's genuinely so much worse.
Meanwhile, fucking Star Surge orbital cannon
reckless ground. I don't really have any footage
in
of
the
this.
background,
The basic idea
standing
is that
right behind him.
the sand traps
so you
that
don't
spawn,
notice.
if they're close enough together, they will combine into a larger sand trap.
Which we wanted to deal with that because we killed Soul first, right? So it's like the sand trap is kind of going to be whatever.
We're just gonna
Yeah, the
send
goal
him
is
to
to kill him before he
hell.com.
empowers.
You think?
Yeah, before it matters. Okay.
And then when Sewell is empowered and uses Sandstorm, the
We'll have
ads
to
that
see how
spawn from the
realistic
larger
that
sand
is
traps will
on
No,
PCR.
I'm not misunderstanding anything, right? Like, the further you get into this fight, the easier it gets, yes?
That's how cancel bosses work. Yeah, because
Okay,
they
alright.
do less
Be,
stuff.
stronger as well. However, your basic strategy should be to kill Soul
Or this
before he
or this
empowers.
type
He's
of
always the fourth
council
empowered
boss.
target.
Right, yeah, this
So
type.
start off with Bloodlust, DPS him initially, and while you're able to, make sure Soul is within melee range.
Because they don't empower anything when they die. They don't do anything after they die.
High Priestess
So
empowers, we interrupt her and pull her over to the melee group so that cleave damage and all that stuff can hit Soul at the same time. This
you
will
kill
make
Soul
things a lot
and the fight
easier,
gets
and you can kill him
infinitely
before he
easier.
empowers. So that pretty much covers the quick guide for Heroic Council.
I
Again,
think
the
this
basic idea
boss
is
is
to
pretty
tank
much
everything
living
except Castrogen is in melee
through
range
killing
while it's empowered,
Soul, and then you're
so that your cleave
coasting.
damage can
Yeah.
hit multiple targets. Make sure you have someone
DPS
kill
to
Soul.
before
I agree.
Before he empowers, yeah, and then you're just coasting.
Yep. Okay, cool. Tortos is just like visual slop to me. Like
You're just kicking turtles.
It looks like so
bad.
much is happening.
It's just you're just kicking turtles at the
Hello, ladies and
guy.
gentlemen, Gamesy here. This is the quick guide for Heroic Tortos.
Slinging turds.
If you want the full guide with a lot more detail, please
For
click on the
real.
annotation there. And with that, let's get started.
Just play Mario, dude.
For your raid composition, you'll want probably 2 tanks and 2 healers. The amount of damage that the raid takes is very low on this encounter, especially once you get used to the patterns as a healer. So 2 healers is plenty. And as for tanking, it depends a little bit on how you handle bats. But the easiest way for just learning this encounter is to use 2 tanks. It's especially useful if one of your tanks is a monk tank to handle the bats, which we'll talk about in a moment.
Easy sleazy cover squirrel.
So the first thing to note is that on Heroic, the damage of Quake Stomp is very high. In fact, it will deal damage equal to 100% of every player's health pool at the time. So if you have no form of damage reduction or anything that will prevent you from taking some damage, Quake Stomp will one-shot you, no matter what your health is at. So to deal with that, there's a new mechanic called Crystal Shell, which we'll talk about now. So Crystal Shell is the new mechanic on Heroic. It's kind of interesting. Essentially, when you attack...
I'm going to need a macro to hit this crystal, by the way.
Yeah, just the target equals humming crystal.
And then whatever BS random ability, just tap it.
Oh, so all that thing does is give you a shield, right?
Well, okay, so here's how it works. You hit it, and now you have a buff. And then, so imagine you get to just turn on Spirit Shell for yourself. So I hit it, and now anytime the healers heal me, I just get Spirit Shelled instead.
Oh, okay.
Up to 75% of my max HP. So basically what he's saying is before this giant stomp goes out, which does 100% of everybody's HP, you have to effectively Spirit Shell the whole raid by having everybody hitting the humming crystal. The healers then ramp a Spirit Shell on you. The big mechanic goes off, boom, and instead of it one-shotting you, it only takes you to 50% HP because the shield ate the rest.
Or, but the wall presses Spirit Shell, the button.
Yeah, but there's no way he can ramp a Spirit Shell big enough to absorb
it wouldn't
on that many people.
Or
it
you just
need
hit
to
the
be.
crystal.
It literally wouldn't need to be 100%.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
just
think
do
you
the crystal
understand.
thing. It's way easier.
His Spirit Shell would need to be 1 health higher than yours, your max health, for you to live
but
it.
then any other damage, you're dead.
Yeah. It's,
Well, yeah, but, you know.
It's way easier to just hit the crystal, stand in a healing raid.
Probably, yeah.
Automatically
I'm just saying.
have it
I'm
done.
just
One of the
saying.
crystals on the outside of the room.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll
Joined incredibly late, going to start this from the beginning. Well, yeah, rewind. Feel free to skip
Yes,
around,
Shell.
but there's some good stuff in here, Blast. There's some good stuff.
With like a calcified layer on
You will
the
gain
outside,
a
makes it
debuff
real
called Crystal
tough.
Shell that lasts for a minute. This basically applies an absorption effect similar to
don't
Power
say
Word Shield
that.
for priests that absorbs damage. Initially, this will absorb 15% of your
I don't
health
think we can
damage.
call it
However,
Crystal Shell.
once you have
We'll just
Crystal
call
Shell
it Crystal
active,
Jar.
any healing that you receive no longer heals your health
dude,
pool,
Get that,
but
get
instead
that
increases the absorption
Rainbow
value
Dash
of
out
Crystal
of
Shell.
there, man.
The Crystal Shell absorb can go up to a maximum of 75% of your
I
maximum
hate
health.
that. I hate everything
So,
you said.
if you are full health, your actual health is full, and then you apply Crystal Shell by attacking a humming crystal, then your healers heal you up so that the absorption increases to the max. You'll effectively have 175% of your max health. And this, of course, is 75% more than the Quake Stomp damage. So the combination of Quake Stomp plus some other random miscellaneous damage will not kill you. That's the basic idea of this entire encounter. So for the most part, everyone will want to keep Crystal Shell active at all times. So as soon as you engage the fight, you just attack a humming crystal, and then your healers heal everyone up so that the absorptions get up to their max. And then when Quake Stomp hits, at worst, you'll only go down to 75% of your actual health because the absorption plus 25% of your health is equal to the 100% of Quake Stomp. That's the basic idea. So the other thing to keep in mind is that if you apply Crystal Shell while your health is low, then any heals will not increase your health. They'll only go to the shield. So ideally, you only want to apply Crystal Shell to yourself when your health is high or at max. So the general rule we use is if you're above 90% health, then you don't have Crystal Shell active, you should apply it. But if you're below 90%, then you wait until you're healed up above 90% by your healers, and then apply the Crystal Shell. So just keep that in mind throughout the fight, and it'll be cool. Also, I want to briefly note that Crystal Shell management for tanks is important and slightly different than the rest of the raid.
Next.
Especially your tank that's on Tortos. So this player should be near a Humming Crystal throughout most of the fight, and they have to be very quick about timing when the attack engages the fight, and usually waits for melee swings. From that point forward, our healers are able to pretty much keep the shell on the tank throughout most of the dose and chase random range members, and they can be slow. The only thing you want to be careful about is to make sure that you kill that first shell that comes out right at the start very quickly, so that you have a shell able to be kicked for that first breath, because it occurs quite fast. After that, you'll just want to focus.
Yeah, so I know when we watched the long form of this, they just ignored the bats. We should kill them, right?
I think so.
I feel like 2 tanking this and just having 1 tank running around the room permanently is just dumb.
Stupid, yeah.
So we just 1 tank this and we blast the ads, yeah?
No. The problem with 1 tanking it is picking up the bats, because the bats spawn in the back of the room. And if you're 1 tanking it, your tank is stuck in the front.
So you still 2 tank it, but you just have the guy pick up the ads, kill them, and then what does the tank do after that?
1 tank is permanently on the 1 tank is permanently on the boss. The other one cries as he picks up bats.
Oh, okay, cool.
Really?
That sounds
We
like a
could,
job
I mean,
for
we can
Russian
workshop
Green.
it on PTR, but there's probably we got misdirect. We can have
They
2
could also
misdirect.
just be like weak sauce McDick tits and they just die.
Yeah, they could have low
Yeah,
HP,
so
but
if we 1 tank it, we're gonna have like a warrior and a mage and a fucking frost death
the
knight
bats hurt a
sending
lot.
them to
Okay,
hell.
good to know. Did you
absolutely
do
need
private
a
server,
tank to be
Canadian
tanking
man?
bats, because they have an ability.
I feel like you know a lot about this shit.
That if their
You a big
target
private
has
server
less than
enjoyer, or you
X
just
number
do
of
this when it
health,
was like current
it
content?
does something bad.
So I'm saying we can get them to you because we'll have 2 MDs.
If we could reliably get them to me, then yeah, it's 1 tankable.
We'd have 2 MDs, we
Yeah.
could have 2 MDs, so it's fine. I think we could workshop it on PTR.
Current content, nice. I never did it. I was too bad at the game. I only PvP'd at this point in time when it was live. Okay, yeah,
So
we'll
shells
workshop
with
it on
appropriate amount of
PTR.
DPS to kill them before the next set. So generally, we have 3
I
range
stole my
DPS focused on
catchphrase.
shells, and then we have
Stole
3
my
DPS
phrase,
focused
my
on
quote.
blocks.
I'm
That's
sorry,
a good
you're right.
balance.
Bro, all I can think about seeing all these spinning turtles is how sad I will be trying to play Arcane, and I for sure need to play Fire. It's just like so distracting. Looking at all these just bouncing
So
around.
lastly, bat management is very important on heroic. Now, as I mentioned in raid composition, if you have a monk tank, that player has a unique ability to kite the bats that most other tanks probably cannot do. And this is because of their
Or
dizzy
a
haze
monk
of
tank
a-
would probably be the best
of
for
a throw a
solo
cage
tanking it too,
at a
because you
distance
just
that slows
dizzy
things
haze to
in
pick
any
them up.
radius. So
Yeah,
that's what we're
true.
doing. This clip here, you'll see our monk tank running around with the bats. So essentially, every time a bat set spawns, if you have a rogue or
All right,
hunter,
Mal.
someone that can
Park your
misdirect
monk
threat to the
outside. We're
monk tank
swapping
that's
you
kiting.
in.
That's really useful for us.
Swap
But
the
otherwise, your
monk
monk tank
in.
simply throws a keg onto the new set of bats and continuously adds kegs to the existing.
Bro, I'm just saying, this guy might have the most detailed guides on Earth, but I have seen nothing about the bridge skips. What the fuck? Where
It's
is
a
that
boss
guide?
guide, not a trash guide.
I need a trash guide. I'm just saying.
You gotta look that up then. You gotta look up Throne of
Bats as they run around
Thunder,
the outside world.
10-man
If they do
trash
this properly,
guide.
they should never use melee with the bats, and the only damage they'll take
Heroic
is
trash
quick
guide.
sauce and then incidental.
No
health
joke.
hits if
You
they-
could probably make one.
Bro, it's the Amber Shaper of this raid, right? That's gonna go crazy.
The bridge?
Write that down. Yeah. Write that down. I mean, if the
The
bridge is
Dark Souls
anything like what we experienced, that's going to end guilds. Like, whole guilds will be murdered by that bridge. Like, not pugs,
I'm a
not
fan of the
G-bids,
strike team idea.
guilds.
I think that's what we do for it on live. We gotta practice the strike team.
We do have to practice the strike team. I mean, obviously, hopefully we find out about PTR soon. But that's on the top of my list to test.
The bridge.
The bridge is terrible, man. It's so
The
bad.
top of my list.
Honestly, yes, there's a good amount of trash. Dude, there's so much. Like, literally, I think the race difference for us is going to be how optimally we can get through trash, like, for the race. It's going to be interesting.
All right, why are we paused still?
Oh, sorry.
dodge them all.
Sorry.
However, it's very volatile. If your tank is not good at kiting, they will die almost instantly if they get in melee range. So make sure your tank is capable of kiting if they try to do this method. If you do not have a monk tank, then you'll have to deal with the bats in normal method, which again just involves tanking them like you might normally do. The key here again is crystal shell. So the bats will do heavy damage if the tank's health spikes down. So it's really important that bat tank keeps their crystal shell active, and then when they actually tank a new set of bats, try to use stuns and damage reduction cooldowns so that the damage they take does not lower their health too much, and they keep their shell going. Meanwhile, your healers should focus on spamming that tank so that absorbs.
You use the turtle shells
hold
to
on.
interrupt something, right?
The breath. Hold
Yeah,
on.
the breath.
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah.
So he's saying that he wants the monk tank to kite them, right? Do they only do their ability if they're in melee? Is what I'm getting from that?
Yes,
Yes.
correct. Yeah, so
Can't
they
nerfing
just
do it?
make a
Kite them
DPS
constantly,
kite
permanently?
forever. He doesn't have the way to slow them.
Yeah,
Frost trap?
Yeah, but that's
that,
not enough.
No.
You see the monk in this clip,
No
he's running
chance.
around the entire room with like barrels, keg smash, and dizzying haze. Like, there's just no
I'm not
way.
paying attention to what he's doing. He's
exactly.
not on the
If
screen
you do that
most of the
properly, then you
time.
can just AE the bats down pretty easily.
Those bats are
usually
not
want to
slowed.
use DPS that are not focused on world turtles to deal with the bats. Now, once Tortoise...
Like all the
They're
ones that are
they're
slowed. are
slowed. We're
million
on
years away
2x.
from him.
We're on 2x speed, King. Those were slowed ads. I promise.
Forgot.
They were
I
slowed
forgot.
They were slowed for sure.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
Health gets pretty low in this fight. He will start to spawn world turtles at a much faster rate. So it's a good idea to save your big DPS cooldowns for the end of the encounter. And once he reaches a certain threshold of health, whatever's good for your rate.
He doesn't cover it, and I never did this. Is the turtle kick like an extra action button? Like, how does it work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you stand behind one, and you have that extra action button. It's below his boss timers, the blue ones.
Uh-huh.
And it's wherever you are aimed with the turtle in a straight line.
Oh, I remember seeing that because it showed like a red
practice your
arrow,
fucking
right?
aim.
Like it showed
No,
where
I
it
don't
was
think
going to
there's
go.
an arrow. I don't think there is. Or there wasn't.
Oh, there's not.
You, just,
Okay.
you gotta aim it. You gotta know.
Gotta know. You gotta be him.
You gotta be him.
Okay.
You gotta be Mr. Messy.
Bro, I feel like I'm just gonna play fire, rip scorch for 100% of my globals, and just kick turtles. I think that's gonna be my job.
You'll want to focus on killing Tortoise before you become overwhelmed with turtles, because killing the world turtles at that point is pointless. So for us, that was around 30% health. So when he reaches 30%, we just finish off whatever set of world turtles happen to be active at the time, and then we use Bloodlust and all that stuff, and all DPS focus on Tortoise at that point just to burn him down before we become overwhelmed. And that's pretty much it. So that is the quick guide to Heroic Tortoise.
Seems chill. Alright. I like that the quick guide is down to 12 minutes from the hour and a half previous version that we saw.
And then double X speed and skip.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Games.
Because, yeah, like, what? There's, like, one important thing, wasn't there? It was, like, killing these ads.
Killing the ads. There's a dispel that matters.
The fire thing.
This you just dodge is on the floor.
The fire
This
thing
you
is
kite.
You get it, and you walk out, and you get the spell.
And then you can use the fire
walk
thing
out
to
funnel.
destroy ice, right?
Yes, prior to you getting dispelled, yeah.
Okay.
See here, this is a quick guide for Heroic Megara and Thor Thunder. And as usual, if you're looking for the full guide, just click the annotation on screen. Let's do this. For your
Oh, there is an arrow. Huge. I knew I saw an arrow. I'm so smart.
This fight
I'm the
has
smartest
highest
man ever.
Sustained damage to the raid
Let's
that you
go.
encounter in this entire zone. And you frequently have to deal with it. So 3 heals is going to be probably the best method, especially if you're learning this encounter. So the biggest change on Heroic is the addition of a new head type called the Arcane Head. This will appear at the start of the
This
fight
is
in
a
the back.
3 heal,
It's in the
okay.
fog. And
Cloon,
its
buckle
general,
up.
Ability is to spawn these little worm ads that will appear throughout most of the phases of the encounter. And dealing with the other worms is a big part of learning the Heroic fight. So there are a number of ways you can deal with the worms. The way that we're using in this video is to actually have one of our tanks, our monk tank in this case, not tank one of the heads, but instead to just be full-time dealing with the worms. So as soon as they spawn, he grabs them and does his best to DPS and interrupt them so that they don't cast as much. If you allow them to cast, they'll do a spike and bolt on random players for very heavy damage, as well as less frequently cast a stun. That's a channeled ability that can be dispelled from magic dispel. So whether you have a designated player to handle them or you just have your DPS switch to them, you want to deal with these worms right away as quickly as you can. Now, the spawn timings of the worms does depend a bit on which head you are killing and at which time you're doing it. So, for example, you'll just get 1 set per spawn period against the first 2 heads. Then you won't get any against the 3rd head, because the 3rd head is actually the purple one that's coming from the back. So you don't get any ads the first time you fight the first arcane purple head. But then the second round, you'll have 2 purples in the fog, so you'll get twice as many ads during that period. So generally speaking, the second round of this fight, going through the heads, is going to be more difficult than the first, just due to the ads, so keep that in mind. So on Heroic, the abilities that are used while concealing fog from the heads are increased in difficulty, much more damaging and deadly. So I'll just briefly talk about each of those and how you deal with them. So the first one is for the Venomous Head, the green one. And while this is in the fog, it will cast Acid Rain, which are the globules that target random
I feel like
raid
it will
members,
be.
and do an
I'm
80.
sure it will be.
However, on Heroic, instead of casting 1 globule,
Guess we'll find
it
out
will
on
cast 3
PTR, won't
zombies.
we?
For this very reason, it's very, very uncommon for raids to kill the Venom Head throughout the fight, because dealing with 3 of those bombs at the same time, especially if you're unlucky with positioning, is a good way to be one-shot pretty quickly. So
So when you kill one of the 2
two
heads that are active, they both go away, and then the new 2 come in.
Head,
Yeah,
when
they
cast Ice
both
Ground,
go away,
which
and
targets a ranged member
then
and
the
changes
new
the
two
Okay.
come out, and then they
this
scream.
the area of effect that this hits is about twice the size over time. So it will expand.
Cheap
over the minute duration when
Portito.
basically
Cheap
what this
Portito.
means is that the amount of space you have originally is smaller,
Tortito!
but the ground itself will increase in size. So you want to make maximum use
Actually,
of
the
the space
best
you have
ability
to
ever. I
hike those
love it
beams
so
in there.
much.
The best way to do this generally is to have quadrants of the room, sections that range players stand at max range in, and when they're targeted, they run straight back, hugging the side of an existing patch of the ground. And this will maximize the space.
I like that ability.
The best technique we came up with to deal with ice ground is basically to have our ranged members on the rough side of the room that we're attacking the current head at. So for example, right here on the purple head, our ranged players are kind of on the left side where the purple head is, and they run the beams along that left side. When we're on the rightmost head, so not the green one, so we never kill it, but the red one, then all the beams go along the right side of the room, and then finally the blue head in the middle, the beams go kind of in the center. So if your ranged are split roughly in those quadrants when attacking those heads, they'll be within range to DPS and heal, but also able to keep the beams kind of in a general area away from the rest of them. And finally, the extra change for the red head on Cinders is that in addition to Cinders applying a dot and being dispellable like normal, every 3 seconds that it's active on a player before it's dispelled, it will drop a flame patch, just as if it was dispelled. So essentially what this means is that holding the Cinders does not really help you a whole lot on Heroic. Whereas on normal you can hold it and run through an ice patch if you want to clear it out. But on Heroic you're going to just simply run through and replace an ice patch with fire patches. Now the fire patches are smaller in radius than the ice, so if you really need the space you can do that. But generally speaking, we found it was just better to dispel as soon as possible. So for Cinders on range,
Oh, so you actually don't destroy the ice on Heroic. You just say F it and drop the ice far enough away that it doesn't reach the raid. Okay, that makes sense. Because, like, what? He also said the ice doubles in size over time until it goes away. So you have to drop...
you put it at the back, then it's like, whatever.
Yeah, you got to drop it at the very back, and then you ignore it, and you just insta-dispel the fire. Okay.
players we dispel immediately, and for Cinders on melee,
Insta,
as soon as
bro.
they move out of the melee stack position.
Well, also, I'm just noticing a theme in this raid. They love dispels doing different shit. Like, there's a fight where you guys get to dispel somebody and instantly kill them. It's sick. Like, you can just...
Oh, yeah.
Oh no!
You can just murder people instantly. You
Love
can
that.
dispel people and have them swap places. You can dispel people and get rid of all their damage buffs. It's awesome. Healers have so much power in this raid.
Just a few yards out.
Me
So there are a few
griefing the
strategies
raid
that
on
I'm
my
gonna talk
Shadow
about.
Priest by pressing Mass the spell.
Oh god.
Oh, dude.
Me dropping
You
the
don't like
bomb
this
on
bull
Hiroshima
worker,
during the raid.
Dude, please no. Not like this.
What's the boss where the spell kills you insta?
It is... Oh gosh, because you're supposed to dispel it halfway through, because then it does 50% of its damage to both people.
It's
If you...
the eye boss, isn't it?
The eyeball.
That's the eye
Oh,
boss.
the
That's right.
Glittering gaze or something?
Yeah, because like if you dispel it instantly, it one-shots whoever it was on. If you don't dispel it at all, it one-shots somebody else instantly. And so you have to dispel it halfway through its duration, and then it does
That'll be like damage
half of its
control for
damage.
like GDKPs. Like this
Yeah.
guy's gonna grief, kill him.
Terrorist.
Kill
now,
him.
shoot him.
Just dispel him. Just get rid of him.
That gets added to the bingo card. If you
Yeah.
dispel somebody too quickly,
Again, if you want
killing
full
them.
details of other strategy options, then check out the full guide. for a lot more information on
Unintentionally
it.
and
Unintentionally,
It's
yeah,
easier to do is, on
unintentionally.
the first set of heads,
Two
you see
different
here, we paint them
spots,
like
you
normal.
get
Long
Two
text.
different slots in the
Text
bingo card. I
space
love
here.
that.
However, once the blue head dies, from this point forward in the rest of the fight, our paladin tank is the only tank to have threat on both heads throughout the rest of the phase or the fight. What this means is that he'll be in melee range of whichever head our DPS are killing, so it'll be red on this upcoming phase here. While the green head is aggro on him, he built up threat on it during the rampage, but no one else, including the tank, is within melee range of the green. This will cause the green head
Hey, we're
to
back
shoot
to
a
the
bolt
smart-
at random players pretty frequently.
Smart? We're back
Sorry,
to the
I want to listen to what he's saying about the tanks here.
Yeah, shut up. There's a tank mechanic, okay? It's very
It's
important.
the head that
Oh,
they're not
no.
DPSing when it's rampaging because they're not actually doing their breaths. And then when they stop doing that, then he goes and tanks. He stands next to the one that they're hitting.
It,
and
it
then
very
directly
clearly says the
goes
tank
rampage.
gets head.
Yeah, but
So it'll be red
generally
on this
mobs
upcoming phase
don't
here.
like it being
While
out of
the
melee
green head
range.
is aggro on him, he built up threat on it during
Well,
the
all
rampage,
these guys do is
but
spit.
no one else, including
So
the tank, is within melee range of the green. This will cause the green head to shoot a bolt at random players pretty frequently that does heavy damage. But otherwise,
There you go. That's
So
that's.
yeah,
The green
he's-
tank,
he's not-
green ad does not hit the tank.
oh,
he's hitting
he's
the raid.
spitting,
He's spitting on the raid. Yep.
Yeah,
he just uses
but he will
breath attack
breathe on
the
the tank.
when that
he
cooldown comes
thinks.
up like
Yeah.
it normally would. So you're basically trading a lot less melee damage for a bit more random raid damage. But by doing this method, you, as long as you have the healing to keep your tank alive, you can, again, designate one tank like we're doing here to handle the worms entirely, and this will help a great deal. So the only caution
How do
is
they
that
do
you have
with
to be
the
very
wrought
careful
armor,
with this.
though?
What's that?
So wrought armor
Paladin.
is. Oh yeah. Okay.
Position, especially for melee.
Mal, the answer is always paladin. Next question.
Paladin.
Yep.
Always
Yes.
has been.
If
Always
they're too
will
close to the
be.
head that you're attacking, or too close to the tank, rather,
If
breath
not Paladin, Hand of Purity. Next question.
from the green head that goes across the
That's
room
still
will
Paladin.
hit the melee players.
Yeah, but it's a subsection within.
Well, no,
So
Hand
you
of
have
Purity
pretty
won't work
specific
for this one
spots
because it just
marked on
increases
the
damage
ground there.
taken by all
And you can just
sources.
copy the
Oh,
basic
okay.
idea is that
Right.
the marker
So
matches up with the color that
eventually
the
it
head
can
is
go,
that we'll be
ouch.
attacking at the time. So here we're attacking purple, and melee are stacked
All
on the purple
damage
marker.
is damage
This
over
allows
time.
our melee
It's
to be
just
safe and
the
no
amount of
danger of getting
time.
breath from the green head at the time.
No, it's
So if
increases
you're trying to
damage
copy
taken
this
by
method,
all sources.
just copy the marker locations
And
and
I'm
then
talking
make your
about
tank,
purity.
far
Oh.
on the opposite side.
All damage is damage over
So
time.
one final thing
if
to
you
talk
think
about
about
is
it.
dealing with the
It's just
late stage
smaller
worms
amounts
that
of
you'll get in
time.
the second round of
I
events.
I mean, I
As I
guess.
mentioned in the previous section, the number of worm spawns you'll get will be double that of the first round, and therefore the amount of spike damage on the raid, especially during rampage, can be
What
quite
kind
high.
of damage?
So worms can be CC'd in most fashion. So strong CC will work on them
Overtime?
in a pinch. But the best thing is usually stuns.
We're
So
eating
stuns or
stuff.
silences, try to rotate those, and then DPS the worms down quickly
Oh,
if
that
they're being
priest
problematic.
stinks.
The other thing to plan on is when you will use your major DPS cooldowns.
Do you see him?
So for
He
the most
missed
part,
his
we
halo.
plan to use our
Stand
bonus
too far
to
away.
burn down the
Bad.
fifth head that we're
Idiot.
attacking, which is essentially the red head the second time we're in rampage, or second time we're against it. So it'll be right
Oh,
here.
that is a
basically.
lot of ads.
So this is because we have a lot of worm adds. The red head is the most dangerous combination for the tank because of the breath attack, and therefore we want to end this particular phase as quickly as
Well,
possible.
the double
When
roll
you face the
man.
next head, the purple head, you're down to one set of
This
adds because there's only
torpedo's
one
so
purple head in the
good.
fog at the time, since one of them's up front.
I
And
do
then the
love
final
it.
head, which is the third time you face the blue head, you'll get double adds, but by then it doesn't really matter because you're just focusing on the boss completely, or the head, and trying to finish the fight there. The final thing to talk a bit about is Rampage, and this is an insanely high amount of damage on the raid, especially in combination with random bolts from the worms. So it's really important that you have a good raid cooldown rotation going for this. The way we did it was essentially split up our cooldowns into 3 categories.
Oh yeah, they're
so
getting
that,
blasted.
They would also be certain to
Double
be up every
piss
third
and
rampage
the
phase. And
mushroom.
therefore the cooldowns and the players assigned to them would just be assigned to one of the
Can
3
you even
raid
die
phases. So,
in double
for
piss
example, when we stacked
mushroom?
up, for
Well, one's
the
an
third rampage
elemental
purple we just
piss.
did,
So
people against that do the purple cooldowns would use their cooldowns, and then people would be assigned to the rampage for blue and
Alright,
rampage for
Probably watch Jackoon and then go to bed because it's almost midnight.
Yar.
Yar. Unfortunately, I have a job. Stupid.
I do
Ridiculous.
too, man.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
It's
Gabe
the
here.
worst.
This is the quick guide
Oh,
for
fuck,
Heroic
it is
G-Code.
late. God
As
damn.
usual, if you want the full
I
guide with a
know.
lot more detail, click on the annotation on screen.
I've been watching 4 hours
Yeah,
of
we didn't
Throne
watch
of
the
Thunder
Space
guides.
Beacon video. What does he have
For
to
your raid
say?
composition, you'll want 2 tanks. and
Yeah,
3
that's what I'm
healers,
curious
3
about.
The number of healers you need just depends on the strength of one of your healers to solo heal the main platform or not during quills. If you have a healer that's pretty strong, that can stay on the platform full time, then you just need
All right, guys, we're gonna need 3 healers. We don't have any strong
We're gonna
healers.
heal it?
Yeah, no, we have to
Oh,
3
wait
heal
a
it.
minute.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh.
Tough break.
2 healers in total, 1 other healer to deal with the other stuff. Otherwise, 3 healers is perfectly fine. One of your healers will generally not be doing anything except dealing with the nests. So that means 1 or 2 other healers are dealing with the main platform. So just like in normal, the basic requirement is that you handle the nests properly during this encounter. So I'm not going to go into very much detail at all, but if you click on the annotation there, you can link to the animated section for the full guide that talks about the nest management in complete detail if you want that. That said, the basic idea is you'll want approximately 3 players, 2 DPS and a healer, to handle the majority of the nests while the rest of your raid deals with the boss. So I'm the healer for that group, and then we have 2 melee DPS generally that will come with me, and together the 3 of us can handle the majority of the nests. The exception is that on Heroic, there are a few nests that will spawn Guardian adds in addition to the normal eggs that need to be tanked in some way. So you can use an actual tank, one of the 2 that's on the boss normally, or you can use a DPS player that has strong cooldowns that will allow them to tank long enough for the Guardian to die. So here you can see the 4th nest, the first one on the top, is where a Guardian spawns, and one of our tanks, our Paladin tank, flies up here, while another DPS and myself come up here to help kill it off. Now if you're just doing Heroic G-Kun for the first time, you'll want 3 other players besides the tank to have enough DPS to kill this stuff before it hatches. So you have 4 players up here total. This requires that if you use a tank that's on the boss, that they get feathers from the lower nests at some point so they can fly up top. So our Paladin tank, he goes down in the first nest at the start of the fight and gets a feather there, and then he's able to fly throughout the rest of the fight when he needs to. Otherwise, just learn the basic rotation of when the Guardians will spawn, and then you should be good from that point forward. Now, one thing you can do to really help your entire raid out is to maximize your use of feather when it comes to Feed Young. So right there you saw, I clicked my feather because I had extra charge, so that when Feed Young is cast by G-Kun on
you
the
can
main platform, I'm
intercept
able to fly up
the
and touch
evil
one of the
puddles.
Feed globules. This will give you the nutrient buff that lasts 30 seconds and increases your damage and healing output. So try to distribute the extra feathers you have from the bottom nests among your raid members that don't have to actually use them to move between nests. And any extras that you can get are then usable on Feed Young for that extra damage boost. So for example, in our case, we have an extra DPS that goes down on green, plus we have our Shaman DPS that's normally in the nest group, but sometimes he doesn't need to go to nest, so he can stay and use Feed Young buffs. We also have 2 to 3 completely different players that go down for the second bottom nest that also get feather charges that they can use. On Heroic, the feathers will give you 3 stacks of the flight buff, but you can have a maximum of 4. So if you have at least 1 stack and then you pick up a new feather, you will gain 4 stacks in total. Now, moving between nests is, of course, very important. So usually the nest group that you assign, usually 3 players, will just use their feathers to move between nests. However, the bottom nests can be tricky to get to for players without feathers. So this green one, which is the third bottom nest, for example, to get onto this nest, because it's so close to the platform, you can see here, you actually get on the edge just above the nest and then turn around so your back is facing the nest and backpedal off of the platform. This will ensure that you always fall right on it. Similarly, the first nest on the bottom, at the very start of the fight, you can just walk right off facing forward and land on it fine. But the second bottom nest, you need some form of movement increase to reach it without a feather. So if you have a sprint or some form of raid-wide sprint, something that increases your movement speed, then you can use that and then just run straight off to get to the second nest. All the top nests, of course, require flying up, so that's just pretty much using the feathers, but it's important to note how you actually need to move to successfully land on the bottom nests. Tanking for this fight is pretty standard fare, but it's important that your tanks try to use small, minor cooldowns when G-Kun uses Talon Rake on the tank. Depending on how quickly your other tank is able to go up to handle a Guardian spawn on a nest, the previous tank may need to deal with a number of Talon Rake applications before the other tank can take over on G-Kun again. So it's important that you use some form of cooldown when that goes off. It's got a short cast time, so you can react to it if you're ready when it's about to be cast. The last thing worth noting is the timing of quills can be somewhat important. You'll get used to the pattern after a few attempts, really, but frequently quills will go out while the nest group is dealing with one of their nests or transitioning between one nest and the next. And if you're moving or flying and quills is happening, chances are you'll die without a cooldown. So it's important that your healer, especially on those nests, get used to the timing and inform the other players on the nests to either stay where they are until quills is mostly complete, or use some form of cooldown if you're moving between them. And that pretty much covers everything for the quick guide to G-Kun. Again, just kind of going over the basics here. So most of it is pretty standard from normal. It's just about the management of nests and dealing with the guardians that are new to the encounter. Now, one thing you can do that I didn't really talk about, but you see here in the video, is if your damage on your raid is high, which is quite possible these days, you can ignore a lot of the nests and focus on killing the boss and just healing through the extra damage. So if you do this method, chances are you'll want to kill the first 4 nests like normal, so that you kill the second guardian that spawns, and then you have quite a while until the next guardian would appear. So you can just keep all your raid on the main platform from that point forward and kill the boss. Anyway, that is Heroic G-Kun's quick guide. Good luck, and thanks for watching.
Huge. All right. We've now watched this guy's everything. Now, everyone's homework is just do this 7 more times and then also do it in your sleep. Download the information, and we'll be ready for PTR that they're going to announce Friday morning for Friday afternoon.
Is this the new sleep playlist? This might be my sleep playlist now.
This is my sleep playlist for sure. Except I'm going to do the long form ones so that I really absorb it all.
Oh shit! True. Wait, hold on.
He talks so slow too. It's perfect.
Oh, I'm gonna be asleep instantly.
Instantly, you'll never actually watch him.
I'm gonna be like those people that believe that if you like put your textbook under your pillow, that you like absorb the information into your head at night.
That's what I'm gonna play on. So, dude, who knows if they'll actually drop PTR, but I just have a gut feeling that they're going to.
I don't know. I hope it's not this weekend, but or this week.
Oh, trust me, I hope it's not too. But I think I don't know what to think. I think that if they wait until January for the mass audience of the game, it's too long.
Yeah, but the other half, the other way of looking at it, I think Mr. Scotty brought it up. At the moment, they got Legion Remix going.
No, they don't want to take away from Remix.
Yeah. They don't have
when
to
would
compete.
the raid release?
For the most part, I think a lot of people are just rotating around different types of WoW, not leaving entirely.
Yeah, what date would an early December release look like?
The 4th.
It would be December 4th.
That's possible then, because then the next week they have a remix thing, so they could do like a back-to-back.
Yeah, but the other way of looking at it is they just milk remix for November, December.
Yeah.
They drop ToT in January, and then they drop Midnight in March.
Is leaked to be March 10th, yeah.
Yeah. That's a pretty good cadence between everything there.
I think
if you're looking at WoW as a whole, not just individual.
Future Us is going to be really mad during Siege, because I almost guarantee we're going to have a Siege of Orgrimmar overlap with the first raid tier of Midnight, but that's Future Us's problem.
That's going to be hell.
Yeah.
That's going to be actual hell.
Yeah, think about it. March.
There's no way we're clearing that in 2 hours.
No way. Go ahead as well.
I mean, yeah, we're probably not clearing in 2 hours. I agree with that. But if you think about it, you could treat that prog raid of Siege as like, okay, we're done raiding in MoP at that point or some shit, you know? Depending on what they say. Because they need to tell us what's going to happen next. Are they going to do WAD, or are they going to do what are they going to do, you know?
Yeah, we really need to know that. We need to know that real bad.
Yeah, because like
Actually, they have to announce that before Siege comes out, so that
Yeah, I guess. Wait, is BlizzCon a thing this year? I don't even know.
yes,
Not this year.
I'm pretty sure it's this year.
I thought it's 26.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry, yes, 26. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're skipping
Well,
this year's BlizzCon.
Correct. Yeah, there's nothing in
BlizzCon would have already
2025.
passed.
I said it was in November.
It's November. It's November. Yeah.
But I mean, I would have seen something about it, to be honest. But yeah.
No, I
so
don't think they're
without
thinking
BlizzCon,
about that
that's
kind
when
of
they
shit at
probably
all.
Would have announced like some crazy shit for Classic or some, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's real weird. It's gonna be real weird. I don't know what they do at the end of this.
I mean, some people want them to like transfer characters to retail or something, and I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't know what I want them to do, to be honest. I genuinely don't even know what I want.
Communication.
Yeah. Because, like, I know I haven't done it yet, and maybe never will. At least Adwa has experience doing it, but, like, running a guild bigger than 10 people sounds like absolute, just the worst thing of all time. That sounds terrible. And, like, as much as I want to raid, and I love raiding, moving to a 20-man guild sounds like a headache instead of a 10-man guild, selfishly. Plus, it's not just hanging with the boys, you know? Raiding 10-man is just vibing with the dudes. And, I mean, not to bash our current selves, but then you're now fighting with all of, like, the giga mega tryhard 25-mans.
Yeah.
That do 900 hours of private server and PTR. So, like,
that number, we won't be getting World 10.
We're not getting, we're not getting World 10. Exactly. I love us because we can game and get World 10 with putting in 4 hours of PTR last year. Like, that's what's pretty cool. No NA number 1 happening over here in 20-man. We'll see.
Honestly, the NA shit has gone down real bad in Classic.
Yeah, NA is not very good anymore.
Yeah, it's just like random European, French only, whatever dog shit. You know, they're just like, yeah, we're just better than all of NA, I guess. That's cool.
Yes, it's chill.
It's cool. Because Polar's dead. Who is pretty much dead. They're playing like Classic Anniversary or some shit.
Yep.
So it's just like, okay.
Randomly made like, made an appearance, which was interesting.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
They kind of popped up. But then what is it, Step Brothers? Is that where Rihanna is? I think they're pretty good.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, they're like usually top 5 or better. Yeah. I think, they did like a bunch of PTR or something, or like a private server or something, right?
I don't know about private server. They for sure did a bunch of PTR because there were VODs of that I actually watched. But I don't know. I'm sure they probably... if you got NA first and you cleared toes in like 31 minutes and you were pretty close to competing with the top guilds, I'm assuming you did private server.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's naturally that talented.
Party?
You missed it. We're done, but yes.
Oh.
Oh, no.
But we got some good...
Yeah.
We found the best playlist, the one that I linked in the prep channel, so...
I'll watch it at my own time then.
Yeah, these guys are very good.
Well, they're good.
What boss do you think looks the most AIDS, and why is it Dark Animus?
It's Dark Animus because I don't understand it still, and Mal's just going to tell us what to do.
I killed that boss multiple times during current content, and I still don't know what that boss does.
Exactly.
Well, that's kind of part of the... You just get told what to do.
The mechanic.
Is you don't need to know what's going on everywhere. Just focus on your own thing.
I was just told what mobs to hit
boss
and
seems
to
to
AoE.
be...
Dark Animus is
Be
easy.
a diagram
It might
with
be.
numbers on it.
It
I
might
tell
be.
you, stand here, don't move.
We'll
That's
see.
the whole fight.
We'll see.
Wait,
Maybe
no,
we'll
I'm
make
gonna
it look
tell me
easy.
to
I
do
don't know.
stuff. Ugh.
is you gotta
gonna
put
be an
the
inside
blood.
machine.
You gotta take the blood from the small guy and you put it into the slightly
Into the
larger
medium guy.
guy,
Yep. Yep.
and then you
Yep.
put
And
it
then put it
from
into a
the
large
that
guy,
guy
and then
into
put
the
it into
guy
the
that's
big
larger than
top.
him.
Yeah.
Once
Yep.
it's all figured out with a spreadsheet, it's fucking jokes. Just stand
Exactly.
here, attack this, done.
I'm
Oh.
so excited to watch a G-Bid do their fight though.
I'm not.
This
Yeah.
I've never been more keen to watch G-Bid do ToT.
That's gonna be you know, that's the last boss you do before you do fucking Lei Shen.
Yeah,
Yes.
I am not looking forward to
Which is
raid
also
leading
gonna be
TOT
AIDS.
in a G-Bid. I can tell you that. Not looking forward to it.
I'm really excited. I need to gear my ults for TOT G-Bids.
Dude, now the fucking intermissions on Lei Shen where it's just random, bro. You don't know what the
Yes.
fuck's gonna happen.
Mhm.
That's
Yep.
gonna be awful. It's gonna be awful.
Now get ready for the fucking Helm of Command to yeet all the Brazilians
Oh,
off.
wait, hold on.
Mhm.
Sharing my screen again. Let's see. How do I search this? TOT bridge
Oh, was there a bridge skip?
guide?
Try bridge. I don't know.
Rich guys.
I don't know.
The Zora.
I think
Okay, hold on. That's not accurate enough.
I think the top bridge guide bridge might be the worst trash I've ever made in this raid.
Okay, Throne of
Like,
Thunder
anyway.
trash. How to skip trash at G-Kun? No.
Oh, there is. I knew there was an exploit on GK. We could like go through a wall and like skip.
All
all
right,
the
we'll be
trash,
checking that out for
Yeah, there
sure.
was.
But I don't know.
Bro, is there like a full clear somewhere that I could find?
We looked at that before.
It's like nobody speed runs this shit either, so it's like you don't really. Actually, maybe there's a speed run.
Throne of Thunder full speed run?
Any percent.
It's a Demon
That's
Hunter. No.
Demon Hunter, yeah.
it's
That's a
live.
retail man.
Oh, full clear.
I've been
3
heroic.
hours. Here we go. All right, hold on. Lock in, boys. Oh, too far.
Wait, heroic, misplayed, Stormfort. Wait, we play on Stormfort, right?
This is where we're at.
Yes,
This is where we
that's
play.
where we play.
Okay, all right, here we go. Lock in.
Why are you clicking upgrades on Spirit Gear?
Okay.
Because he wants. I just said it because he wanted to disenchant. So that.
Me
Hold
at
on.
the mages and
Always want
warlocks
to
when
cycle.
the ring drops off of protectors.
Bro, I think they're literally just pulling
Yep.
one at a time.
Oh boy.
They're
Like,
just
There's
doing
no,
it.
Thank you
there's
for
no
letting me know.
tech here. What the hell is this?
This is just a fucking regular clear.
Checklist, man.
I did disenchant.
Yeah, I think they're literally doing what we do
No, please not
and just
this.
waiting and pulling things back.
Oh, okay. Wait, no.
This
Oh,
one
you're
they pulled
pushing
the
forward,
end.
Yeah.
Oh, but they
Okay.
only pulled one side there. They didn't pull both sides.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there it is.
No, they're
Kidding.
both.
You have to do it with
Oh.
This didn't last surely, right?
Wait,
Oh, there goes a guy off the end.
Yeah, they lusted.
Jeez,
They
damn.
lusted.
They did lust.
They did
Oh.
lust.
I think lusted because they pulled
course it did.
two of them, right?
Do the quest.
Yeah, I guess
I
you
wonder
don't
if it is
lust
skippable.
Horde on to the end.
I've got 75
Yeah, that's
Also
true.
does a
You
20
do save
Oh,
lust
that
for the
40%
end.
like
That's a good
this.
point.
This girl gives the.
And you've got 2 mini bosses to kill, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably get by the time you get to, you know, it's like whatever.
That's
Okay,
true.
wait. I think I'm in the same. It's a Feral Druid, right?
Yeah.
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 Okay, he does a sick. We need to get Goblin Gliders for this fucking bridge.
Can we
Oh.
boots Goblin Glider off that?
Well, if you get knocked, you can just
You
Goblin
get
Glider.
bounced and you
Oh.
glide. You intentionally get bounced and you glide.
Oh, that's smart.
Oh, that's crazy. I don't want to do that though.
I don't
You
wanna
can
do
just
it
jump on the left
intentionally. I
side of
was
the
more
bridge
thinking, like, if
entrance. You need some
someone is gonna
form of slow
die,
fall or
they can-
immunity.
I think we
Not
Or
die.
second
definitely
jump, or you
practice
full health
the-
after the
we
fast
gotta-
time, you
we
would
gotta
probably
figure out the
dive, but you
three-man strike
respawn
team.
should be at the bottom according to a random Reddit post.
What, just like fucking me, Sam, and
Hold on,
someone
I'm
else,
I'm
so
reading
jump-
something. I'm gonna read this to you
and
guys.
Sam, get over there, yeah.
This guy says you can just jump on the left side of the bridge entrance. You need some form of slow fall or immunity for a second jump, or just be full health after the first one. According to, I don't know what that means. For a cutscene
Sounds
skip.
too- hey, just kill the trash, man.
Oh, that's after Horadon. We don't give a shit.
Oh, that's
Or
after Horadon.
Council.
Okay. That's after
After
Horadon.
Council, we don't give a shit.
Got it.
That's the so there's unskippable cutscenes in this raid going between
Yeah.
the wings. That is what he's talking about.
That's
Oh.
definitely a
That was
G-bit
never
cut.
fixed, by the way. Haha.
Yeah, so I mean, they basically just did this natty, right? Like they didn't do any crazy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
The only thing that they did that we didn't is they pulled to the end of like the first gauntlet rather than
That
like,
wind
pulling
is
everything
not
back,
as
which
strong
is-
on them. Oh, it's 1.5.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I mean, yeah, it's
Never
2x
mind, it's
speed.
1.5.
Wait, throw it on normal,
2x.
just for funsies.
Yeah, I'll put it on normal speed.
I think. I mean, it's just
That,
easier
that
than
wind,
25.
by the way, like as a warlock, if I don't
25
get
is
crushed,
easier.
I'm not moving. Like,
Yeah, you crawl. You less than crawl if you don't have a move speed.
like I think Cloon was
No,
watching me
that's-
when I was walking across the bridge.
They're
I was
moving
like,
faster than we moved for sure.
That's 100%.
So he's a cat.
Yeah, but look at everybody else.
Yeah, he's moving at full
They're
speed right
moving.
now. Look at him.
Okay, bro,
Yeah.
I was not moving like that, brother. I was
not
moving at, like,
either.
the fucking speed of snail.
I was moving slower than RP walking. Is how fast I was moving doing this.
Speed
I
of
felt like I
snail
wasn't
with a
making any
fucking
progress
lid
at
on it.
all, and they were almost laughing at me.
That's so weird.
I think the only reason we were laughing at you is because we had experienced that for the past 2 weeks and we knew
Yeah.
exactly what you were feeling.
Yeah, they made that look not too bad.
I played a druid during actual ToT, so I didn't.
Yeah,
feel
this
that.
is a private server
I just
video.
fucking
It's
yeeted
definitely
through it.
stronger than it should have been, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just test it on PTR and see how it feels. But I think the Goblin Glider tech is a very good idea.
I mean, we can just have it on our. Wait, is it an item or is it on the cloak? I forget.
It's on your cloak. Yeah, it's a tinker on your
Okay.
cloak.
Okay. Yeah, that should be free.
It should be free.
I do it in Mogusham Palace to get down the stairs faster.
True.
Wait, yeah, if we all get
rock
perfectly
boots.
knocked, can we just Goblin Glider all the way to the end?
You don't have to get perfectly knocked. You can get knocked any direction and just change your direction immediately with the glider.
You just change your direction with the glider.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's true.
Once you hit the apex of your knockback.
And then, yeah, because again, with the sated debuff, you just lust at the end of Hordon anyway, so it'll be back up, right?
Should be.
Usually early on when we're doing fuck all damage.
Yeah, because like, look, they still have sated for 6.5 minutes, but I bet if I skip forward, like, okay, well they're waiting. True speed run here, I guess.
Oh, they reset him.
Oh, they reset them. Okay, well that's one way to do it too. Cool.
I was gonna say, surely you can just reset it. Hold on.
All right, it's past midnight. I gotta
Yeah,
dip.
I'm
It's
gonna go
over
to
for
bed.
me.
Good
Great,
night, boys.
great viewing party, gamers. I'll catch you on the flip.
Yeah, I was here the whole time, Smile.
Yo, stream. I said it to the Discord homies, but it's midnight my time, and that was 4 hours of Throne of Thunder prep. If you came in towards the end, the VOD will be live on Twitch and also on YouTube, because I streamed in both places. So if you want to go back and watch any boss or any discussion of stuff, Twitch VODs or YouTube VODs, it'll be live on both immediately after I end. So you guys are good watch over there. And then I plan on streaming Wednesday. And then if we get a PTR announcement, we will be doing PTR every single day that is up. And I'll be streaming that as well. And then the guides will come shortly after that. So anyway, thanks for hanging. I know there were a bunch of people on YouTube and Twitch today, which is sick. Really appreciate that. Thanks for learning with me. Hopefully you guys picked up on a thing or two. And I will see you guys in a couple days. Peace.